And we are live. I think everything is working the way that it should. Let's get some camera on me. Let's get the glasses on. Got one viewer. So we got somebody in the mix. Thank you for coming in. So, y'all, today, it looks like today is supposed to be the return of Detective Gaither. Now, Detective Gaither, as you probably can see, is if you've been watching, Detective Gaither previously has testified in this trial, but Detective Gaither did not want to be seen, did not want to be shown, did not want her face on camera. So we'll see if that's the same today. In the meantime, y'all, let's just hit me with some comments, y'all. Say good morning, say hello. Tell me something, and let's take a look at some of Twitter, y'all. Let's take a look at X, see what we can see about yesterday. So it's just Queen. Big conspiracy theory from yesterday, y'all. What did y'all think about this? What did y'all, my peoples, think about this? All right. I'm about to show you now. Let's make the screen bigger. What did y'all think about this?
Conspiratorial or
by the way, I would love to give, this is Attorney S. Tara, ATTORNEYSTARA. I think that's who this is. I'm trying to look down here at the bottom and see. I think this is TikTok, y'all, but this is reposted by somebody else.
Conspiracy theory or speculating too much about anything. But then I saw this video.
Temporal proximity.
Okay, so what we're looking at in this video, and I did put this in my video yesterday, it looks like people are speculating that Love was communicating with Sprinkle while he was on the stand. I want to say good morning to Paris from Australia. Big love to Australia. Conce Lewert, morning. FVGH, morning. Good morning, Paris. Sean Hines, good morning. St. Louis, all right. So, y'all, so what we're going to have here is DA Love here, obviously. We have Sprinkle here. We're going to see if they zoom in on this one. If not, maybe I'll bring up my video.
And I think there was another issue with the retention period of the number. I don't. All I know is I didn't think I had probable cause. I never got probable cause to get the tower records.
Let's work backwards a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Let's start with this. When you sent out the request for the records that you thought was
okay, so is Sprinkle supposed to be looking at his computer screen, y'all? Morning, Jonathan Scott, Ontario, Canada. Good morning, Shun Reeves in Chicago. So is Sprinkle supposed to be looking at his computer? So let's back this up a little bit. We clearly see Love typing.
For the records that you thought.
I don't. All I know is
we clearly see her typing.
Didn't think I had probable cause. I never got probable cause to get the tower records.
Let's work backwards a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Let's start with this. When you sent out the request for the records.
Now, if you notice, y'all, Sprinkle's hand, and this might be tiny on especially if you're watching on a smartphone, Sprinkle's hand looks like it goes onto the mouse here. It looks like Sprinkle's hand is on the mouse to me.
That you thought was a number to Demikian.
Now, obviously, if somebody sent him a message, you would imagine Sprinkle would be more subtle than to do this, right? We would think he wouldn't do it like that. So does he even know what's going on? You know, to me, Sprinkle seems to be a pretty straight shooter, upstanding guy. He looks like he's just gonna tell it like it is. To me, if this is a message, which I don't know, but if it were, it seems like something Sprinkle was not expecting, because you're not gonna do all that if a message is coming in that you supposedly are going to surreptitiously look at. So
in Garlington.
Yes.
You requested those records specifically without tower usage logs, right?
I did.
Okay.
He's fixated. He's fixated.
You had previously requested records for.
Sorry about that.
I did.
Okay. Now, you had previously requested records for.
Okay.
Look, I wasn't there. I don't know what's happening. But I'll tell you two things that I noticed here. First of all, when have we ever seen Miss Love's computer turned all the way to the side like that? Was it like that earlier in the day? This is a screenshot from when the judge is yelling at Miss Love. You tell me. You tell me what you think is going on there.
Say? What does the chat say? People are saying that they think that there was communication happening. Over the weekend, I did a live, and I was talking about the now infamous Hilton and Glanville hand signaling, and somebody said, "Okay, let's say they were signaling. What does it really mean? What happened after the signal that it seems like the signal influenced? What did it mean?" So I think that's a good question, y'all. Like, let's say Love sent a message, and that would obviously be highly inappropriate to the point where it may be mistrial worthy if it were clear that she had sent a message over to Sprinkle. In fact, if y'all remember, when Sprinkle took the stand last time, and then Quindarius Zachary was about to come up, so Quindarius Zachary was going to interrupt Sprinkle's testimony. This would have been not this past Friday, but the previous Friday, I believe. So Sprinkle was on the stand. They got word that Quindarius Zachary was going to be able to testify. They bring QZ up, and so they're taking Sprinkle off of the stand, right? If y'all remember this. And when they were taking Sprinkle off of the stand, there was a part in court where Love is saying she would like to be able to communicate with Sprinkle outside of court. And the defense attorneys, particularly Bruce Harvey, said, no, he's sworn in. You cannot communicate with him now. So Bruce Harvey was very adamant and very serious that you cannot communicate with Mr. Sprinkle now because he's a sworn witness. So it's very clear to me that communicating outside of court with a sworn witness, even when it's your witness, is at least could be dicey. Let's say could be dicey. Miss O, Grand Rising. Mad Skrilla OG. I think Love did a hand signal to her lips when Sprinkle was on the stand. Mad Skrilla, if you could give me a timestamp or direct me to that, I'd like to take a look at that. So it's at least a dicey proposition to communicate with your witness while your witness is sworn if you're communicating outside of the courtroom, outside of the purview, outside of the presence of the opposing party, for example. So if she's sending him messages on the computer, I'm certainly not saying she is. That's the question we're asking. And the reason we're asking that question is because people are talking about it. If she were to be doing that, that would be highly inappropriate and probably very, 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 very bad. Okay, so let's just agree upon that. But let's see what Attorney Estara says. Let's see.
Because I'll tell you what might be going on there. What might be going on is that Microsoft Teams messaging. That might be what's going on. That's how it looks to me. Watch the body language, the turn computer. Why does Mr. Sprinkle have a computer up there with him at all?
Okay, y'all, that would be so risky though, Do y'all know how risky that would be? Because those messages would probably not easily be deleted. There would be some lasting record of that, most likely. And she would have to think, okay, Sprinkle's going to see this. He's going to know to close and delete this message. He's not going to leave it up on the screen for somebody else to possibly, but he was certainly looking at the computer and apparently using the mouse. He was definitely looking at the computer using the mouse. Now, they were talking about exhibits. Were those exhibits in paper form, or were they in electronic form on the computer? Not sure. So that's one thing we have here, y'all. Let's keep going on Twitter. See if we hold up. Nope, that's not what we want. Let's keep going on Twitter and see what else we have here. Nick Starro, today we meet former investigator Gaither again. In my opinion, probably the most incompetent cop in Atlanta. Last time she was on the stand, she got offended by the word plural. All right. Let's see if we can find some more YSL related content here. You know what? Let me just do a search. Y'all, we're just kind of filling time for another 5 minutes or so until the trial gets started. Obviously, everybody saw yesterday the absolute just I thought about how do you describe the way that Judge Whitaker talked to DA Love. How do you describe this?
If it's disingenuous, if it is that, I mean, I don't want to malign the prosecutor standing in front of me right now. So I'm not going to say the possible things that it could be, but it is baffling to me that somebody with the number of years of experience that you have, time after time after time, continues to seemingly purposefully hide the ball to the extent you possibly can for as long as you possibly can. And I really don't want to believe that it is purposeful. But honestly, after a certain number of times, you start to wonder how it could be anything but that, unless it is just that you are so unorganized that you are throwing.
Y'all, right there where she said so and she took that breath. When she said so, I was hanging on pins and needles right there. It's almost like you are such a, and it's like, whoa, what you about to say here, right? So when she said so, I was like, y'all, let me wind it back a little. I was like, whoa, what's about to come out her mouth?
Wonder how it could be anything but that, unless it is just that you are so unorganized that you are throwing this case together as you try it.
But no, but as everybody has rightfully pointed out, all that talk and no. So what are the possible sanctions, penalties that she could give DA Love? She told the jury again, hey, can y'all delete that from your memories? Can y'all delete that from your memory? And it's like, is that even reasonable? Is that a reasonable request? I don't think that's a reasonable request when you're going to say that constantly. I definitely do think if you were going to say that once, hey, that thing that just happened right now, y'all don't take that into account. Whoops. Yeah, you could do that once, but can you do that multiple times? Are people, y'all, we're going to go with this. I like watching this on Fox, by the way. The browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. Okay, let me see here. I'm going to try this again because it did not work. So, y'all, as far as I'm concerned, I feel like, what can she possibly do? What can she do? What can she do? All right, let's take a look at some of the comments. The thing is, I watched him typing and using the mouse at one point, which stunned me. That's interesting because y'all remember when Quindarius Zachary was on the stand and they kind of made it a big deal that he had done that same thing. They made it a big deal that he did the same thing, and someone even came and took the computer from him. So it's like, okay, so QZ cannot use the computer, but Sprinkle can. Why is Sprinkle able to use a computer? Like, what's special about Sprinkle that he can use the computer? So that was a question that I had about why is Sprinkle even able to use the computer? Finally, Judge said something. Yes, it was good to see her say, but she said something many times, y'all. Y'all don't remember how many times she said something? All of this means nothing but entertainment if the judge doesn't put any consequences to this behavior. Let me start showing some of these comments. Sherry, I agree. But Sherry, follow-up question for you. What could the judge actually do? What could the judge actually do? I'm not sure how many different remedies the judge might have. Paris, remember Whitaker worked for many years beside Paul Howard as a prosecutor, so she has so much experience. Again, what can Whitaker do? That is my question. What could Whitaker do to penalize the state, particularly Love, for her, let's call them misdeeds? What are the possible penalties is my question. So Sky says she agrees with Sherry. Good morning, Bush baby. Grand Rising, Rashina Johnson. Morning, blue skies. Okay, Papa Bear says mistrial. Let me find the YSL trial. Sometimes these different sources don't all start at the same time, so we're gonna go to the Law and Crime and see if they have it. So, yeah, mistrial, but okay. So this was the argument yesterday, and y'all, I do have it on the screen here, so we're good to go. So, Papa Bear, mistrial was the argument from yesterday. Blue Sky says mistrial with prejudice. Y'all, I want to explain something to you. I'm going to explain it to you to the best of my understanding, okay? To the best of my understanding, the way you get a mistrial with prejudice, I would like y'all to listen to this and hear me very well. To the best of my understanding, the way you get that mistrial with prejudice is the standard is you have to, as the defense, because the defense is asking for this mistrial. So as the defense, the way you get that mistrial with prejudice is you argue that the prosecution has goaded you into requesting the mistrial. What does that mean? That means if you say goad, it's like, you see two guys squaring up and like, touch me, then touch me. You know, because it's like when you touch me, then I can, that's goading. You are essentially, by your actions and your words, you are inducing somebody to do something. So you see two guys square up, touch me, then touch me. All right, well, the guy saying touch me, he's goading the other person. He's inducing that person. Okay, so why does that matter? With the mistrial, the defense has to, let's not say prove, but argue successfully that the prosecution goaded the defense into a mistrial. So that means the defense has to show that by the prosecution's actions, the prosecution wanted the defense to ask for a mistrial. Now, you might say, why would the prosecution want the defense to ask for a mistrial? Think about it like this. Let's say the prosecution knows they're losing the case. Let's say it's pretty clear, or at least that's their take. They're like, whoa, this case is not going our way. But we can't just drop the case in the middle of the case. We can't just drop the case in the middle of the case. So we're going to start acting in such a outrageous manner that the defense will request a mistrial and maybe the judge will grant it. Then hopefully it'll be a mistrial without prejudice, and we as the prosecution can start over. So basically, the goading thing is the prosecution is going to start saying, touch me to the defense. Basically, they're going to start doing things to the defense such that the defense will ask for a mistrial, such that the judge will grant it, and then the prosecution is off the hook for a losing case, and they can start over from scratch and hopefully do it better next time. That's the idea of goading, that the prosecution is trying to cause the defense to ask for a mistrial. Usually the prosecution would do that when they feel like they are losing. The prosecution feels like the prosecution is losing. So therefore, they would want the defense for a mistrial so that they can start over. Okay? Now, as Bush Baby says, Adams argued for the mistrial yesterday. Morning, Andre. Yes, yesterday was off the chain. Adams argued for the mistrial yesterday for goading because that's the standard. Adams is saying the prosecution is acting so poorly because they know they're losing and they want us to request a mistrial. And Judge Whitaker said, no, I don't agree with that. So remember, not only are we talking about a mistrial, but we're talking about a mistrial with prejudice is what the defense would do. All right. We're going to go with, oh, shoot. Hold up. Give me a sound check. We got.
All
right. Give me a sound check. Can y'all hear?
That we had discussed. Okay. Did you get those? Did you include the court?
All right. Good. All right. You resize
Did
this.
anybody get them?
Give me a sec, y'all. Just resizing it. Make it big, and we're good to go. All right, we're good to go. All right, let's get some more comments while we wait. Defense would only want a mistrial with prejudice so the state can come back and start trial again. Correct. So y'all don't forget, just the idea of mistrial is not enough. We're also talking about with whether it is with or not with prejudice. Okay. If you get a mistrial and it's without prejudice, that means the state can bring the case. It doesn't mean they will bring the case again. It does not mean they will bring the case again. It just means that they can. If you get a mistrial with prejudice, the state cannot bring the case again. I think they may be able to appeal that. I saw in the Rust case that the prosecutor is appealing the mistrial with prejudice. Okay. So they may be able to appeal that, but it would certainly be a huge win for the defense if they could get a mistrial granted with prejudice.
What time was it sent?
Deborah C., we have a member in the house. Good morning. Got
Did
one of our.
anybody get an email called Your Scan? Yes? Okay, well, that's it, apparently. Did we get one, Ms. Firstfield? Yeah. I mean, I think it was supposed to be pages of the Twitter that she wanted. Okay, I think it was Twitter, not Instagram, but, okay, all right. Well, we didn't get it. The court didn't get it, so can you resend to Ms. Persifield? And Mr. Shart didn't get it. I mean, I don't know what happened sometime in the Ethernet between send and receive, but did everybody else get it? Mr. Harvey was, he's not even included.
All right, check out what Jake the Good Guy says. Even mistrial without prejudice would be enough in certain cases. A little louder. I have the volume all the way up. So it might just be the court. I get that comment frequently. I have the volume all the way up. So it might just be the court audio, y'all. See? Volume is all the way up. See? All right. Love is an F student, always late on the homework. Thank you, Dandelion. I'm trying to give some explanations here. Appreciate it.
We need to address before we have our next witness and jury this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just want to keep the court apprised. I was in contact with Mr. Atkins last night, and we compared lists. We have a slight discrepancy on what's in or what's out based on the court's ruling about the transcript.
Okay.
We may have a discrepancy. Mr. Atkins is reviewing what I sent to him,
Okay.
and we'll report back. But I assume the state is not planning on playing it immediately. Is that
Pretty immediately. Sounds like. So maybe we need to get that sorted.
I think the state, Bush Baby thinks the state overcharged the case. Should have never been a RICO. You do wonder why this was a RICO. The thing is, does Thug have what are his charges in this case aside from RICO? What are Young Thug's charges in this case aside from RICO? I don't know that he has any charges in this case aside from RICO. I know that when they raided his home, they found some items in his home, but that was raiding his home for this case. So basically, outside of this case, what could they charge him with? I think they went RICO because they wanted to lump Thug in. Without RICO, they probably don't get Thug. Also, for anybody saying, why did they go RICO? Remember, there's no double jeopardy in the United States. You can't be put on trial twice for the same crime in the United States. But what can happen is the crimes that you have gone to trial for before can be part of a RICO. So RICO has this weird kind of loophole where you won't necessarily go on trial for the crime again, but that crime can be part of the RICO indictment. So they can put you on trial for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crimes. You can beat all 5 of them. Then they can bring a RICO against let's say a group of people, and you're one of the group, and they can say you committed those crimes in furtherance of the RICO. So while I totally agree that this case is all over the place, and I totally agree that it seems like the management of this case, which is very sprawling and wide-ranging, the management has not been up to par, specifically by the prosecution. You do have to think about strategically what a RICO allows you to do.
Where folks are looking. I just want to raise the issue of the request to not video Detective Gaither. I realized that in the past, there was a request for the media to not video Gaither, Detective Gaither, and I didn't realize this before. I'm sure I objected to it before, but I don't understand the legitimate security concern regarding, I mean, maybe they can articulate one, a legitimate security concern regarding Detective Gaither, because she's all over media. I mean, she's a star of First 48. She gets an 8.4 rating, actually, so it's apparently a pretty good show that she's on. But I don't understand why she can be on commercial television and the AJC and everywhere else and not be televised here.
I'll ask the state.
Your Honor, I think that I know that this was dealt with previously. She is no longer in law enforcement. She's retired, and she, in her capacity at her current position, is not working as law enforcement, but is in a position that we believe warrants the protocol that was placed in place last time that she testified.
Can you share with me what that position is?
Sure, if the court will allow me to do it at the bench with whoever with defense wants to come
Okay,
up, so
is
that I'm
she on shows like First
No,
48?
she does not.
Has she been on shows like First 48 identified as by her name?
I have not seen her on First 48. I cannot speak to what Mr. Weinstein said. I have never seen her on First 48. But if he says he saw her, I don't think, and I don't believe that there is a reason, there's any reason to change what.
Well, we could just ask her.
Who's that guy on Hilton's
not,
computer?
She was or is on some episodes of First 48 that are playing now. She was in law enforcement. She had to have been during that time. I know.
Right. The point is, if her identity is out there anyway, readily available for anybody who wants to see it, identified as a law enforcement officer, then
may I
what?
approach?
Yes.
Y'all, who's this guy on Hilton's computer? There's a new conspiracy theory about to pop up. So what do y'all think? I think they should show Gaither. I have a picture of Gaither on the thumbnail for this video. This thumbnail, hundreds of thousands of people are going to see this thumbnail. Right? Hundreds of thousands of people are going to see this thumbnail. I get not wanting to be shown. From Gaither's perspective, I probably wouldn't want to be shown, but Travia didn't want to be shown either, right? Travia didn't want to be shown. Volume too low, gotta go. Y'all, I'm going to try switching over to Law and Crime. I'm going to switch over to Law and Crime. I'm going to see if the volume's better. All right, because I've been getting that feedback. Or you know what? Let me try switching to 11 Alive. I just don't like that huge banner that they have. I don't like that huge banner that they have here. Let me see something. Let me see if they have this on 11 Alive. Let me see if this is on 11 Alive. No, they don't have it. Sometimes they're live and sometimes they aren't. Let's go to Law and Crime. Y'all tell me if the volume is better on Law and Crime. I'm going to rewind it a little bit. Tell me if this is louder. I'm going to rewind it a little bit so we just jumped over from Fox 5. Roxanne says the volume is fine. Yeah, I mean, like every once in a while you get people coming in saying that the volume is low, and then, you know, other people say the volume is fine. The volume is good. All right, so we'll leave it then. We will leave it then. All right. Yes, Dandelion Bees, hit the like, please. Hit the like, y'all. Hit the like. So back to the conversation, y'all. I don't watch First 48. Has anybody seen Detective Gaither on First 48? Has anybody seen Detective Gaither on First 48? I'll be honest. I've never watched First 48 in my life. So here we have Jake the good guy saying the balance is off. You're too loud. I mean, I don't know how to change the balance. So I guess it's just going to be whatever it's going to be. So Paris says, yes, saw her yesterday. Karen says she's been on there. Willie says, yes, I seen her. So what do you, okay, y'all, let's get a, how do I make a poll? I know you can do a poll on here. Let's get all right, let's do it like this. Let's throw a 1 in the chat if you think Whitaker's going to say that Gaither can appear, and throw a 9 in the chat if you think Whitaker's going to say we'll stick with the current protocol and Gaither won't appear. So 1 in the chat if Whitaker's going to say Gaither can appear. 9 in the chat if Whitaker's going to say, all right, love, you convinced me. We don't have to show Gaither's face. I'm going to put one in my I'm going to go to 1. I think Whitaker's going to say Gaither can appear. Maybe she'll do it the way that she did it last time with Trivia, where she says to the camera guy, like, hey, I don't control your camera. But then we have people taking pictures. Is anybody else streaming? No, I think she only has the pool streamer. So my angel divine says 9, whispering finesse in her ear. 3. What's the 3, Andre? We didn't have a 3. Andre just bucking the system. Roxanne says, I don't think so. So that's a 9. Kantz says, I can hear clearly. All right, that must be talking about me. So that's good. Aaron Burris, man, I can't wait till Love get her smack in her. Oh, she's foul. Whitaker called out that yesterday, and I think she's done after this with the bull. Y'all listen up. I'm going to be honest, y'all, talking about yesterday. I really try not. First of all, what do? I do when there's a conspiracy theory, I'll talk about it. I'll bring it up unless it's just totally crazy. But hand signals, let's talk about it. Are they typing on the computer? Let's talk about it. I'm fine with all that. Morning, Miss Lily. But what I usually don't want to do is question people's internal motives. And yesterday, when I saw how irate Whitaker was, She called a recess for about 15, 20, 30 minutes, whatever it was, came back, and she was subdued. We don't know what happened during that recess, but something happened. Something happened during that recess. Did she go in and just do some meditation and bring herself back to center herself? Maybe. All right.
Order remains in place.
There you have it.
Yeah, I know.
There
Okay.
you have it, y'all.
Okay, that's fine. All right, well, I guess we can't really have the witness in to testify until those couple of things get figured out. So I am gonna recess because I need to check on something.
All right, so we are on recess. So let's keep talking. So Jelly Ralston says, hello, I enjoy your commentary. Thank you so much. I think Gaither should definitely have to appear. She's considered a public figure. Well, Whitaker just says that the order remains in place. It sounds like she's saying no to showing Gaither. So she just ruled no. So yesterday, Whitaker calls this break after she literally just kirks out. That's our DC area word. She kirks out on Love. She calls the recess rudely. She goes, and when she comes back, she's calm. We don't know what happened back there. It could have been, I thought about it. It could have been meditation. It could have been practice the breathing technique. It could have been took a drink of water, and who knows what somebody's process is to bring themselves back, because she obviously has tried not to go there with Love. She's tried, she's refrained, she's held. Whitaker, I actually have a lot of respect for Judge Whitaker watching this trial. I have a lot of respect for her. I really, 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 really do. And she's really trying to keep this trial civil, and she's trying not to fly off the handle. Yesterday, she flew off the handle. There is no other way to put it. She did all but curse the lady out. But she was calm and she was rational within 15, 20 minutes, whatever it was. My initial thought, I almost don't want to say what my initial thought was, because that would be maybe inappropriate, but it is remarkable, however it happened. It is remarkable how quickly she centered herself and how quickly she got herself composed and decided to continue the trial. Now, I will say this. It is also disappointing. Not that she centered herself, because that's what a professional should do. Not that she came out with seemingly with a clear head. She should have done that. But after that type of, I'll call it an outburst, whatever we want to call it, for there to be no penalty, to the prosecution, for there to be no warning, for there to be no public warning that if you do this again, she's even said that previously and nobody would have believed her. So, but at least she could have said it. For there to be no penalty, for there to be no warning, for there to be no rebuke, for there to be nothing but I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. Let's keep it. And I'll tell the jury, erase that from your memories and let's keep it moving. Y'all, that was the disappointing part. So I really personally highly respect that she was able to bring herself off of the, I don't know, what appeared to be the edge. She brought herself back. I really respect it. But you also have to cause somebody some type of penalty in order for them to not do this again. I'm trying to show your super sticker. Am I stuck? Oh no. I think I'm stuck. Can y'all hear me? I think y'all can hear me. Well, it looks like my chat is stuck, so that's not good. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh crap. I don't know what happened. Can y'all see me? Some weird stuff going on here, y'all. Some weird stuff. So hopefully y'all can see me. If so, we're still moving. We're still on a break here. I was over here talking to myself, basically. So anyway, what I was saying was I definitely respect highly everything that Judge Whitaker was able to do, bringing herself back centered, etc. But it's just the fact that there was no penalty. She did not impose any kind of penalty for Miss Love's actions, and that was the issue that I had. That was the issue I had. So let's get some comments on this here. All right. Judge has been very biased. Still on break. You can hear me all along. Okay, good. That's good to know. What do y'all say? Should have been a mistrial when Glanville got recused. I kind of agree with that. But if you remember, what was the other Judge Krause? They called her Cross. Judge Krause, she said that she ruled that basically that Glanville's recusal was not due to the ex parte meeting. She ruled that Glanville's recusal was not due to the ex parte meeting. She ruled that Glanville's recusal was due to his talking about the ex parte meeting after the fact. That's a big point. That's a big point. She ruled that Glanville's recusal was due to the ex parte meeting. Excuse me, not due to the ex parte meeting, but rather was due to after the fact. Miss Lily had sent a super sticker right where I went kind of dark. I was trying to give you big thanks for that, Miss Lily, for the $4.99 super sticker. I appreciate it. Miss Lily's been one of our biggest supporters. She's a mod. Shout out to all our mods. including Miss Lily, Andre, and looks like our other mod's not here right now. But at any rate, so y'all, it was not a result of
that it is
Arte.
included and available for impeachment purposes. They all want names for themselves. They want names for themselves. And when I asked the witness on the stand, I was looking to go back to see all that I asked him, but I don't have that transcript in front of me. But he said, when I asked him, it's everything that he said about the 3 people who are currently on trial. Or why is it that everything you say about them, you can remember they didn't say, or you told a lie, but you can't remember anything else. That would allow what he is saying here to be an inconsistent statement about them wanting names for themselves. That is the one area that there's disagreement on. There were 2, so the other one is.
Your Honor, can I respond to that one?
One at a time.
The-
And so the state had that it could be used for impeachment.
Yes.
The state keeps taking the stance that as long as something was, and I'm not conceding that it was a prior inconsistent statement because I don't recall them asking that, but they seem to be taking the stance that as long as something's a prior inconsistent statement, it's automatically admissible. And this is speculation. It's speculating about my client's intent in doing something that he wasn't even there for. So that was the foundation is, did my client like say, hey, I did this and this is why? And that foundation was never laid. It's not a matter of prior inconsistent statement.
Right, yeah. And what you had was that it was out unless a foundation was laid.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Your Honor, that's, I'd ask that the court check the court's notes because there was
So
not,
I can't find my notes, unfortunately. I don't have any idea where they went to.
because our notes are specifically that it can be used for impeachment purposes. And the argument that his client wasn't there is belied by the witness's statement to the police that he was, which the court is requiring that we keep out because the court ruled that it has to be kept out. About, I don't know why he's saying his client wasn't there.
I didn't say my client.
It's just what he just said.
I said that.
No, that's not what he said.
He just said my client wasn't there. He literally just said my client wasn't there.
Okay, but that's not why it's being kept out.
I'm aware. You mean,
I mean, the ruling
was
would
that-
have been, I mean, it's the same thing as the similar one that we talked about yesterday. I would have said, lay a foundation that he actually knew that and it wasn't just his speculation.
Your Honor, this is someone who, during the course of this entire interview with the police and certainly around this area, talked about his relationship with and how much time he spent with this defendant. I believe that as a member of YSL and as a person that we see throughout each of their social media pages, associating themselves with one another, not just Mr. Stillwell's, but Mr. Zachary's, that the jury should be allowed to hear what Mr. Zachary's observations were. If he observes that they are acting in a way, and he hears them on some occasions say, let's go get that money.
All right, here's the thing, is that you didn't establish that this was based on his personal observation or that he heard them say things like this or that he had such a confidential, close relationship with Mr. Stillwell that they shared all of this kind of thing. You just didn't establish it.
Your Honor, that is because the witness would not acknowledge it. But the fact that he does having listened to his interview multiple times, he establishes it in the interview. And that is the reason that we are saying the jury should be allowed to hear all of what he said so that they can determine which version of the truth they believe, the one where he's sitting in front of the defendants saying now everything I said about them is a lie, or the version where he gives intricate details about his interactions with the defendant and the way or what he observed during those interactions. There are moments where he said Woody was curled up on the couch. He was scared to go.
Okay,
you know,
but
that's just an
about
example.
his relationship with Woody right now.
I'm giving an example of his observations, the type of details that he gave in the interview. And so as it relates to defendant Stillwell, he's telling the police how many when he interacts with them, what happens during the interaction. He's telling them when they started associating, they asked questions like,
Miss Lev, I understand all of that. If it's just based on what's all in the interview, it seemed to me at the time, and nothing was established to convince me that this was anything more than his theorizing about what it was. And the rules of evidence are there for a reason. It's not that I want this in or I want this out. It's that it has not been established that he has a basis to say this beyond his own musings about it. And therefore the ruling stands. What's the next one?
so
What's the next one?
okay, so I'm sorry that the first one was that it was, so it wasn't for impeachment purposes. It was something different. Okay. So the second one was,
Hey, y'all, real quick. I noticed the sound issue is this stream on Fox. So I'm going to switch to Law and Crime because Fox does not have any sound on the left. All the sound is on the right. That's the problem. So I'm going to switch over.
so the second one was the call that the court addressed either later last week or earlier last week regarding it was in August that the court addressed the call about them putting Shannon, Pokey, Woody, and Mr. Zachary when they were at Big Boo's grandmother's house. And Boo got a call from Mushi, and $10,000 was put on the head of anybody who set out to harm Lucci. Mm-hmm. Mr. Zachary said that in his interview that Woody came in. It was stated there's $10,000 on the head.
Okay, is there a transcript reference?
Line page 22. I'm sorry, page 109, line 25 to page 111, line 4. And the court number 22, redaction request number 22. I don't know if the court's.
I don't seem to have the chart. If I could find the chart, then I would have my notes.
No, they're not the same.
But anyway,
our chart says that it's in.
I
don't know what
show me what the chart looks like.
It was just they tried to revisit this. Yes.
No, we didn't.
Show me what the chart looks like. Just turn it around and let me see it.
Mr. Atkins is coming up to the.
Oh, is this something y'all gave me before, or this is just your own chart of my?
We used it, and didn't we gave you a copy of it, and that's how we were referencing it in the arguments.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
Mr. Shard's redaction chart that he sent to the court and state, that is the same list that when we went through the redactions in court, those 2 days or 2 days and a half.
That?
And it was labeled from the 2015 interview 1 through, I believe Mr. Shard's last redaction was 43.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna try to go to law and crime, y'all.
This is Mr. Shard's redaction request number 22.
And I think that Mr. Atkins went over all of this last week. Do we not?
Okay, and what I wrote next to 22 was only to Kenneth Copeland or Zachary, not Stillwell.
And that is, he's,
Come on.
my understanding is that he's Mr.
Better. My gosh.
110, line 20. No, they said they did it. 111, line,
No, Shrimp.
where is it?
Good now? Yes.
There's a, 111, line 4. He like, man,
Okay.
we just shot up Lucci Mama's house. So there's things
Okay, cool.
that in that spilling the beans by Copeland, that in the context of this interview, as it's played to the jury, is going to implicate Shannon. I understand. Now, I don't agree that this proves anything, but I understand the evidentiary rulings that Mr. Zachary at one time claimed he was in this room and he saw Shannon and Kenneth Copeland and they left and then they came back, and I understand a phone call came in. But what Kenneth Copeland said while they were in that room is hearsay that does not fit into an exception, and it implicates my client. So that's, of course, I would love if it just all came out. It would be cleaner, and also I'd prefer it. But if we definitely need to, as was your ruling from the beginning, we need to clean up what Woody said insofar as it implicates my client.
Well, do you have a proposal for how to do that?
Take out what Woody said.
Short of that? I mean, is there something in here that it's, there's a Stillwell reference that can be cleaned up? What was the number for that first one y'all were talking about?
Your Honor, the first one was number 14. And the state does have a proposal when the court's ready.
By the way, y'all, Detective Gaither is the person who is accused of having been in a relationship with Lil D's aunt, Lil D Garlington, while Lil D lived with her, with Gaither. They're not going to show Gaither today. Okay? They're not going to show Gaither. She was on First 48. She has her picture all over the internet. And Lil D Zachary last week, or two Fridays ago.
All right, what's your proposal?
So, Your Honor, there was 3 requested redactions that all pertain to the shooting of Mr. Bennett's mother's home. And so number 21, Mr. Shard's request number 21, the court, as the court just stated, permitted the state to address as long as it didn't pertain to defendant Stillwell. And so Zachary has a line when he's saying who committed this act, where he says Woody, Shannon, and Little Pokey. So the state is redacting where he says Shannon, so that later on when he references they or we, the jury will
Okay.
not hear that he definitively states Shannon.
Okay.
Well-
That ought to solve it.
Well, that doesn't solve, the problem is we'd have to redact, and I don't think the state's going to agree to this, but we'd have to redact Shannon from the whole story, because it's not just that Woody at one point says,
We did it, essentially. Yeah.
it's not so much that Quindarius Zachary says, I mean, clearly I want that out, but also in Quindarius Zachary's telling of this story,
Mm-hmm.
Shannon is with Woody in the beginning, which he saw with his own eyes. I understand why that would come in, but what I'm saying is the references to Shannon are not limited to the conclusory statement.
Well, I mean, that's just going to be what it is.
Okay, so we're taking out the conclusory thing, but
Well, I mean, the specific, naming of the people, because I had said that could only come in if it was established that Stillwell was there when Mr. Copeland said we did it, and that wasn't established.
So the court, with respect to Shannon, that is the ruling that we.
Right, so if you redact that word, then
Yes.
when later on, it doesn't sound like it's Shannon, it sounds like it's the two of them that he's already mentioned, so that fixes that.
But he can say, and we can get in the fact that Shannon, Woody told Shannon and Pokey, let's ride.
Yes.
Okay.
see, and that's my problem, Your Honor. I think that they inescapably refers to Shannon in the mind of the jurors, even if we take out the one conclusory line.
Well, I mean, that may be what you think, but that's the way we're going to handle it.
Okay, I
What's the
understand.
next one?
And just for the record, Your Honor, it is the lines that I'm concerned about on the transcript are 111, line 4, where it says, he like man, we just shot up Lucci's mama's house, and page 10, line 20, where it says, no, they said they did it.
Okay, well, I don't agree that it still sounds like Shannon when
Okay,
only certain people were named and he's not one of
I understand the court's ruling.
them. Okay, what's the next one?
I think there's the only two, but I just.
Oh, I thought y'all said there were 3.
You shaking his head.
Okay, all right.
So I just need to make sure, I would like to make sure with the witness that those 2 areas are clearly understood. We bring her out here and something said.
All right, and actually, for the number 14 that we were discussing before, my notes were that y'all had come to agreement about that.
Number 14.
The one the very first one that we took up.
We agreed on hot-headed. They all want names for themselves is the portion that we have noted the court allowed us to use for impeachment purposes. Yesterday, I asked the court to allow us to include the hot-headed. The court denied the request. So the only thing and I said that was something we previously agreed on, the hot-headed. And the court denied that request, but the rest of it, the court said that it could be used for impeachment purposes.
Okay, so my note on that, now that I have the notes, is that y'all had agreed that I didn't make a ruling, that y'all had agreed that the character about Shannon was out except to show moving up because wanted to make names. So if y'all are no longer in agreement, then my ruling would be a foundation was not established. So I think we're ready for the witness and the jury.
I want to be sure.
All right, y'all, when the witness is coming in, I'm going to look up a picture of Gaither so we can all at least see what Detective Gaither looks like.
Judge, may I speak with, since it is my witness, I just want to make certain that all the court's rulings are understood and that I articulate them to her so that we don't get into, because I will be asking questions to avoid some of this. And I want to make certain that we don't get into any.
Okay. Let's, if you can do that fairly quickly, because we've had the jury waiting for 40 minutes already.
All right, y'all. Real quick, we're going to take a look at Gaither. So this is Detective Gaither, everybody. Oh, this comes from a newspaper. Okay. So this is Detective Gaither. I actually put Gaither in the in the thumbnail. So this is Dennis, I believe, right? And this is Detective Gaither here. Gaither's on first 48, you know? So while we're waiting for court to come back, get a nice, good look at Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis. Now, again, I believe Gaither, well, listen, I don't have any personal belief, but just to explain it to you, okay. Just to explain it to you, there are two little D's. Stop doing this, please. Oh my
It's in.
Zachary's who we saw last week, and Lil D Garlington is the other Lil D. Yes, Gaither is a woman.
Both of Mr. Williams'
So we
attorneys.
saw Zachary last week, and Garlington,
them not to go to the bathroom
I believe,
at the same time.
has been severed.
You can come on up to the stand. Hmm? You are. Well, she's already testified. You already have been testifying in this case. All right, I'll just, when the jury gets in, go ahead and have a seat for now. As we're waiting on one of the attorneys anyway, I'll just remind you that you've already been sworn.
So this is the big question. Believe me that the defense would use this if they could. I think that they just don't have enough information to use this. That's my thought. I think that the defense just doesn't have enough information to use this.
I need one of them back. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury. I'm sure it's somewhere.
Y'all know an interesting question? Can they call a mistrial? If they call a mistrial, would that be as it relates to the whole trial, or could it be a mistrial as it relates to certain defendants? I think that's an interesting question. I'm not sure of the answer to. Do they call a mistrial for just certain defendants, but not everybody? I would imagine that any mistrial as it relates to any defendant would probably automatically prejudice other defendants, but would it be to the point where they all have to have a mistrial? Bush baby, I would say no. There's probably going to be no statute of limitations ever for a murder. So I would say no. Now, if they had gun-related charges or whatever as it relates to that, those might have hit the statute of limitation, but I don't think the actual unaliving, so to speak, would be subject to any statute of limitation. Patron Gold, nice to see you. So Patron Gold, yeah, but see, there's a RICO charge over everybody, but there are individual charges. Like Stillwell has unaliving charges, he has gun charges. So could you get a mistrial just as it relates to, for example, his gun charge, but not as it relates to the RICO overall? You see what I'm saying? This is not just a RICO trial.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your patience while we sorted out some evidentiary matters this morning. All right, so we have Detective Gaither on the stand now, and I'll just remind you, ma'am, that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Honor, and welcome back, Sergeant Gaither. Sergeant Gaither, would you please tell the jury whether during your investigation of events that happened in 2015 as they related to If Gang and YSL, you had an occasion to interview Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. And at the time that you interviewed him, did you call him to be interviewed, or did he or someone on his behalf reach out to you?
Yeah, there were a couple people on his behalf that reached out to me, stating that he wanted to talk to me.
Okay. And I'm going to...
Yeah.
Microphone.
I'm going to give you one that might work a little bit better. Okay. And had you left your number with family members of his, as you have in other cases, if they wanted to reach out with you?
Yes.
And is that the way that family member contacted you?
Yes.
All right. Was Quindarius Zachary brought over to the Atlanta Police Department from the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
All right. Now, is it the custom that when a person comes in to see you, you make any observations about whether or not they're in any condition to talk? And by that, I mean, if someone's sloppy drunk, or if they're obviously under the influence, or...
Yes.
And if they are in no condition, by your estimation, to talk, do you continue to talk with them anyway, or do you send them back, or?
No, I don't talk to anyone that's under the influence or under distress or anything. We just revisit it at another time.
Okay. And when you spoke to Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did he appear to be in any physical distress from withdrawals or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you see any sign that he was under the influence or in pain or anything like that, that would have prohibited him from clearly understanding questions that were asked?
No.
Okay. At any time, did you force him to sit down and talk to you?
No, it's people were calling me nonstop for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So I just kind of took my time and let them sit there a minute and picked them up when I was ready.
Okay. And at any time outside of that interview room, did you convey threats? Did you tell anybody, if he doesn't speak to me, something bad is going to happen?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you make any promises to him outside of that interview room through other people?
No.
Okay. And inside the interview room, did you tell him, let me back up. Are you allowed to tell people, if you do this, I will get your charges thrown out?
I'm not allowed to do that.
And did you tell Quindarius Zachary that?
No.
Now, to be clear, during the course of his conversation with you on August 5th, 2015, at some point did he broach the subject of whether or not you all were going to be able to help him out with any of his charges?
He did.
Right. And did you tell him at that time that you were going to get him thrown out?
No, I did not.
All right. Your Honor, can we get access to the Zoom?
Unfortunately, I don't have access to the Zoom right now either, and I just typed my team to let me in.
All right.
Maybe if somebody's listening up in my chambers, they could let Ms. Love and the court in, please. Normally, Ms. Percefield does that, but she had to step out and handle another matter. So
while they're doing that, I'll continue with the questions. When you spoke to Quindarius Zachary in August, had you already gotten, you remember when you talked to the jury last time about the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember speaking to them about the surveillance footage that you were able to look at from that shooting?
Yes.
All right. Now, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did you show him surveillance footage from the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
I showed him still shots, not actual footage.
Okay. And when you say still shots, would you explain what you mean?
Basically screen grabs or images of people that were depicted in the actual video. We just took a picture of that particular person and printed it out onto paper.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I believe has already been admitted as states 308 Yankee. And I'm going to ask you, it was in here. Mm-hmm. Okay. If you recognize states 308 Yankee, and Your Honor, this does not have the sticker affixed to it. This is the exhibit that was labeled 308 Yankee.
okay.
So I'm showing this to her, and
Okay.
I'll get the exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you showed this image to Mr. Zachary in the interview, okay. And for the record, it was 503 Yankee.
503. And it
And
has already admitted?
It was.
Okay. And I'm sorry, just like for housekeeping, are we going to get an exhibit sticker on it or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually the one that we admitted does have the exhibit sticker on it.
Oh, it's a copy of the, okay,
Yes.
no problem.
And so you spoke with Mr. Zachary. Did you have any reason to believe that he was at or anywhere around the Browns Mill Road area at the time that that image was captured on the surveillance footage?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would you tell the jury what it was that you showed him that footage for? Why it was that you showed him that footage?
To help further that investigation, see if he can identify people that we had not previously identified involved in the Dexter Montgomery shooting.
Okay.
We knew that he was affiliated with persons that we were able to identify. So while we had him there, why not ask him?
Who was it that he was affiliated with that you were able to identify as being involved in that Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Walter Murphy.
Okay. What did you know about Mr. Zachary's affiliation or relationship with Walter Murphy?
We knew that both of them claimed to be YSL, so I assumed they knew each other.
Okay. And did Mr. Zachary confirm knowing Walter Murphy?
Yes, he did.
Did he call him Walter Murphy or did he use another name?
He called him DK.
All right. Yeah, it was in, yeah. Can you pull this? Don't shoot it. Yeah. What's the number? Okay. I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, because it's a digital image, counsel for defense has been provided this, but I want them to see what I'm walking to the witness with.
Okay.
May I be permitted to show them what I'm showing the witness?
All right.
All right.
Y'all no way the jury's keeping up with all of this. Impossible that the jury is keeping up with this. Maybe one person, maybe two, but 12,
Miss Knight, that was 5.
forget about it.
I'm going to show you what is 531 Yankee, a video on the screen. And I'm going to ask you, have you reviewed this video prior to coming in?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the interview that you conducted with Quindarius Zachary on August 5th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any alterations or material changes?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states 531 Yankee as evidence.
All right, that's admitted with, as we already discussed.
All right. Your Honor, I ask permission to publish.
You may.
And just for decorum's sake, I ask permission to seat myself while I publish it so
You
that I
may.
don't.
All right, y'all. So okay, you know what? I'm gonna poll you all. I'm gonna poll my viewers here. Who the F knows what is going on right now? This line of questioning by DA Love, what is she trying to establish and why? What is she trying to establish? And like right at this moment with her most recent questions, Papa Bear, Patron Gold, Andre, T Chatter, Ray.
May I use this screen?
Is that one available?
Bush Baby.
It's up, actually.
Okay, yeah.
Mama. What is DA Love trying to establish right now and why? Okay, so that's Quindarius Zachary. This is him back when he was a little skinny kid, basically. Hot Boy. Established that who knew each other, because it's clear all these guys knew each other from back in the day. AC. Let's see what AC says. If I was on a jury, I would be a not guilty been watching this for months. Andre, she's trying to prove Zachary was lying and that when he said, and that what he said makes Thug look bad is true to try to make some foolish point. Lying about what, Andre? When? Was Zachary lying here or was he lying when he came to the stand last week or both? Okay, so she wants to discredit Zachary's testimony. Exactly which part?
can eat food, like food like that. I want to live that. Well, as you know, you contacted us. You want to come down here and make a statement about these cases that we have. Y'all been getting on my darn nerves calling me, so we're here. But even though you reached out to us wanting to talk, I still got to advise you your rights, okay? Let's say yes, you got to say yes, no. Just so you're fully aware of your rights. Spell your first and last name. There's Q-U-I-N-D-A-R-R-U-S, Z-C-H-A-R-Y. What's your birthday? 8/21/93. 8/21/93. What's your address? 405 Cleveland Avenue. What's from over there?
His address, not to the computer.
All right.
Correct.
They said I can move to they can't find because of that bank money. What's the zip over there? 0354. 0354. How tall you are? 6. I mean like 5'10". Yeah, how much you at? 169.
Right, Martin.
Your brown mouth, black hair. I think brown. Your eyeball, meaning the colored part is brown. What's the highest grade level you can do? Graduate. I know people graduated 8th grade. Did you graduate high grade? High school, 12th grade. What else did you do? I don't know, but I graduated from current. What year? I think 09. Something like that. You got a phone number? My mom number 44. 5. Phone name again? Gaither, K-A-L.
And Your Honor, just for the record, the state also muted the phone number of his mother.
Zach? Yeah. That's who live at Cleveland? Alright. Let's go over this Miranda form. What's your middle initial? Yeah, T. What that stand for? Tashawn. T-Y-S-H-O-N. Basically states Aquindary Zachary has been informed by the undersigned law enforcement officers prior to being questioned by them that I am suspected of the offense of aggravated assault, which is what you charged with for the 2 drive-bys in Fulton County, state of Georgia, on the 28th day of April 2015. That's the date that the incident happened, April 28th, 2015, okay? I'm gonna go through these one by one. If it's something that you don't understand, stop me, let me know I don't understand, and we're gonna go over it, okay? Yeah. Your first right is that you have a right to remain silent and do not have to make any statements. Do you understand that? Yeah. That any statement that I make may be used against me in court of law. Do you understand that? That I have the right to consult with my attorney and before making statements and to have said attorney present with me while I'm making the statement. You get that? That if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, that I have the right to have one appointed to me by the courts to represent me and to consult with him before making any statements and have him present with me while I'm making the statement. Do you get that? That if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked of me until my attorney is present to represent me. Do you understand that? Has anybody coerced you or forced you or threatened you to come down here and make a statement? No. You sure? No. No, you're not sure? I mean, I'm sure, but anybody forced me. Okay. Can you read it out? Oh, okay. Can you read and write English? Yes. And I have had read to you. Today is the what?
5/2/17.
Let's go. If you would, initial by each of those, and then if you still agree to talk to us, sign down at the X.
Just come do it when you're ready. Sure.
Sign my name here. Okay, this. Sign that. All right, well, we here. What's the big rush to talk to you? So, you go well. Okay, say y'all want me to keep on first. Let's talk about this, what you've been charged with. What do you have to say about the case? Well, that night. You wasn't where? What did you hear about it? Where? Someone came to the house with me up to my DJ got jumped. I'm like, so? And then, you was at the house in Cleveland? Yeah. Apartment, after you know, 4 or 5 people. And then, that's when she told me, that she had got shot at too. That same night? Yeah, she said. They got in a whole bunch of shooting, and then like Ill Gang had pulled up at my cousin's house. Cause my cousin go with this boy named Tate, y'all know him? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Javante, yeah, I don't know his name, but she was going in the house, and she said y'all started shooting at the house, like they were shooting from apartment. Like she said, where is this house located at? Like you talking about Landrum apartment? Landrum and Gunpool? On campus. No campus. Yeah. So who stay over there again? My cousin Liz, right? And Tate. That's what Javante said? Yeah. She your blood cousin? Yeah. I mean, you know how people say, no, that's my real cousin. So this gang got to shoot at them at Landrum? Yeah. Is this before or after D got shot at? Got jumped on? She say it happened last. This after all the shooting. So first D get jumped on, then the shootings happened. I'll tell you like, from how I heard, like what I heard first. Okay. I like, shit. Most of them call me or something in the morning, let know that. Mm-hmm. But she like, most of them cussing D out, because D telling them that he's shooting, they had shoot them in the face and jump. Most of them told D, they had to fight around home. And then she like, then them D told, I would sleep, D told me that morning, like, they had shot up the house. D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right? That your real name? You talking about Lil D from 30D, yeah. Like Mechanicsville? Demekion. Demekion told me that they had shot at the houses. That who had shot at the houses? Him, Tay, and he just told me nothing. He said him, Tay, Shannon, and some other boy named Trey Dunn be with Tay. Named Trey Dunn? Yeah. Mm-hmm. He told you personally. Yeah. How did he tell you? Over the phone? No. In your face? Yeah, he's over my house. I was sitting there like he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then what's called that they shot up Larry where Tay stayed. So if gang came back, and shot up Tay house.
Yeah, someone right there. Like, I guess that was she was gonna go that night. And he said that when they went and Pierre home. That when they went and shot up Pierre home.
Who went up and shot up Pierre home?
Him, Tay, Shannon, Trey Down. He tells me them full name. He already say them like Moonson. But I kind of feel Moonson without a.
Why you figure that?
I think I ain't got no car.
How close are you Moonson?
You know, my whole life. I told my dad and my dad and him, they grew up here.
So you got a lot of loyalty to Moonton.
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I ain't got nothing. I had some, but he ain't got nothing for me.
How you know he ain't got nothing for you?
Shoot. But I ain't been talking to him lately.
Have you talked to him since you've been in jail?
Have I talked to him since I've been in jail? Yeah.
I mean, since he's been in because you went in first.
Yeah. So he told me that the Mikion told y'all why you scared, you tricked them.
The Mikion sat in that exact same chair, and you're gonna get the exact same treat that the Mikion. I don't have to trick people or lie because phone records tell you a lie.
Oh man, right? And it's my trick.
And that's what I'm saying. I feel like you kind of getting off track because we got your phone records too.
Mine? Yes, sir. What phone record?
This is what we do. Remember when we locked you up the last time?
Yeah.
And Cat went to the house and we ended up getting your phone number and stuff. And I got your phone record. Because that was your phone number, right?
No, that ain't my number.
Okay. Well, like I said, we can stop this right now because it's going in the wrong direction. And I don't want to waste your time with mine. Because this shit don't matter to me. My shit is good. This is what's going to fuck y'all. So I got the Mikion. Because y'all, everybody thinking the Mikion snitching. This is the Mikion phone number, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I got the Mikion. I got yours.
And wait, one more.
And I got more. 622. 662, whatever. So I don't know reason why.
So the media ain't necessarily had to tell it. You know what I'm saying? Technology told them.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I was impressed about coming to get you and coming to talk to none of y'all. Y'all want to talk to me? That's fine. This is the opportunity for y'all to say y'all said. But this is what's gonna fuck y'all. So I feel like once again you kind of going in the wrong direction. You say you're gonna come down here, be honest about shit.
I'm being honest.
You wasn't there.
Oh. I'm probably not there.
So then we really ain't got much to talk about. This shit is on you. It ain't on me.
See, I don't talk about other cases.
You need to talk. You need to get over this first.
That's what you're here on.
Yeah, because I think you thinking that you can tell us about a whole bunch of other shit and then get some help on your shit, but you got to be honest about what you're here for. That's how that works. It don't just work like you tell me a whole bunch of shit and then we just forget about your stuff. You got to be honest with what you got going on.
Me, Moonton, Shannon, Trey Down, and D.
Which car was you in? It was two cars, right?
I was in car Moonton.
Which was which car?
And Pop.
What car?
Great.
Who all was in the car with you?
Me, Moonton, Shannon, and D.
And Trey Down and...
They was in another Impala.
What color was that Impala?
Like, I heard the burgundy or something. SS.
Okay, the new one or old one?
Same year, Moonton car, bro. 08, something like that.
Okay. How did you all know where they stayed?
Not Trey Down, Tay.
How does Tay know?
Cause he said he been beef with them folks.
So he knew where they stayed at over there on Mosley Park on the address is 1428 Dale Avenue. Over there by Mosley Park, right? How did you even get involved in this? Because you wasn't at the club, were you? How did you even get involved?
When they shot at Summer.
So, where did they shoot at Summer at?
Atlanta.
So they shot at... Before, is this the same night?
Yeah. They shot at Summer first.
Okay.
And they shot at, I think they did shoot at the club. I don't know about the club.
So Summer was at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay.
Yeah.
They were in which car?
Oh wait, and she went with say she was lit. Oh, they haven't got there yet. Okay. They in the car, they inside the park. Yeah, they in the car. They in the car. Yeah, they in the car. They going in the house. Okay. And she said they started shooting, but they shooting from way not further than me. They shoot from way in her further than.
Did they make a police report?
I don't know. You know if anybody calls the police or any, did the police show up out there? They say.
I'm pausing it now at 2:26:51. I'm sorry, yes, 2:26:51. Sergeant Gaither, as I turn this microphone back on.
Now, did you have an opportunity yesterday even to review and listen to this video recording of this interview that you did with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And if you would lean in or bring that microphone a little bit closer to you, would you tell the jury who that is in the room with you and Mr. Zachary?
Detective Dennis.
All right. Now, as you listen to the interview, are you able to hear as clearly and as well as you were sitting face to face with Quindarius Zachary what it was that he was saying to you? Or did you understand that question?
I think I did. I mean, he appeared. I appeared to understand what he was saying. It was clear.
And what I'm asking is, as you sat in the room with him on August the 5th of 2015, were you able to hear him clearer or more clearly than you are listening to him on the video?
Yes.
All right. And having watched the video, are you able to recall and tell the jury if there are things that aren't as clear as we listen to it here today?
Some things, yes.
Okay. When you showed Quindarius Zachary a phone number, was that the phone number for his mother, or was that the phone number that you had for Quindarius Zachary himself?
That was the phone number that he utilized himself.
All right. And where had you gotten that phone number from?
His mother.
All right. Do you recall when it was or under what circumstances you got that phone number from his mother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury about those?
I believe he was arrested early May for possession of a firearm. Shortly after that arrest, my team conducted a search warrant at his apartment off of Cleveland Avenue in hopes of recovering other firearms that he had recently purchased and other evidentiary things. And at that time, I believe he was in jail and his mother and some family members were in the apartment.
Okay.
And that's when I spoke with his mother, got his phone number, and also gave her my phone number and his girlfriend at the time my phone number.
Who was his girlfriend?
Summer.
Good?
Yeah, Summer Good.
All right. When Mr. Zachary, or you all asked Mr. Zachary, what is it that he wanted to talk to you all about? Did he say why he wanted you all to go first? Or did you hear him say, you go first, something to that effect?
Yeah, I think I asked him, what did he want to talk about? And from previous experiences, I know that when interviewing people, they want you to say what you know, and that way they can work their lives around what you already know, or get away from telling you the actual truth. So I leave it up to them to start it off, and he appeared to kind of be evasive and wanted to tell me about other shootings and incidents as opposed to what I wanted to know about the shootings from April 28th.
And when you told him that you wanted to talk to him about what he had been charged with, and he responded, I wasn't there that night.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do? What did you accept that as fact, or did you ask him, well, what did you do? Your Honor, there is also context that she can give that she has said she was clearly able to hear and discern in the interview room more clearly than perhaps can be heard on the video.
I don't know that it's been established that anybody's unable to hear it on the video. Sustained.
Okay. So when you asked him in the video, you weren't where, well, what do you hear about? Did you know, or did someone tell you before you had gotten into the interview room what it was that he wanted to talk to you about?
His family members said that he wanted to talk to me about his case and other stuff.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, it's explaining what she was expecting and why she responded the way that she responded. So
Sustained.
yes, Your Honor. Now, when he began explaining to you that Summer had called him or had come waking him up saying that D had just got jumped, at that time, did you have any information about D or Demikion getting jumped on April the 28th?
Yes.
And where was it that he had gotten jumped based on the information you had?
At Club Crucial.
All right. And that's what, 2517 Donnelly Hollowell?
Sound about right. Okay. Yes.
At the time that Quindarius Zachary told you that she had gotten, or that Summer said that they had gotten into a whole bunch of shooting and that they had pulled up at his cousin's house, Alexis Bryant. Did you know the name Alexis Bryant?
I can't recall if I heard it or not.
At any point during the course of this investigation into these retaliatory shootings, did you hear the name or did you learn about an Alexis Bryant outside of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
What about Tay or Threat?
Yes.
What can you tell the jury about who that is, Tay or Threat?
I've been familiar with Tay or Trevante Turner for a while. He was a documented gang member. I believe he was MDC. Had several cases with involving him.
Okay.
Prior to this.
All right. And when you say Trevante and he says, I don't know his name, and goes on to name other people,
mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with those other people that he names as well?
I am.
When Quindarius Zachary tells you that Moontunk had been cussing D out, did you know who Moontunk was?
I did.
Who was Moontunk?
Antonio Sledge.
Before you heard Quindarius Zachary tell you or talk to you about Moontunk, did you know who Antonio Sledge was?
I did.
All right. And had you documented Moontunk or Antonio Sledge as being a member of any particular gang?
I did.
Which gang?
YSL.
All right. What about Demikion or D? Had you documented him as being a member of any particular gang?
Object. Hearsay confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang had Demikion been documented as belonging to?
As initially 30 Deep, and later on we added a subset of YSL.
Okay. And when you said you're talking about Lil D from 30 Deep, is that what you meant, the gang 30 Deep?
Yes.
All right. And is 30 Deep a gang that operated in the Mechanicsville area of Atlanta?
It is.
When Quindarius Zachary first mentioned If Gang,
Mhm.
did you know what he was talking about?
I did.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what he was talking about?
I was familiar with If Gang, Inglewood family, as well as the recent beef between the two groups.
The recent what now?
Beef between Inglewood family and YSL/30 Deep.
And when you say beef, what do you mean?
Conflict.
Okay. When Quindarius Zachary talked about Perry Homes, where is that located?
Northwest Atlanta, near Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard area, Perry Boulevard.
Does that still exist?
Perry Homes?
Yes.
No, it's some apartments, but it's not the actual Perry Homes projects that it was.
And do you remember the address that Perry Homes, generally what street was on Perry Homes?
I believe it's Drew Drive, Johnson, an area of Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard. I believe it's 1903.
1903 Drew Drive?
I believe so, something like that.
All right. And when Quindarius Zachary talked about that's when they went and shot up Perry Homes, who did you understand him to be talking about having shot up Perry Homes?
What 4 people that he had just referenced?
Okay, Moontunk,
Shannon, Tay, Lil D.
Now, at the time, did you know or understand Shannon to be any particular person?
Yes.
Who did you understand Shannon to be?
A member of 30
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Hearsay, confrontation clause, also ultimate issue, invading the province.
Overruled.
You may answer.
A member of 30 Deep, and also we added a subset of YSL to his profile as well.
And Shannon, did he have a last name? Did you know his last name at the time you were listening to Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And what is his last name?
Previously, we knew him as Shannon Stillwell, and a few years later, it was Shannon Jackson. So,
but that's the same person, Shannon
person.
Stillwell. Okay.
Yes.
Before Quindarius Zachary mentioned Shannon, Tay, D, and Moonton shooting up Drew Drive, did you tell him that that's what you wanted to talk to him about, Drew Drive, before you went into the room? Did you say anything about, I want to know Shannon's involvement?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell any member of his family, I want to know Shannon's involvement in the shooting on Drew Drive?
No.
Okay. Before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary in that room, and he said, I kind of figure Moontunt was there though. Did you tell him you wanted him to tell you about Moontunt's involvement in the shooting at Drew Drive?
No, I told him I wanted to know what his involvement was.
Okay. And when he said or spoke about people not having a car, when you asked him, why do you figure Moontunt was there? Did you understand him to mean who it was that he was saying had no car?
Yes.
Who?
Shannon and Little D.
Okay. Why did you ask Mr. Zachary about his loyalty to Moontunt? Do you recall asking him how close he was to Moontunt?
Yes.
All right. And when he told you that his dad and Moontunt grew up together, and you asked about his loyalty, did he ever express anything different than, I have some for him, but he ain't got none for me?
I believe he did say that.
Okay. What made you ask him, had he talked to Moontunt since he had been in jail?
I knew Moontunk was arrested as well, and I kind of wanted to know if they were just trying to get their stories together to match. And he said that he spoke to him.
Okay. Now, that's an interesting thing. When you said you wanted to know if they were trying to get their stories together to match. Explain to the jury what you mean by that and why that was interesting or of note to you.
I like to have independent recollections of incidents, so I don't necessarily like if defendants talk and again try to get their stories to match to see what I know to sound more believable. So he didn't really go into detail if they spoke in depth or anything. He just said he spoke to him since he had been in jail.
At some point, did you speak with Antonio Sledge?
I did.
All right. And was whatever Antonio Sledge told you an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary told you?
No.
Okay. And when Quindarius Zachary told you that about his conversation with Muntu, and that Demekion having said he was scared and you tricked him, did you also talk to Demekion?
I did.
And is that Demekion Garlington?
It is.
Were Demekion Garlington's words an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary shared with you in the interview?
Confrontation clause violation. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Were they an exact?
You may. This might be a good time for our morning break anyway, so why don't y'all go ahead and have a restroom break. Mr. Steele, will you still need to approach? Okay. I mean, I suppose it's going to take 5 or 10 minutes if we break as well. So. Okay. Can y'all avert the cameras? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
And to everyone. Your Honor, Demekion Garlington is accused in our indictment and he's severed. There's some wonderful parts of his interrogation by Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis. And I can't go into it because he's not being called as a witness. He's not being given immunity. For the state now to say, does Mrs. Zachary's statement, and I believe the words, exactly match Mr. Garlington's interrogation? I'm objecting because I have no way of cross-examining that. I don't have Mr. Garlington here, and I'm not, this is like a backdoor way of shielding me and Mr. Adams from cross-examining Mr. Garlington, yet getting out some broad overview, exact, whatever exact means. And I'm objecting to it under confrontation clause and hearsay.
Okay, well, I understand the objection. I do not expect there to be any further, any kind of questioning that would try to get out what Mr. Garlington's interview does say.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, with that, I don't think that asking was it an exact match and getting an answer to that violates either of those things. So I'm overruling that objection.
Can we have a continuing, if you don't mind?
You may, although I don't expect there to be any other questioning on that topic. All right. If anybody, I'm going to take a quick break if anybody else needs to do that now.
So the judge just allowed a loophole to get Garlington type of testimony in. by asking, does Quindarius Zachary's testimony line up with Garlington's testimony? By the way, y'all, let's get the thumbs up. Let's get the likes up. Please, people, hit that like button. Hit that like button. Okay. We have 460 viewers right now. So we're building. And let's try to, can we get 460 likes? Can we break all records? Get 100% like out there? So y'all, let's talk about hearsay real quick. As a matter of fact, I have a hearsay. I have a banner. So this is my banner. This is the hearsay objection. This is my banner. The statement is objected to because it was made outside of court. So first of all, whatever you personally say in court is fine. So you can't really hearsay object to what somebody says of their own accord in court. But when somebody says that somebody else said something outside of court and is offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted without the speaker being available for cross-examination, then there may be a hearsay objection. So QZ gets on the stand and he says, Garlington told me that was what such and such did. You might get a hearsay objection. Why? Because Garlington is not present to be cross-examined. So QZ is saying Garlington said something. So basically QZ is saying, I heard this from somebody else. And that person, if that person can be cross-examined, and you can ask that person, hey, did you say this thing? Did you say this? Then you might be fine, right? Because if Garlington is going to take the stand and you can say, QZ said that you told him this. Did you tell him this? Now we kind of solved the problem. But what happens when QZ, Zachary, says, Garlington told me this? And you know you won't be able to call Garlington. So now you basically just have one person putting words in another person's mouth, and that other person who supposedly said the thing, they're not coming to the stand for you to question, did you say this? What did you mean? What were the circumstances? Were you joking? Were you lying? Did somebody tell you to say this? Did you have an incentive to say this? Were you under duress? Were you drunk? Were you... If that person who said the thing is not coming to the stand, how are you going to examine that? How are you going to bring to light exactly what was going on with that? So with hearsay, you want to avoid allowing your witness to say that somebody else said something when that somebody else is not part of the trial. Now, there are all kinds of exceptions. We will not get into the exceptions to hearsay. So what Steele is saying here is Steele is objecting to this question. Does QZ's statement line up or match up with Garlington's statement? Because if the answer is yes, then essentially you're saying Garlington said this same thing. But Garlington is not coming into this trial to testify. He is a defendant. He's a defendant. So as SR says here, also confrontation clause. You don't get a chance to bring Garlington in order to question him. Now you might say, well, why don't they just call Garlington? Because Garlington's a defendant. He's just not one of the 6 defendants in this trial, but he is part of this whole YSL RICO. He's been severed from this trial, but not from this indictment. So Garlington is going to stand trial or at some point for his part in, or supposed part in, whatever this is that they call it. So you're not going to be able to call one defendant to testify against another defendant unless, there's some kind of plea deal or something like that, like they did with Moncton. So it is confrontation clause. It is kind of a roundabout way of getting hearsay in the door. Y'all look, my wife brought me tea I asked her to make me some tea because I'm on stream, and she brought it to me in this kind of like German mug. Like, can I just have a regular coffee? Whatever. Anyway, regular coffee mug or something. I mean, it's kind of weird. So if y'all see me drinking out of this is actually tea. It's not beer, but I would certainly rather have a beer out of this thing than some tea. Yeah, a Stein. Is it a Stein? Yeah. She brought me my tea, my hot tea, in a beer stein. Yeah, beer stein. That's for me, exactly. So she walks in with this huge smile on her face, like, look, I did something special. And I'm like, thanks, but it doesn't quite have the tea feel. It doesn't quite have the tea feel for me. But anyway, have to be thankful that I have a woman who will make me tea in the morning. Yeah, it'll stay warm. It will stay warm in my beer stein. So, y'all, one thing I wanted to express to everybody, is, how in regular life, you have this idea that certain things have to happen through an official channel. Like, for example, in my life anyway, sometimes I'll hear that you need a court order for that. For example, with people's medical records, you need a court order. The doctor won't just give medical records to anybody. But if they have a court order, they'll turn the records over. Or, there are many things that, there's so much that if you get a court order, if you want to get a zoning variance for your house, you say, hey, I want to, do something on my property. I want to have chickens. Like where I live, you can't have any chickens. You cannot have chickens on this property. But if I get a court order, hey, let this guy have some chickens. Now they have to let me have chickens, right? So the court order is like this very, very powerful thing. And it really kind of it supersedes so much of what is the normal course in our society. Court order is magic, basically. A court order is magic. And now we're seeing how a court order happens. Judge Whitaker literally just signs it and it's done. Judge Whitaker and so many other judges across the country are the people who have this magic power.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back. Real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
All right. So Law and Crime said, hey, if y'all are going to restream the stream, we're going to throw a commercial in there. So, hey, not a bad strategy from them. So back to my rant about court orders, or I guess we're back. I guess we're not back. So back to my rant about court orders. It's interesting to see how the mechanisms of the court work, where you literally are looking at the person, Judge Whitaker, who is the person who will sign that court order for you. So, it kind of seems like this magical thing, but at the end,
I don't know if everybody or all the. Okay. Thanks. Go ahead.
Before we get started, I wanted to just make sure that 477 Yankee and 482 Yankee had already been admitted.
Would have been with which witness, do you know?
Mr. Zachary.
477. You said 477 and 482?
Yes. Why? As in Yankee. You can say
477, yes. Yes, both of them.
okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. What do you use? And Your Honor, is it okay if I ask the last question and allow the witness to answer?
Yeah, I don't think we got an answer. So, yeah.
That's not my computer, by the way, y'all.
What is
Is that
computer's making that?
I'm gonna, hold on. Let me see something. I can go to notifications and mute that.
Make sure your email.
Ask me some more.
AC, you know, I'm very hesitant to question the judge, what's going on with the judge, because I really like her. I think she's trying her best to keep this show on the road and to keep this thing on the tracks and on the rails. I just think she's decided this trial is going to a jury verdict. I just think that's what she's trying to do. You know, I just think she's decided this has to go to a jury verdict. And obviously it's been tough because there have been many moments.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Sergeant Gaither, before we broke, I think I asked you if what Demekion Garlington told you was an exact match to what Mr. Zachary told you.
No.
At some point, did you all speak with Kenneth Copeland during the course of this investigation into these shootings in 2015?
Yes.
And did you speak with him multiple times?
Yes.
Was what Kenneth Copeland told you in either of the interviews during either of the times that you talked to him ever an exact match to what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th, 2015?
No.
Vague, exact match.
Overruled.
I'll also then object, Your Honor. The jurors heard the statements of Mr. Copeland. They can make that decision, not this witness.
That's ultimately true.
Outside of any interviews that were captured on video during any interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever give you an exact match of what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th?
Your Honor, I don't have any reports or other. I'd like those reports addressed before questions are asked.
Is there a foundation for that question?
I can make a foundation. When you took Kenneth Copeland, or when Kenneth Copeland was brought over after he was arrested at the Dunbar Center, was he interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you help transport him?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any statements by Kenneth Copeland that are an exact match to anything?
Same objection.
Yeah, okay, so
Y'all see?
are there any statements by Kenneth Copeland that aren't reduced to writing or on video?
By you? Were there any interviews or statements?
That you know of by anybody having to do with this set of circumstances?
Not by myself or investigator Dennis, no man.
Do you know of any from anybody else?
I don't know.
Okay. Then move on to the next question.
And when you told Mr. Zachary, Demekion sat in that exact same chair, was that after you had interviewed Mr. Garlington? In other words, okay. And did you ever try to trick anybody?
No.
I'm going to continue playing, Your Honor, at 2:27:48.
Okay. She was telling me what happened. I told her she was telling me what happened right up front. And then I called Moonton. And Moonton told me he was outside. Say they ain't want me to ride with. They wanted me to ride, but they didn't want me to ride. What you mean? Like, they wanted me to go with him. Mm-hmm. But I ain't have to do that. So where were you sitting? I was sitting in the back seat.
Well, how were y'all sitting?
Huh?
Let's break that down.
Shannon's in the front, D right here. I'm on his side, Moonton drive.
Whoa, let's break it down.
So Moonton driving, Shannon front passenger. You sitting behind Shannon? Yeah. And Demekion behind Moonton? Yeah. Okay. So what exactly did they say they was gonna do? Like, why were they picking you up? Now you sitting on.
Say the passenger, seating charge one more time. Mountain driver, Shannon front passenger.
Me. And D.
And then
The other D.
Demekion.
Yeah. We went to meditate on. They was in difficult.
What kind of car you said? The orange is that?
Yeah, burger. It wasn't
orange. Who car is that?
The boy turned on. Is that his real name or is that like a fake name? It's Trey Duncan. I didn't know him because what gang he in? Or who he affiliated with? They both be blood, but like just like regular gangs. I don't know what regular gangs. They both be blood. So who all was in the car when they came to pick you up? When Moonton came to pick me up, Moonton, Shannon, and D. Okay, Moonton, Shannon, and D was in the car and came to pick you up. Where'd y'all go? She went to Perry home. Mm-hmm. When that lad went to the house on MLK. Mm-hmm. Shannon D and Tay got out the car. Me and Moonton stayed in. Shannon D and Tay got out the car and did what? They went and shot at the house. What kind of gun did Shannon have? Shannon had a Draco 762. Where is that gun in now? I don't know. Whose gun is that? I don't know. They already had the gun. What color is it? It's like a chocolate. Like a chocolate? Like 8-pack? I said, what color is it? Brown. What kind of gun is it? They had 762 AK. It looked like a deer gun, but it looked like a what? It looked like a big old deer gun, but it was an AK, you say? What about Demekion? He had a Moulton gun, which was what? That gun I got caught with. And you didn't shoot? No. But don't you own this? You went and bought like 3, 4 firearms. Man. Well, what tripped me out of those? It tripped you out of all of them, man. Yes, he did. We gonna get to that though. Right. So, did Traydon shoot any guns? Nah, he was driving. So he was driving. So the driver basically stayed in the car. Yeah. And you stayed in the car. Yeah. How far did they get up to the house? I don't know. We moved to him Paul way back. Like, they got up close to the house though. I think like front driver. I don't know if they got it up to the dog. I know they got the driver. I seen that much. Now they shot that house, and then that way people went Perry home. Okay. And how did you guys know what apartment was at Perry home? But who? Tay know what Philo girl house? Cause that's Philo girl house, right? That we saying his baby mom. Baby mom. So Tay knows them from the west side, basically. Y'all don't really have a home together, right? They beat before too though. Like they said, the mom knew that Tay shot at the house. But how is it that? Cause Tay's not flying. How is it that Tay even rolling with Shannon and y'all like that? Tay from Calhoun. Me and moved to all of Calhoun. He's originally from Calhoun. Yeah, and he's saying Big Boo, no Big Boo. He's quite important. Yeah. We sang Boo. That was met Tay. Okay, so he just cool with y'all from there. And then now we had went somewhere else before we went to Perry home. What about? Someone get some bullets, huh? From where? So somebody spot that he had on Cleveland. Like somebody like house or what? What's the spot? A spot? I mean, you gotta talk to me language terms. I don't know. A truck spot. What kind of bullets did y'all get? They ain't getting nothing for the top. They got some. Yeah, they got some. They ain't getting nothing for the 223. They got some for the Sunset too.
Who has the 223? Tay? This
is the one that Demikian had. Mom's not going that shoot 223 rounds. So is that Mom's gun that had the double drum? Is that the one you talking about? Yeah. That's the one that you shoot?
So the gun that you got caught with on May 7th,
yeah,
that's Mom's gun.
Stupid. He needed my gun to go for girl for that night.
He needed your gun.
It was small. That little gun y'all just got. That they just busted out and got. The little bit gun? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the 40. Was it the 40? 40 Smith & Wesson. So he needed my gun to go for girl out. So that's your 40? Yeah. Cause we just got him last week. I ain't had a chance to run it yet. But I had just bought that gun like a day or two before that.
We know.
From on Boulevard, one of the apartment, 493 Boulevard. No, I said I had bought
from Arrowhead. How do I know?
Yeah, I got a receipt.
I'm better for you.
Sergeant Gaither, at this point, at 2:34:22 in this interview, can you tell the jury what is being shown to Quindarius Zachary on Detective Dennis's phone?
A surveillance video from Arrowhead pawn shop of him purchasing firearm.
How did y'all get that? How did you all
down there and got it?
Okay. What was it that led you all to drive down to Arrowhead and get that surveillance footage?
We had receipts from where he purchased the firearms, and we ran his name. We had his name run through the federal system to see what all firearms he purchased and the locations, and that's how we were able to narrow it down to Arrowhead Pawn Shop in Jonesboro.
When you talk about the federal registry or list or whatever that is, could you explain what that is that you are looking at to get his name? What is it?
The federal government basically has a database that keeps track of persons that purchase firearms. During this investigation, we worked hand in hand with the ATF, and we utilize them and assist them with checking names through their federal system.
Does that list or system from the federal government include firearms that are purchased illegally on the street?
No, it's just firearms that are purchased from gun shops, gun shows, or pawn shops.
When you said that you had receipts of guns that Quindarius Zachary had purchased, where did you get those receipts from?
From his apartment when we executed a search warrant.
And that was after his arrest in May?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember any other items that you were able to recover off the top of your head?
I believe we recovered a firearm, a couple of cell phones. That's all I can remember at this moment.
Now, when Quindarius Zachary mentioned the little 40 that he had just gotten 2 days before he got locked up, did you all, and you said we still have to run that. What did you mean?
We recovered a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, which is almost the size of the palm of your hand, from his apartment. We hadn't had an opportunity to have the ATF test fire the gun to see if it came back to any other shootings or stuff like that.
And why is it that you all were asking Mr. Zachary where each person that he said was in the car that Monkton was driving, where each person was seated? Why was that of any importance?
Objection, Your Honor. It's
overruled.
Just to get a better understanding of each person's position in the vehicle, and based on where we recovered evidence from the shooting, just kind of wanted to make it a determination.
And when Mr. Zachary is showing or motioning to Detective Dennis on the paper that Detective Dennis has in front of him where each person is sitting, is he motioning in a manner consistent with what he had just verbally said to you all?
Yes.
When you asked Mr. Zachary about Tay knowing where Philo stayed, who is the Philo you were talking about?
Philip Collins.
And Philo's girl, who is that you were talking about? Do you remember a name, Kenyatta Troutman?
Yes, Kenyatta Troutman.
And was that who you were talking about?
His child's mother, yes.
And where was it that she lived?
1903 Drew Drive, Perry Holmes area.
Now, Philip Collins, do you know did he have a brother?
Yes.
And was Philip Collins documented in any of your files?
Yes.
How was Philip Collins documented?
He was a member of Haiti Gang.
Right. Haiti Gang. What about his brother? What was his brother's name?
Your Honor, this is confrontation clause and hearsay. I have no documentation.
Y'all approach.
Step out.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Y'all, I'm gonna rewind that so I can catch that again, so I can see what they're talking about. I'm gonna rewind it a couple of. I'll rewind it.
Child's mother.
So I can hear that again.
And where was it that she lived?
1903 Drew Drive, Perry Holmes area.
Now, Philip Collins, do you know did he have a brother?
Yes.
And was Philip Collins documented in any of your files?
Yes.
How was Philip Collins documented?
He was a member of Haiti Gang.
Right. Haiti Gang. What about his brother? What was his brother's name?
Your Honor, this is confrontation clause and hearsay. I have no documentation.
Y'all approach.
So the objection was confrontation clause about Philip Collins's brother? I'll be honest, y'all, I'm not totally clear on that one. Philip Collins. Let me run that back one more time since we have a little bit of time. I'm not totally clear on what the problem with that one was.
Haiti gang. What about his brother? What was his brother's name?
Your Honor, this is confrontation clause and hearsay, and I have no documentation.
Y'all approach.
Okay, so he said confrontation clause and hearsay. I have no documentation.
Yeah, thanks.
And Love is asking about Philip Collins' brother. Interesting. So let's see what comes out of this one. Ray Johnson says Love is saying things she shouldn't. Papa Bear, you said y'all think she's nervous about the auntie coming up. What auntie? I was wondering what you were talking about there. What auntie are you referring to? By the way, y'all, if you're watching, please hit the like button. For some reason, StreamYard does not tell me how many likes we have. So y'all can see it and I can't, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I know one thing, we will be better off with more likes. So hit the like button, please. Papa Bear, Gaither was doing, y'all think, 239 likes. Come on, y'all. Hit the like button for us, please. If you are not a subscriber, go ahead and subscribe now. Please hit the like and hit the subscribe. Oh, y'all think they would call the aunt? So, all right. So this is okay. Check this out, y'all. Yeah, I know what auntie y'all talking about now. Okay, so when Quindarius Zachary mentioned that was stricken from the record, I believe. Now, when I say I believe, I'm pretty sure Love asked for it to be stricken from the record, and it's stricken. If it's stricken from the record, I am not sure that the defense can open that up as a line of questioning because it was stricken from the record. Marley Bay says it was. So I don't know if the defense can just go into that. I do think, Brian Steele, and Brian Steele, even when Judge Whitaker told him not to talk about Glanville, he figured out a way to get that whole Glanville thing in his questioning. So I do think that if the defense thinks there's some substance to this rumor, to this accusation, to this assertion that Gaither is the detective who is testifying right now, or sergeant who's testifying right now. So Gaither is on the stand, and it is believed that at some point Gaither was in a relationship with a YSL defendant's aunt. It is believed that Gaither, the police officer, in 2015 or thereabouts, was in a romantic relationship and living with one of the YSL defendant's aunts. And furthermore, that the YSL defendant, who is not in this trial, but whose name keeps coming up, he's Lil D. Garlington from Mechanicsville. Furthermore, that Lil D. Garlington was living with his aunt, or stayed with his aunt, while she was also living with Gaither. In other words, the three of them lived or stayed together. These are the accusations. I have no knowledge about this, obviously. But that Gaither, Lil D. Garlington, who is a current defendant, and Lil D. Garlington's aunt all lived together while Gaither was actively investigating Lil D. Garlington. Y'all, I'm going to tell y'all something. This sounds to me like there might be, I don't know, obviously, but it sounds to me like there might be some truth, but I just can't imagine it's totally true. I can't imagine that it is 100% true that the guys know that Lil D lives with the woman who's trying to put the guys in jail. It's unbelievable to me. Paris says that it's a conflict of interest. It's not just a conflict of interest. That's from the ethical standpoint, from the government, from the state standpoint. I'm thinking about it from the YSL, from the people around Mechanicsville standpoint. You gonna hang with a guy who literally lives with the police officer who's trying to put you in jail? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if you are out here doing whatever you're doing, good or bad, and there's a police officer who's on your tail, who's on your coattail, who's on your heels, and that police officer lives with one of y'all who's running from that. It's like I'm running from you by day and I'm eating dinner with you at night. Nah. I just feel like the homies, the boys, the crew, the record label, the whoever, I just feel like they'd be like, Darlington, we can't mess with you, man. Like you literally live with the people trying to put us in jail. So to me, it just seems like there would have to be some kind of consequences to that. Papa Bear, she is probably going to say she was undercover. I mean, I don't know. But both Quindarius, Zachary, and his father said that. So what could I imagine? I could imagine that Gaither was in a relationship with the aunt before or after.
And Sergeant Gaither, as I was asking before you stepped out, Philip Collins, you said that he has a brother?
Yes.
And what is his brother's name?
Darren Mills.
Is Darren Mills, to your knowledge, older or younger than Philip Collins?
He's younger.
Do you know about how many years younger?
Roughly 5.
Okay. Does Darren Mills have a nickname?
Yes.
And what is his nickname?
D.
Now, is D a member of any gang?
Yes.
What gang is D a member of?
Continue interjection.
You may.
Thank you.
You may answer. What gang is D a member of?
Haiti Gang, as well as the subset Inglewood family.
Is that If Gang when you say
Gang.
Inglewood?
I'm sorry.
Is Philip Collins also Inglewood family or If Gang?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Philo and Dee's mother's name or address?
1428 Adele Avenue is the address. I believe her name may be Denise.
Is Cecilia Davis the mother?
Yeah.
Is Denise Bell the sister of Cecilia Davis?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with whether Philo and Dee have a sister?
Yes.
Do you know what her name is?
She's the twin sister of Darren. I believe her name is Diamond.
Diamond?
Diamond.
And what is Darren's last name?
Mills.
All right. And do they have a sister, Stacey Adams?
Correct, yes.
Did Stacey Adams live at 1428 Adele as well, to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you asked about Tay knowing Philo and Philo's child's mother from the west side, what did you mean?
They both were from the west side of Atlanta. Mr. Zachary stated Tay was originally from Capitol Homes, but he grew up on the west side as well. The same as Darren and Philo. So there's only a couple of high schools, a couple of middle schools in that particular area. So
where is Capitol Homes located with relation to the west side?
Capitol Homes is more or less downtown. Memorial Drive area. The west side is considered Bankhead Highway, Hollywood Road, parts of Martin Luther King, Cascade.
Okay. And did you prior to Quindarius Zachary telling you that he and Moncton were from Capitol Homes, and that is where Tay was from, were you aware of those facts before you went into the interview?
No.
Sustained.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to revisit that at a break or another time. Now, when Quindarius Zachary said that Tay used to hang with Big Boo, and you mentioned the name Quentin Porter, would you tell the jury how you're familiar with, just briefly, Quentin Porter or the name Big Boo?
I'm familiar with Quentin Porter, aka Big Boo, from Cleveland Avenue area. He was a known gang member of Raised on Cleveland Rock Crew. Worked several investigations involving him, so I was familiar with the name.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to resume at 2:34:22. Actually, before I do, let me ask you this. When Quindarius Zachary referred to a spot and then told you a trap spot on Cleveland, would you tell the jury what a trap spot is?
Trap spot is a location where drugs are normally sold or illicit activity is conducted.
And based on the investigations that you have conducted as a detective in the gang unit and during your time with the Atlanta Police Department, is a trap spot ordinarily a place where guns and ammunition are also stored?
It is.
And at the time that Quindarius Zachary told you about a trap spot on Cleveland, at that moment, did you know what trap spot on Cleveland he was talking about?
Not at that exact moment, but I had an idea.
And was the idea that you had confirmed at any time?
No.
Okay. Picking up at 2:34:22.
Yeah, I think that's you.
We did all of that. So after we got bullied, went to Perry Wong. Okay. Then don't got out and shot the house. Who got out and shot this time? Tay, D, and Shannon. Tay, D, and Shannon again. Okay. And they had the same gun that they had before? From that? Nah, it was another one called this time. And called Tatum. What's his name? I think his name Lee. Lee? Did he get out of the street? Yeah. Yeah, handgun. You remember what kind? I didn't know. Two handguns.
Who called Lee was there?
He didn't call Tatum. That's Tatum from
Lee.
They went and got him out the little. Okay. Make that up.
Pausing at 2:35:28. Sergeant, at the time you spoke with Mr. Zachary on August 5th, 2015, did you know either Tay, D, Shannon, or Montun to be wearing dreads during that time?
No, they weren't.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about a person named Lee, did you know of a Lee associated with them, with YSL? That did have dreads at the time.
I know of a Lee that was associated with Tay and Traydon from MDC.
Okay. Now, what Lee was that you knew of?
Ali Caldwell, Caldwell.
And when you say dreads, are you able to describe the type of dreads that Ali Caldwell had?
Yes, he had not necessarily like dreads like mine, but they were more or less like big planks. If any of you guys are familiar with the rapper Jay-Z, the larger plank style locks, that was his hairstyle at the time.
Thank you. Continuing at 2:35:28.
After the Perry Home got shot up. Perry Home got shot up. Shoot. Who went in the house? Where they dropped? I went in the house. 405 on Cleveland Avenue. But they met me on. We met some at the gas station. Which gas station? On Silver Road. And I called him in the house. Which one on Silver? The Silver. Like right by 166. Yeah. How far you right there? So someone met you right there, picked you up, and then she drove you to the house. We let my cousin drop us off at the house. I'm gonna keep on coming because she still go to the house. Okay. So tell me about this line stuff. Hey, stay shrine. Why do y'all call yourselves slime? Number one. I'm not no shrine. Why do they call themselves slime? Because we stealing stuff. So it's like you being slimy or grimy about it. Like, say me and you cool, right? And you got a girl or something. And you leave out and I talk to your girl. Try to talk. So you really like slimy, it's good.
So there's no rules, like it's like I slammed that nigga. Yeah. Like so even if we cool, you can rob me. And it's like just slam.
Yeah.
So basically no rules, no laws. But you say you ain't slam?
No. I ain't like they would know let me get out.
Why?
Cause my brother and he don't really want me hang around.
But you do.
I know. He be mad. Who's your brother? And I ain't tell you. He be mad. Who's the dread? Yeah, how you know? Come on, bro. He mad. He mad that I hang around eating and wood with him. But he's fine though, ain't he? Yeah, he's fine. So I'm saying, what does it matter? If he I'm little brother and then I'm sick. Mm-hmm. So if like something happened to me, he'll feel bad because you kind of got down to it. How did 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue link up for a long time? Anybody fuck with them? Y'all didn't fuck with each other. Those dogs fuck with the water. So that just kind of brought everybody together. How close are you on Woody? Well, how close were you? Only reason we got close because I don't hang with Mooch when I hang with the. Mm-hmm. And then another one, Woody, what you call it? We started this. So the Woody people, meaning Demekion and Shannon, everybody just kind of started linking up. Yeah. Y'all ain't never had no problem, nothing with each other? No. We ain't never had no problem with Campbell. Well, they ain't never had no problem with Campbell. I ain't never got into it nobody from Campbell. Ain't nobody never got into it nobody from Campbell. Mm-hmm. It just linked up like that. So how did it get to a point where, you really didn't have too much, really? What? No, go ahead. What the beat started, that's what you're saying? Yeah. Killed them, shot up, gun house, the dugout. Right. And then, the dumb Woody had come with the skating ring or something. Mm-hmm. And then you like, but they had shot through a window out. On which car? The SF. Right. And Thug like, nah, I ain't cool no nigga till they take my window.
But why they shoot up the dugout down there?
Who didn't care had some person going on? I guess big as bad. Who got more girl, more money? Both on, and that one got money.
They flexing somebody else shit.
Yeah. So, you know how it is. Kill one, like Thug coming to crucial, getting little money, throwing stuff. Kill don't want him to do that.
Right.
Yeah. But Thug he ain't clicking them, he ain't like them.
Right. He ain't like Kill.
Shot out in window.
So just over there in Windshield?
Every time they find it together, how?
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Oh, y'all didn't do that? Y'all didn't know?
No. I'm saying I wasn't physically there.
We know about it, but how many times they shoot us?
Like 200.
So they were just done.
Yeah.
But they knew y'all was in there?
Yeah, people posting pictures on Instagram, videos on Instagram.
I turned it off.
People posting videos on Instagram and stuff. And shoot, everybody finna go. Thug got to go first. So everybody walking to their car. I stayed there, I still gambling. I ain't have no gun anyway, so it ain't no sense me walking out there. Then you just hear gunshot stuff going off. They tell you in the woods across the street or something. Then don't everybody ran out the door. Everybody who was in those guns ran out the door stuff.
Right.
So they thought they wanted to get some money.
So when this Windshield got shot out, he confronted Kale about it?
Like the wolf. He ain't know. They ain't know the turf. They thought DC did. And then when I got shot.
Right. Who shot you?
I don't know. Okay. It's just shooting at the club.
Okay.
They thought MDC did, but come find out MDC didn't do it. Kill had told Thug baby mama who created it, he had did it. And she messed with Mutum. She told Mutum and went.
Wait, Thug baby mama was messing with Mutum?
No, Thug baby mama told my sister.
Okay.
And my sister was messing with Mutum.
Okay. So Tor?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it went from there.
So I'm just trying to follow you. So y'all in the dugout, they shoot up a bunch of rounds. Y'all come outside. They standing outside.
I ain't no gun.
Well, they went outside. They are.
Everybody
still out there?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you know that it was Kalen that did it?
I just told her, you know, I told they thought it was MDC or somebody else. Kale ran his mouth to Gucci head trying to play. And then
that's when he got back.
Yeah, she told my sister told Mutum.
Because then Mutum told Thug that it was Kevin.
Mutum told Wood and Thug, yeah.
Okay. So this incident with chain and phone getting stolen out the car.
That was way before.
I don't know. When did this happen with the dugout? That was in January, right?
Yeah. Dugout got shut up in December.
In December?
Yeah.
So from that point, it was really on, like, y'all just didn't fuck with each other. Meaning, YSL and
they ain't remember each other. They ain't remember each other.
Pausing, Your Honor, at 2:42:14. And we will advance to 2:43:13. Sergeant, while we are advancing, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Did you know during your interview with Mr. Zachary in August 2015, that before he told you, did you know that he was sick, as he called it?
Yes.
All right. And was that with an autoimmune issue?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything about that illness that at all appeared to affect his understanding or ability to communicate with you during the August 5th interview?
No.
When you heard Mr. Zachary say that he had never had a problem with Mechanicsville, did you have any particular understanding, or what was it that you understood him to mean? The area, the physical location, Mechanicsville, or something else?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant speculation.
Overruled.
I understood it to mean 30 deep. 30 deep operates in Mechanicsville.
And based on your background and your expertise as a gang expert, Woody, Shannon, and Demikion, did they have any affiliation with 30 deep?
Yes.
Were they all each 30 deep?
The three you just named? Yes.
When you heard Mr. Zachary talking about Kel, who did you understand him to mean?
Kelvin Watts.
Is Kelvin Watts in a gang?
Yes.
What gang?
Bird Gang, as well as Inglewood Family.
If gang?
Yeah. If Gang.
Okay. As you heard Mr. Zachary talk about the dugout, were you familiar with that location?
Yes.
And is that also the gambling house?
It is.
Where is that location?
Around Lakewood Avenue, McDonough Street, not the city, but.
All right. And is that an area that you knew of any particular gang to hang out?
Southeast Atlanta, I mean, it's kind of no man's land.
Okay.
It's really close to the area for If Gang, but it's not necessarily within that territory.
Okay. And before Mr. Zachary told you about the dugout getting shot, did you know about that incident?
From previous interviews, yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to pick up with the interview.
Every Monday, y'all know y'all got beef. Y'all still go to the club. I ain't go to the club like that. You ain't go to Crucial like that. But you hung out with him, like on the block. I might hang out on the block. But what I said, I ain't talking about Kevin. Oh yeah, I used to hang with him. Like I might go push one Monday, then not go in there Monday if I know it's gonna be something.
Right. So since you got shot, was it November, right?
Yeah.
How many times you think you went to Crucial since then?
About 10. I know not. Not
November to January, because it closed one night.
Oh, no, not to November, January, probably like, we had went out of town. Probably like 5 times. Like 5 times, 5, 4, something like that.
So when did you and Monto, so once he finds out from the girl that Kel did that, then what happened?
He tell what?
And then what?
Then we was like, oh, all right. And then that when they shot at kill. Y'all heard about that? MLK? Yeah. Well, the Moon shot at kill. And it went from there.
Where did y'all make
And then that one make what? I heard no video you talking about.
What video you talking about?
Moon mad about you.
Where did y'all make that?
Let me see. Moon mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
It was after I got shot up.
So sometime in December.
January. Sometime in January. Yeah. Actually. Yeah. So fast forward from December to January. So we in January now. Yeah. How and why was Nut killed? If Nut, because you ain't really mentioned nothing about. That's what I'm saying. I'm not involved. I don't know what in word made them do that. Made who do that? People killed. Shannon. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And ain't Nut. Lambo. Big Nose Nard who in jail right now. Yeah. Yeah. And Doo-Wop. And ain't Doo-Wop. What Doo-Wop look like? I don't know. He on your IG. That's the little Doo-Wop. Do the Doo-Wop. Yeah. How do you know this? I know. Because they told me. Who told you? Shannon told me. Yeah, told me. Why did they tell you? It was at the house talking about. Which house? The house. Well, the new one? Or the old? His condo down there? Yeah. What exactly did they say? A lot of folks can't go down there and murder, man. What you mean? Like, it's a big old, a lot of folks had something to do with it.
Explain how, from start to finish, break it down how it happened.
Yeah, one of the girl. Her name Bush. They saw Nut. They saw Nut where? At the bar shop. Well, they would be hanging at the bar shop in Texas one time. Mm-hmm. They saw Nut. And D was in the car with D got in another car. Which car were they in when they saw him? The Infiniti G35. What color was it? It was, I forgot what color it was, but the little manager had rented it. Amina? Yeah. I forgot what color it was, but man, what was it? It was my car. Yeah, man, Wood was in it later on that night. Okay. We had went to a little kickback. Okay. I thought we had wrecked it. Well, we did. We spent around the Springway. Yeah, drunk at the bottom, but no, we was just flying. It was Mike calling me and him. We just flying, trying to see what it was doing. You remember where they rented the car from? No, I don't know what she rented from. So Amina, you definitely know Amina the one that rented the car. So Amina rented the car for Thug. Yeah. Who did Thug give it to? Who he let drive? Yeah, who he let drive? No, yeah. And Shannon and Dua. They put me to meet yeah, girl. Bush. Where were they supposed to meet Bush at? I don't know where they supposed to meet it, but I know they supposed to know. That's what I'm saying. How did they end up over there by the sex club? Did they go looking for him? No, they probably left the studio. I went there when they after my little niece had a party, and then Moonsoon called Moonsoon didn't even know. Moonsoon somebody just killed Nut. And he I'm gonna meet Woody at the Gaither house. And then Woody was scared. Cause they chased him and all that. So did Woody have anything to do with Nut being killed? No. So when they drove past the barbershop, were they specifically going for Nut, or were they going for somebody else? They wanted the girl. But when they saw Nut, were they saying we're gonna get Nut, or was it somebody else? We're gonna get Nut. What?
Pausing at 2:48:20. Advancing to 2:48:33. Sergeant, the photograph that I showed you earlier that was marked as 503 Yankee. Who was depicted in that photograph that you were asking Quindarius Zachary to identify?
Demise McMullen, aka Nard.
Nard?
Nard.
Okay. And when he told you, when Quindarius Zachary told you the people who were in the car and was describing Donovan Thomas's murder, who did you understand him to mean when he said Nard?
Demise McMullen.
Is that the same Demise McMullen that you looked at in conjunction with Kelvin Treadwell for the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes, I arrested him for that shooting.
Picking up at 2:48:33.
How did it, what I think she's trying to ask, how did it get to a point of, you never said none of this?
Because they said it's power. They like the green light, all white, and 30 feet. They say nut. Nut said whoop or something like this. I mean, it's a go. And then, so power was at the gang meeting. Yeah. So you said if gang had a power at the house that they spot on MLK. Okay. And they said that YSL and 30D got a green light, which basically means you kill them if you see them. Like they fool. Yeah. So why did he put that out there? Do you know why he said that? I don't know. Cause they had never shot it. They had never shot it nut before. Like when you know teachers, like when they killed nut, everybody like, why the hell they do that to nut? Right. It was no attention at nothing, man. So do you remember the exact words that Shannon told you as far as what happened? Yeah. Like just caught a nigga nut down bad. You said we caught a nigga nut down bad. Yeah. I like who? Like me, yeah. No, doo-wop. I like, I'm telling you about gun they had. Which gun? They had AK-72, right? He said, you gonna tell what kind of guns they had for the murder, right? You said the AK-76. Whose gun was that? That was another gun. What else? That a 4.5. I don't know what other. Whose gun was the 4.5? Shannon. You remember what brand it was? XD or something. XD? Yeah. You know what that gun is now, or what these guns are now? Like, I know. Let me finish the story. Okay. They caught nut down bad. They took the guns in the car to OG Bentley. You know Bentley? Calvin Trevor. They gave him guns in the car. What did he do with it? He hid the guns and they took them in the car back. Do you know where he hid the guns at? I don't know where he hid the guns. I know they took to a spot on Cleveland. You know where at on Cleveland? A spot. Yeah, I don't know the address. It's on Oak though. On Oak Drive? Yeah. So this is all what Shannon is telling you. That was this was both Shannon and Jack told, but this Shannon what Shannon told me first. So Shannon told they both told me the same story though. Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or day after? Same night. Shannon I was walking through. I just walked me and Mooks when I just pulled up at the house. And Shannon finna go with her out. And all the bullets were going out the gun. Like, he like, we ain't got no guns. They see Mooks on gun. Right. Mooks had a little handgun. They see Mooks on gun and go to the store. Mooks say, wait, I ain't got no bullets. And that when Shannon started talking. Mooks still didn't know. He didn't know that night. Right. He didn't know that night that Nut had got killed. Nah, he knew that Nut had got killed, but he didn't know that they did. They're like, Mooks don't talk too much. That's what I heard too. Yeah. And then that when Shannon was telling me the story, said they were going to meet Bush, but they looked up and seen Nut. say they had rolled back around, and then started shooting up. So yeah, nothing to walk. So was Kale out there? No, I don't think Kale. Kale went out there in front of the barber shop.
Well, he wasn't the target.
I don't think he was out there, but it's just like we seen Nut. Right, because Nut made the call for all the young, because Nut had some rank, right? You know what Nut rank was? What? I'm asking you, do you know what his rank was in F? Nah, it's probably OG or something. Yeah, OG. So because he made the call and green lighted YSL 30D, he tell the other ones what to do. So they was the ones gonna be coming after y'all. So it makes sense to take him out instead of. That was it. A whole nah, it was like they ain't never shot at me. Well, like every game. They ain't never shot at you. They shot at me one time, but I don't know if that was them for sure. Where in Palm on Empire? See, y'all heard about that? Y'all didn't know they had something to do with retaliation? I don't know. Yeah. Are you saying that was them? Because we added in. Yeah, it had to be them. Well, I ain't know at the time until they got on Twitter instead of Twitter. Who was tweeting? Legal between, stood between. What was they saying? Like, we shoot at them, they make a police report. Something like, yeah, they say we shoot at them, they make a police report. But they shoot at us, won't say that. So, what did Nard tell you, if anything different than what Shannon said, like any exact words? No, I didn't tell them that. I mean, not Nard, yeah. And Woody. Yeah. So y'all went down there on the Sprinter bus. Stuck flew down there. Me, Shannon, Nud, yeah, Woody. Back at. I got you, Zachary.
Both you and when you the meet me, I went to her.
Yeah. So this was the next day after the murder? Yeah. Did you hear Nard say anything about it? No. I ain't gonna say nothing about it. Like, it came up when Nard kind of said something about we got back from Miami. About how long after the murder? Like, how long were y'all in Miami? Me, Shannon D, and Nard. And yes, we just stayed down there 2 days ago. It was like, we wanted to come back, it was bored. They just down there Birdman House. Woodoo down there scared. Cause they was shooting up on their house. Right. He was down there scared, he didn't leave on the sofa. Right. And then some nut like nigga Woodoo gonna fold. Alright, what you mean? How you gonna tell them?
Stopping at 2:55:13. Sergeant. I want to talk a little bit about what you covered with Mr. Zachary in the clip that the jury just heard. Now, when you're talking to Mr. Zachary about Donovan Thomas's murder, had you been assigned by the lead detective to get any information on that murder?
No.
And were you at any time working under Detective Thorpe while you were investigating the back and forth shootings between YSL and If Gang in 2015? And
under?
Right, were you working in the homicide unit underneath him?
No.
Did you work with him in some instances? For instance, in this interview, did he come in and listen?
Yes, he did.
But did you take direction from him? And were you consulted by him before he took out warrants on this murder?
No, I wasn't taking direction or consulting. We would share information just because we knew our shootings were direct, relation to his homicide. So if we could gain information for him as well as our own, we would definitely share that.
Okay. The Kelvin Treadwell, when you all asked Quindarius Zachary, did he mean Kelvin Treadwell? Is that the same one that was on scene during the preceding the Dexter Montgomery shooting? O.G.
Yes.
Bentley?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary spoke about taking when he talked about If Gang having a spot on MLK, were you familiar with what that spot was?
Yes.
Where was that spot on MLK?
1428 Adele Avenue.
Now, when Mr. Zachary talked about a green light, can you explain to the jury what that means, what that was?
Yes, and in gang terms, a green light is basically giving permission to lower ranking members of that particular gang, that whoever's green lighted, you're giving permission for them to harm them or kill them.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about O.G. Bentley's spot on Cleveland off Oak Drive that the guns were taken to, were you familiar with O.G. Bentley's spot off Cleveland on Oak Drive?
I was familiar with the spot.
And was that a place that you would describe as a trap house?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that. I'm going to object to that foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Now, before you spoke with Mr. Zachary, and Mr. Zachary told you that, was it that Woody had shot Cal?
Yes, I believe that's what he said.
Did Woody tell you he had shot Cal?
Of course not.
And when you all were asking Mr. Zachary about the timeline from November to January, why were you all interested in what was happening from November up until January 10th?
We kind of wanted a starting point to figure out why was everything occurring. If we could locate prior incidents leading up to it, whether it was shootings, damage to properties, collecting evidence, to see if we can just link the cases together.
Okay. The January 6th incident, were you all familiar with that before you spoke with Mr. Zachary? Were you familiar with anything happening on January 6th?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with?
There was a shooting. I believe it was damage to property at Club Crucial. A bunch of vehicles were damaged. I don't believe anyone got shot. I believe Demikian was assaulted
inside Crucial?
The club and proceeded to shootings
after. And were you aware of Yak and Duke getting arrested on that same day?
Yes.
Driving away from Club Crucial?
Correct.
Reputation clause, Your Honor. She was present and witnessing.
The evidence, okay.
Your Honor, the court had asked us if there was a particular spot that would make it better to break and then continue, but we can go on. I think that this
is this one?
This is one.
Okay, all right, and we're close to the noon hour, so we'll go ahead and break for our lunch. And let's shoot to be back at 1:15.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, y'all. What I'm gonna do is put on video, and I'm gonna take a break as well. So everybody, if you want to keep watching, we'll put on something from yesterday.
All right, do you want to just have Mr. Atkins here at 1:15?
Oh, he was headed down, but we'll tell him 1:15.
Okay, well, unless he walks in before we break. We'll see you at 1:15. One quick question, Mr. Steele, I appreciate you sending the order, and with regard to that, was there a ruling made on the record after y'all argued those in August, or just this written order?
There was oral argument, and then case law cited, the Harris case was cited, and then the court had the asked me to prepare the order.
Okay, so
That's
he
my
just
memory.
said granted, or took it under advisement and later
No.
said granted?
No, it was granted on the spot,
Okay.
and then wanted it reduced to writing.
Okay, all right. Well, I may take a look at that part of the transcript to see if it actually answers the issue, because at the bench, my understanding is that you had said this required the gang experts to reduce things to writing and in a report, and it doesn't actually say that in this order. It could be read to mean that, but I'm just going to go back and look.
That's fine.
Unless what was the state's understanding?
My understanding was that that was not a requirement. Mr. Steele specifically asked for that, and the court specifically said that he wasn't going to require that they do that. His understanding of the law was that that was not a requirement.
If it exists, produce it, but if it doesn't, you don't have to.
Right.
I mean, that's my understanding of the law too, but he could have ordered something else. So if the records, the transcript seems to reveal that, then I'll require that. But otherwise, I don't read the order to say that.
Well, okay, and whatever the transcript says, I stand by the
Okay.
Harris case.
Yeah, I read it.
And it says you make it better for cross-examination, you put things in writing, you get this.
Well, what was ordered in the Harris case, though, was the notes that existed. So anyway, I'll take a look.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. See y'all back at 1:15.
All right, y'all. So what I'm going to do during the break, I'm going to play something from yesterday. I'm going to play our video from yesterday. Anybody who missed it, I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm going to play from
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick...
check out the thumbnail. What do y'all think of the thumbnail? That was a pretty good thumbnail. Y'all should give some feedback on the thumbnails. Yeah, and go ahead and give us a like, okay? So thumbnail, yesterday, Whitaker went in on DA Love. She absolutely just leveled her all the way to the ground. So I'll put this on from Attorney Adams, from his
unorganized that you are throwing this case together as you try it.
Go ahead and hit that like button, y'all. Today we have an extraordinary moment in the YSL trial. We'll play this. This is akin to the Glanville Kirk out on DA Love, because this is the part where Adams kind of went off on Love. So we'll play this first part and we will be back.
And I really don't want to believe that it is purposeful. But honestly, after a certain number of times, you start to wonder how it could be anything but that, unless it is just that you are so unorganized that you are throwing this case together as you try it.
Go ahead and hit that like button, y'all. Today we have an extraordinary moment in the YSL trial. This is akin to the Glanville Kirk out on DA Love. At this point, we have the Whitaker Kirk. Whitaker absolutely went ballistic on DA Love. And you're going to see what became of this situation. What happened after Whitaker literally just laid all the way in to DA Love today. We haven't seen anything like this from Whitaker, I assure you. Also, we have another clip. Shout out to Empress Fox on X, y'all. Shout out to Empress Fox. She always coming up with something interesting. If you wait to the end of this video, we're going to flash back to earlier in the day where DA Sprinkle is on the stand. We have a super zoomed in Sprinkle and a super zoomed in Love side by side. Some people say that Sprinkle and Love were sending messages back and forth. Love at her computer and Sprinkle using the computer on the witness stand. I don't know what they were doing, but at the end of this video, you can see a little preview here. At the end of this video, we have that whole moment so you can be the judge. Other than that, y'all, again, we always appreciate you. Hit the like button, y'all. It costs nothing and it helps us out so much. So I appreciate that. Subscribe, comment, and let's get into it.
In fairness, when we went through this, there's the main focus was the speculation about what Donovan Thomas's sister knew and her reactions, and then just kind of gossiping on that. He's Thug's road manager is in the transcript, line 85, page 85, line 22. It's just not it has it as unintelligible. So in fairness, that particular part wasn't kept out, I don't think, for the same reasons as everything else in this passage. However, I will say, going off my recollection, I don't believe that I believe that that came up during the examination of Mr. Zachary, and I don't believe Mr. Zachary denied that. I thought he said he used to be Jeffrey's or Thug's road manager. So that's already come out.
Is that the only sentence that you wanted in?
Out of this group, yes, I'm given that the way that the court has ruled on the rest of them, I'm not even going to take time up arguing about any sentence other than that one in this group.
Okay, and didn't he admit that anyway?
Not to my recollection, he did not.
Did you ask him about it?
I think unless it was necessary that I continue doing what the court asked me to shorten, which was confront him with every single line in his interview, that his saying he didn't know, he lied, he's high every time the state asked him a question, and the court found at the time he was testifying that we had gotten out enough to play the entire interview. I believe that that situation hasn't changed. So I believe that this is information that contradicts and is a prior inconsistent statement to his trial testimony.
Well, he, much like Mr. Copeland said, some of it was true and some of it wasn't.
Your Honor, when I was going through, there were repeated objections. The court admonished the state to not belabor confronting him with every single piece of information. The court reminded the state that he didn't remember anything when it came to us. His memory returned with the defense.
Okay, I mean, that wasn't out to begin with, so the next one, 19.
Yes. So on cross-examination, we had originally said, okay, this is out. On cross-examination, and since this hearing, defense has continually asserted and made efforts to show that Kenneth Copeland was the person that, in fact, did this murder, I believe. They even went so far as to ask Mr. Zachary about his belief as it relates to Kenneth Copeland and committing the murder. We think that given the doors that have been opened since this hearing and through Mr. Zachary's testimony, that Mr. Zachary's statements and what police believed and how and why police believe what they did are relevant and pertinent in this trial, that the pertinent information that the jury should be entitled to hear.
This line, my understanding and belief is that investigator Dennis is the one saying this. That's and talking about how the streets had already convicted Woody and the rest. I have no idea what investigator Dennis said during an interrogation when he's asserting facts or alleged facts would be admissible, his out of court statement.
It's not coming in. The fact that he might be saying that in an interview does not mean it's anything that was the actual official position of the investigation. The one that you number 20.
So, Your Honor, as it relates to Antrevia Smith and who shot up her house.
Yeah, it was hearsay before.
We're not asserting that Quindarius Zachary says they say Kel and them we're not asserting that Kel and them shot up the house. We actually believe that Kelvin Watts was in the house. So in as much as hearsay is statements out of court that are asserted for the truth of the matter being asserted, we're not offering it for the truth of what Quindarius Zachary says. He's trying, we believe, to take attention away from YSL by saying Kel, the rival gang, shot at Antrevia's house. We have evidence that Quindarius Zachary and Antonio Sledge made a video threatening Kelvin Watts after, and that Antrevia Smith gave that video to the police after her house was shot up. We have evidence that her back door was open. So there is circumstantial evidence from which the jury could infer that they were in fact there at the house. Given that we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, and given the testimony that has come out, and given that Quindarius Zachary trying to protect members of YSL for something that the jury could reasonably infer that they actually did, we'd ask that the court allow us to put up that information in the interview.
All right, that's still out. I'm not changing my mind on that. So 21, it was, did you establish that Mr. Zachary was present?
Actually, Judge, what I think that we did not argue and the court did not have, was not made privy to, is the fact that Mr. Zachary said that I'm sorry, just one second. That Mr. Zachary said that they came back and said, we just shot up Lucci's mama's house. My understanding is that the court said that we needed to prove that Shannon was present when they said that, and that under those circumstances, it's admissible as an adoptive admission. But given that Mr. Zachary also said that Kenneth Copeland said to the other two people that he told police committed this shooting, let's ride, that the three of them came back and that they said, we just shot at Lucci's mama. All of this is co-conspirator hearsay that should be admissible against everyone in court. And Your Honor, if the court is really not going to grant reconsideration, but will summarily deny,
I'm not summarily denying anything, or we'd be done and we'd have the jury in here. I'm listening to what you have to say about everything.
this is a co-conspirator statement that proves elements in this of the offenses charged in this indictment. We'd ask that the court reconsider and allow the state to put in evidence that.
All right. So what did you establish that Mr. Stillwell was present when Copeland said we did it?
I believe that circumstantially, the jury can infer based on what he actually says in the interview.
Okay. So no, then that won't be changed either.
And Your Honor, it's.
Yes, ma'am. You can argue circumstantially anything, but this statement, this part of the statement's not going to come in. Number 25, what's different now that should be reconsidered?
There was, I think, a specific cross-examination question about Mr. Zachary's opinion regarding who did this and why. And I think, again, given what information has come out before the jury, Mr. Zachary has shown himself willing and wanting to protect the people he gave previous statements about. And I believe that this information is inconsistent with what he testified to at trial and should be allowed as a prior inconsistent statement.
Okay. But in terms of establishing a foundation that he had a basis to know that anybody did this because they wanted a name, that didn't get established, right?
Your Honor, so is the court unwilling to consider what was said in the actual interview as
I already
establishing?
considered what was in the actual interview as establishing or not establishing, and I made my ruling. So if nothing in the testimony developed that foundation, then the ruling stays the same. So that would take care of number 29. And then, well, I'm sorry, 25 and 29, which takes us to 30. I don't recall hearing anything that, can you offer anything that should change the ruling on that?
Considering he denied everything he told them previously, I don't believe I can.
And then what's 32?
Judge, I'm not asking for any more reconsideration. Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's get Mr. Sprinkle back and the jury out.
And Your Honor, also before the court does, I just want to make the court aware that we did make efforts to get this video extracted and not pixelated, and it's going to be pixelated unless it's played through evidence reviewer. So we will be having to play it through evidence reviewer. We were not able to get a way to play an evidence reviewer video cleanly and plainly without evidence reviewer itself.
Oh, Your Honor.
Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, so before we broke for lunch, there was some discussion with this witness about comparing Defendant Stillwell Exhibit 44, which was a picture with a State's Exhibit 510, which was essentially the same picture. And there was a little box. And I just wanted to let y'all know that there was nothing in that box at the time it was introduced into evidence, because at that time it hadn't been established what the box meant or what was in the box could come in or anything like that. So that's the reason that there was nothing in that box. There's not anything nefarious about that. Okay. All right. Just want to let y'all know that. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp. Thanks for the reminder.
Your Honor, permission to publish DS44?
Yes, you may.
Actually, you know what? 510Y. State's Exhibit 510Y and Defense Exhibit DS44.
Okay.
Okay, we can agree that that is the same picture?
Yes, the photograph is the same. The stuff around the photograph, the frame and whatnot is different.
Okay, and that photo is also on the screen, correct?
Yes, the DS 44 is on the screen. That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to get this right as far as what your testimony is. You've been to the exterior of the Sky House, correct?
Yeah, I've been outside the Sky House.
As part of this investigation or another investigation?
It was this investigation.
Okay. You've never been inside the Sky House or inside the units?
No, I've never been inside one of the units.
Okay. Is your testimony that this is a picture of Shannon Stillwell in the Sky House or not?
I believe that it is, though I've not been inside the Sky House. That was my recollection from everything I put together, that was him standing inside the condo at the Sky House that evening. But if you were to ask me, like, if I stood where he is standing in this picture, no. So I can't say with 100% certainty now.
Okay. Now, in States 510 Yankee, I believe it is, there's a date and time on that photo, correct? On that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date and time?
January 10th, 2015 at 9:58 p.m.
2015 at 9:58 p.m. Okay. Now, that is the date where someone posted this photo with this caption on social media, correct?
That's correct.
That is not necessarily the time when this photo was taken.
That's correct.
In fact, do you know who took this photo?
Well, there was somebody who told me they took the photo. I showed them this photo and they told me they took it.
Okay.
It's written in my report, so if I'm wrong, please let me know, but I'm pretty sure I recall who told me that.
Okay. And were you able to determine when this photo was taken?
I can tell you, all I know is what the person told me.
Okay. You're not, and I don't want to elicit hearsay, but you're not, please keep that up, Mr. Kokomo. You're not telling the jury that this photo was taken on January 10th, 2015, are you?
I don't know when the photo was taken.
Okay. Well, you're familiar with the seasons here in Atlanta?
I am.
All right. Sunsets?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, 9:58 p.m. on a January evening. You would agree that that photo does not depict what the Atlanta streets would look like at 9:58 p.m. on January 10th of 2015, does it?
No, it'd be dark out.
It would be dark out if that was in fact the time.
That's correct. Eastern Standard Time, it would be dark out.
Okay, so bottom line is, this is Shannon, but we do not know, we don't have any information to say when this photo was taken.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, I was told when it was taken, thereabouts.
That information, I understand that we're getting back in this hearsay. That information wasn't that it was taken that day, was it?
That's correct.
It was taken another day.
That's correct.
So this photo does not place Shannon Stillwell at the Sky House on January 10th, 2015, does it?
Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know when the picture was taken.
Your information is it wasn't taken on January 10th.
That's well, it was posted on January 10th, but I don't. Like I said, I know that's not. I don't know that it was taken on January 10th. If the person who told me something else says otherwise, then it wasn't, or was telling me the truth, then it wasn't.
Okay. Let's talk about, and you can take that down, Mr. Kokomo. You can take that. Thank you. You became involved in this case in January 2016, correct?
Around that time, it may have been a little bit before that, but that was when I really started getting involved.
And I've read your report. You reviewed certain work done by other individuals, correct?
I did.
Okay. Now, my question to you is, were you provided with Detective Thorpe's file?
I was.
His entire file?
Well, I have what he gave me. Was that everything in his file? I don't know. I'm sure I asked him for everything in his file. I hope that he gave me everything that he had.
Do you have his rough notes?
I don't know that I got. No, I don't think I did. If it's not so with me, everything that I receive would be digitized. So if it's not like, in other words, if I were to get something like rough notes, which if he were to just give them to me, which would be unusual, and I would remember something like that, I would have immediately scanned them anyway, and they'd be reduced to digital form. If they're not in the digital case file, then I don't have them.
How about Investigator Dennis and Investigator Gaither? Did they give you case files?
They gave me. I wouldn't go so far as to say well, I guess it depends on what you define as a case file. They gave me cell phone records that I asked for, various videos and cell phone data extractions. I remember meeting with Dennis in particular, at least it would have been multiple times, but yeah, and just sitting at his computer and him just saving things like cell phone records and whatnot to like an external thumb drive. So when you ask me if they gave me case files, it'd be something like that. It would be like data that was pertinent, like cell phone records, that kind of thing. But as far as like a completed case file, I don't know if I received anything quite like that from them.
Did they give you police reports that they authored?
Yeah, I seem to remember they did.
Did they ever indicate to you that some of their police reports were missing, that the Atlanta Police Department had lost them?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall anything specifically about any police reports being deleted. They don't type them on a typewriter. There should be a database. I've never heard of that. I don't know how they would just be deleted. There'd be an audit trail or something. So no, I don't recall anything like that. It's not to say that nothing about like that was said. I just don't remember it.
Right. There would be a trail, an audit trail for reports that are typed in, but then go missing, correct?
Well, yeah, you would think, right? Like I said, they don't type them on a typewriter. It's some sort of database. I mean, I guess maybe I'm speculating a bit, but it's just common sense.
Judge, I would object speculation if this witness can't say.
Let's talk about these videos. When you received the case file, we had a surveillance video outside the barbershop from various angles.
There were 2 angles, I believe, that were pertinent anyway.
I think it was 3, but I got you.
Okay.
And then video outside the Texaco.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask the same question since you volunteered that Mr. Copeland is not on the Texaco video.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see Mr. Shannon Stillwell on the video?
No.
Outside the Texaco?
You do not.
Okay. Now, as part of an investigation, leave you out of it. Part of an investigation is to obtain surveillance video, correct?
Yes.
And now when you take over, you said January 2016. I'm saying take over. Maybe that's not the correct word. You became involved January 2016, correct?
That's correct.
All right. That's a year after this incident.
That's correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that over a year's time, things can happen with surveillance video, the availability of surveillance video that would make it difficult for someone taking over a year later to uncover surveillance videos that had not been retrieved yet?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Surveillance videos they're just stored on computers and eventually, but they don't have infinite storage. So there's a retention period that's oftentimes very short. It can be 48 hours to 2 weeks, but a year, I wouldn't think that you'd be able to get surveillance video after a year from anywhere, unless the people that maintain the video just like preserved it on their own without the prompting of the government.
And in a situation like that, the expectation of obtaining pertinent surveillance video would be on the original investigators, not someone taking over a year later like yourself.
Yeah, I mean, maybe particularly back then. I mean, maybe now with all these private companies like Ring, maybe they retain their video a little bit longer. But like a gas station where they just have the storage mounted inside their facility on like a hard drive. Yeah, you're not getting video after a year unless, like I said, they took the initiative on their own to preserve it.
And these time limits they're known to law enforcement. You know about these time limits, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, it's not a secret.
No.
Okay, and that's why it's important to obtain surveillance video quickly in an investigation.
Yes,
it's going to be pertinent. Okay, so Green Store. You know that is Mommy's Grocery on Glen Street, correct?
That sounds right. I'm familiar with the Green Store. I can't recall the specific address, but that sounds right to me.
A minute from the barbershop.
Okay. I don't know if it's quite that close.
Okay. Question that I have, when you took over this case and reviewed the statements, you became aware that Kenneth Copeland placed himself at the Green Store, according to his rendition of events, at the approximate time of the shooting. Correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstatement and of the
Can
facts.
you rephrase?
Kenneth Copeland placed himself upon your review of the work that had already been done on this case. You became aware that Kenneth Copeland, in his statements to police, placed himself at the Green Store at the approximate time of the shooting.
Wait, placed himself at the Green Store again? I don't know, because the thing, he wouldn't have, during his statement, he didn't know the exact time the shooting occurred. So I don't know that he would be able to say that I was there when the shooting occurred.
I know, but you have reviewed surveillance, you've reviewed the times. And what I'm asking is, did Kenneth Copeland place himself at the Green Store, to your knowledge, at the approximate time of the shooting?
So if the 911 call was at 7:22 p.m., which I believe it was, from what I recall, Mr. Copeland's cell phone tower logs placed him in the area of the Green Store starting at about 7:26 p.m.
Okay. So within 4 minutes of the shooting, he's claiming he's at the Green Store.
I don't know if he claimed that. This is what I found in his cell phone records. I don't know if he was actually at the Green Store at that time.
Did you not listen to his statements that he gave?
I did.
His June 10th statement. Okay. Let me just ask you this.
But I just don't know if it was that specific where he said, at this time I was at the Green Store. This is based on my review of his cell phone records, trying to piece together his timeline outside of the interview.
Okay. In your review of the case file provided by Detective Thorpe, did you ever see any surveillance from the Green Store?
No.
Did you ever make any efforts to obtain surveillance from the Green Store?
No.
Okay. McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue. I'll ask the same question. In the case file provided by Investigator Thorpe, did that have surveillance from McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
It did not.
Okay. Did his documentation ever document a reason why that wasn't included?
I don't recall. I believe I just don't know. I don't know why it wasn't included.
As part of your investigation, albeit after a year, did you ever obtain any video from McDonald's?
I didn't.
One last thing. Do you have your report in front of you?
I do.
Okay. As part of your investigation, I think you testified. Well, let me ask you this. Your role with the DA's office, it seems since 2013, has kind of been a dual lawyer/investigator role, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're not in standard courtrooms necessarily litigating cases. You're doing more investigations.
I do the preliminary hearings on the murders, but yeah, for the most part, I'm just investigating cases.
Okay. Now, as part of your role in this special role within the DA's office, have you obtained training about forensics and evidence collection and things of that nature?
That's a broad question. I've been to there. Yes, I have attended training and CLEs and that kind of thing. It may be a little bit more specifically.
Okay. You're familiar with gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the places gunshot residue can be looked for is someone's hands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And hypothetically, if I were to hand or fire a firearm.
Objection, Your Honor. This is improper for this witness.
I think that's a foundational objection.
I'm going to ask him about the work he did in a second.
A hypothetical?
I'm just getting there. Okay, well, forget about the hypothetical. Can you test someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. And the time window for testing someone's hands for gunshot residue is
Objection,
very
Your Honor.
limited, correct?
Foundational.
Objection, yes, there is a foundation objection. Thank you.
Sustained.
Do you, as part of your job, do you seek out search warrants to obtain evidence in criminal cases?
Yes. Well, I draft them and review them with the DA's office investigators primarily, and then they seek them out as the affiants.
So much like a homicide detective, you're able to look at a scenario, decide what sort of testing you would like on a certain piece of evidence, and then have the investigators that work with you draft such applications for a search warrant.
Yes.
Okay. And certainly, as in this role where you're seeking evidence, you know about the rules of evidence collection and what can be collected and the timelines that it can be collected in?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to, I submit that ADA Sprinkle is an expert in gunshot residue collection.
No, I don't think that's been established.
Okay. Did you seek gunshot residue testing in this case?
I certainly contemplated on one specific item, but that ultimately didn't work.
Well, you in fact drafted a search warrant.
I did, yeah.
Okay. So let's go back. Hands, there's a limited amount of time that you can search for gunshot.
Objection, foundation.
You need to establish that if you can, whether he knows that.
Do you know about the timeframes general as they apply to the collection of gunshot residue off of different types of objects?
No, I don't know that it's static. I don't know if it's, the particulate matter that is expelled from a gunshot just dissolves after a certain amount of time. I don't think that's how it works.
Right. It remains. That's
And-
your understanding, is it remains.
Unless there's some external force that removes it.
Like sweat or washing your hands or something like that.
Objection,
correct?
Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. The rules for those timeframes are different from hands to other objects.
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
On May 9th, 2016, well, you were following up on with Hertz Rental Car about the Infinity, correct?
It would have been around that period. I don't remember if that was the specific day, but that sounds about right.
Okay, and through investigation, you were able to determine the actual VIN number of the Infinity, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was just within the records that is Hertz sent us.
Okay, and on May 9th, 2016, you located that actual car, the Infinity, correct?
Not me personally, but investigator. Well, maybe I figured out where it was. Somehow or another, we figured out it belonged to a private citizen in Mississippi.
Miss Cleveland, who lives in Como, Mississippi, correct?
Irma Cleveland, yes.
All right. And you confirmed that the physical car was in fact in her driveway on her property, correct?
There's some law enforcement officer drove out there and photographed it.
Okay. And on May 31st, 2016, you would agree that is 1 year, 5 months after the Donovan Thomas shooting, approximately 1 year, 4 months?
Yes, that's about right.
Okay. After finding this Infiniti in Mississippi, you drafted a warrant, a search warrant for a search of the Infiniti, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, in that search warrant that you had drafted, you were looking for two things in particular, correct?
I remember gunshot residue was one of them, I believe, and also some data from the computer system.
Right. You were interested in extracting the contents from the computer system of the vehicle, the Infiniti.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And you were also interested in a search for gunshot residue from the inside of that Infiniti, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you specify what parts of the car that you were seeking to have searched for gunshot residue to have wiped?
Well, I don't have the draft in front of me, but I would imagine the headliner, the cloth that kind of that is affixed to the ceiling of the vehicle.
Why would you have chosen the headliner?
Just in my experience, that's traditionally what's analyzed for gunshot residue inside a vehicle.
It's made of cloth.
It is. Well, I usually, I guess now that you mention it, I don't know for a fact that the headliner in this particular vehicle was made of cloth.
Okay. And it also would be at the top of the vehicle where the particles are likely to shoot up when the gun is expelled, correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation relevance. 403.
Sustained as to foundation.
Well, as a drafter of the search warrant, you felt the place to look for gunshot residue was the headliner of the vehicle.
Yeah, I don't remember if that.
Asked and answered. And with respect to foundation.
Because he didn't answer the last one because there was an objection.
And
You
foundation.
didn't answer that.
You thought the headliner was a good place to look.
Yeah, I don't know if I just in the search warrant I said only take out the headliner. It was probably broad enough to allow the law enforcement agents to be executing the search warrant broad latitude in the surfaces that they analyzed.
And you were interested in having this search for gunshot residue inside this vehicle done, even though 16 months had passed since January 10, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other defense counsel? Mr. Weinstein?
Good afternoon, DDA Sprinkle. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
I believe we met once before, but my name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Okay.
It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
So you've had some testimony today about people's general location with respect to cell tower, cell tower data that you collected, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And for a cell tower, you generally have, for example, in some towers, you know the tower and it might have 3 antennas, each of which, for example, have a 120-degree arc, correct?
Yeah, that's the general rule. Yeah.
And so when you're locating people, when you testify to that, you're testifying about their general location because of the antenna that it's hitting, correct?
That's correct.
But you don't know the actual location of that cell phone, or even if it's within that 120-degree arc, do you?
No, you don't know. Well, there's a good chance it's within that 120-degree arc, but the exact location within that arc, no.
When you say a good chance within that 120-degree arc, I mean, you went to Georgia Tech, right?
Yeah.
In the engineering school?
No, public policy.
So you never took, for example, fields and waves over in the EE department?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And so, but you're not aware that electromagnetic signals bounce?
Well, I'm generally aware of that, yeah.
Okay. Just like, if you shoot a basketball up at a basket and it comes down from the backboard, doesn't mean the person shooting the basketball was behind the backboard, right?
Right.
Okay. So when you say that someone's located at a particular location, that's just because of where the antenna is, right?
That's right.
Okay. You also testified earlier, and stop me if I'm wrong, that you attempted to interview Mr. Copeland, correct?
Well, I desired to. He had an attorney, and ultimately, it just didn't happen. Like, there was no interest from that side in allowing for the interview.
You desired to interview Mr. Copeland.
Yes.
You reached out through his attorney, correct?
If I remember correctly. Well, yes, it definitely would have been through his attorney, and all I know is it just never happened. I can't recall exactly what the conversation was, but I do know it never happened.
Did his attorney say, yeah, Mr. Copeland would love to be interviewed. Let's make a date for that?
Sustained. He just said he didn't remember.
Okay. Let's jump to one more thing, then I'll be done. The gas station video from the Texaco, the one that's exterior to the gas station. How many times would you say you viewed that video?
Wow.
Roughly.
75 to 100 times.
And you saw someone that you believe to be my client, Diamante Kendrick, right?
Yes.
And you saw him in the Pontiac Bonneville, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the Pontiac Bonneville pull out of the gas station.
I did.
And Mr. Kendrick was in the Bonneville when it pulled out from the gas station, correct?
He was in the driver's seat.
Of the Bonneville?
Yes.
He was not in the Infinity, correct?
He was not.
Thank you.
Any other defense counsel have questions for this witness? No. Okay. Is there redirect?
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
You were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Adams whether or not you saw communication between Demise McMullen and Kenneth Copeland.
Correct.
Paul?
Yes.
What was the number that you were able to obtain for Demise McMullen?
So the number for Demise McMullen was 470-217-6080.
And you were asked as well about efforts that you made to corroborate information that you were given during specific interviews. Do you recall?
I do.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 528 Yankee and ask if you recognize 528 Yankee.
I do.
How?
This is a picture that I obtained from Justin Cobb's Instagram page that I screenshotted.
Okay. Why did you, let me ask you first, is 528 Yankee a fair and accurate copy of the screenshot that you got from Justin Cobb's Instagram page?
Well, yes, though it's cut off a little bit on the right, where the timestamp is, the last number of the timestamp, it just says 201. Okay. But I mean, I recognize that it's otherwise fair and accurate. It's just cropped a little bit on the right-hand side.
Your Honor, the state tender states 528 Yankee is evidence.
I would actually object to it if it's not in the facts.
If it's what?
I would actually object to it if it is not as he remembers it to be, if it's been altered or if it's not the same that he's viewed previously.
Okay, well, it is admitted subject to the understanding that the date isn't to be relied on because we can't see what the date is.
And I'd also object to any hearsay that may be contained within that document.
I don't know if I don't know what the exhibit is. So is that an issue I need to take up?
I don't believe so, Judge. I mean, I can show. As we're pulling up 528 Yankee, would you tell the jury what significance you found in 528 Yankee towards your investigation?
Well, there was a phone number posted it was a public post, and there was a phone number that was, there's a comment section to the right of the photograph, and there was a phone number posted by the account holder that appeared to be their own.
And was the account holder Justin Cobb?
Yes.
What was the significance?
I'm going to object to that as hearsay and ask it to be stricken.
Which part?
Part about who the number belongs to.
Sustained. Okay. What did you do to determine whose account this was?
Well, I looked at the photos that were posted in the account, I believe. And I mean, now for the traditionally that's what I would do with an Instagram page. It's just posted in public view.
Okay. And what was it that made the number in this post significant to you?
Well, I was looking for a number for Justin Cobb.
And what led you to believe that this number was a correct number for Justin Cobb?
Well, it was, there's probably more to it than just this, but it was posted in this Instagram comment and
posted by the owner or user of the account?
That was called speculation, not object.
Yeah.
If he has a basis to testify.
Are you able to see and tell, looking at the posting itself, what name the number is next to?
I would renew my objection and also object on the basis of hearsay if he's reading from a document.
It's already in evidence, Your Honor. And
Okay,
and Your Honor,
when we were up here at the bench.
So, Your Honor, I'll ask additional questions that I think will.
Sustained.
Okay. So, after seeing this
Your Honor,
number.
I have a motion, please. May we step up?
Yeah. I'm going to excuse y'all to the jury room.
Your Honor, so well, first of all, my motion is a motion for mistrial based on the actions of the prosecutor. My objection initially to the item was that it contained hearsay. The state represented at the bench that it was not hearsay. There was no hearsay contained in it. We did not address the issue of what the state already knew, which is that there was a phone number attached to it that she was going to try to elicit testimony from this witness about who that phone number belonged to. That in and of itself is speculation, but it's certainly hearsay. The document can't authenticate itself. I believe the site for that proposition is Twiggs versus State. It's 315 Georgia Appeals 191. So this witness can't look at a document and say that it says this phone number is from Justin Cobb's Instagram or social media posting, this is who it belongs to. So that was my objection. I believe the objection was well-founded. I believe the state purposely put that up there after misrepresenting as to whether or not it contained any hearsay in it. And based on that, I would move for mistrial.
May I respond?
You may.
Judge,
Can somebody put the document up? I want to see.
Yes.
Would you put it up?
First, the state objects to a mistrial. Second, Your Honor, what Mr. Adams indicated that he did not want on here were the comments with where's the phone number? There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
The comments generally being all of the writing on the right side of the picture.
Your Honor.
And so I said to you, is any of it hearsay? Is any of it being offered for the truth? And you said no.
Your Honor, what I was asking the witness to do is to tell what was of significance to that number and what he did in terms of finding out and corroborating information that he obtained, because he obtained phone records. I don't intend that this evidence or this exhibit will prove or show that this is Justin Cobb's phone number.
You're asking him that? And
No,
asking
Your
him
Honor.
to testify to that?
I'm asking him, and I understand the court, I'm asking him what handle it's next to, and Your Honor, what he did after seeing what he saw on this
That's
social
not what
media
you
page.
asked. You represented at the bench that none of this, that being the writing on the right side of the picture, which we're all squinting at because it's tiny on the piece of paper. And so I am relying upon you to actually be honest with the court and opposing counsel so that we can deal appropriately with the evidentiary issue. Was any of it being offered for the truth? And you said no. And then you turned around, and after it was admitted over the overruling of the hearsay objection, based on the representation that nothing was being offered for its truth, you drew the witness's attention to the phone number and tried to have the witness testify to whose phone number it was. If that is not offered for the truth, what is it?
Your Honor, it
What is
explains what steps he next took. It wasn't that he sat there and took this phone number and said, okay, this is Justin Cobb's phone number. He went and sought records based on what he saw on this social media post. So it's not, this post can't prove anything, but I do expect that the witness will testify based on what he saw, regardless, because it's a legitimate.
Why can't you just, at the bench, when you know that the reason you're offering it is for the phone number, and then to ask the witness other questions about what he did based on that phone number and seeing that phone number, say to everybody so that we know what we're dealing with, you know, it's this phone number, and then I'm going to ask him XYZ about the phone number, and then we'll know what we're dealing with.
Because my understanding that what was being objected to was not the phone number, was the comments that was the words, Your Honor. And again, this piece of evidence does not prove anything, as anybody would be able to say. But when he saw this on Justin Cobb's page, or a picture of Justin Cobb next to what he believed to be Justin Cobb's handle, he sought additional information. The entire cross
number one of the comments.
I'm sorry, what, Your Honor?
I mean, that is included within what you're now calling comments, all of them just being.
And I asked at the bench what comments they were asserting was hearsay, Your Honor. I literally asked
I asked at the bench, is any of this being offered for its truth?
And Your Honor, it's being offered to explain DDA Sprinkle's actions that he took next. Your Honor, these records have been collected as part of what he did in this investigation. He was asked on cross-examination, did he take particular steps to corroborate what was given to him in certain interviews? That was the preceding question before I asked him about this particular post. So the state intended and intends to introduce the records that DDA Sprinkle produced or obtained after seeing this post. This post can't suffice to prove that that is Justin Cobb's number. This post only explains why DDA Sprinkle got the number and why it was significant to him in this investigation, where his steps and actions are being questioned.
But you know, Judge, we don't get there. I hear what the state's saying, and it's disingenuous because we don't get to the second step that they're talking about, what records he procured and why he did what he did, unless we go through the hearsay statement that's contained in the portion that I objected to. And the court is accurate. I was there and I asked for everything that was on the right side, all of the verbiage to be, I said that was hearsay. The state said it was not. It clearly is, because to ask him that specific question, I mean, listen, none of us are obtuse. It is what it is. I think that the state was disingenuous about it. State's being very slippery in regards to their response to the court's questions. I think it's willful, and I think a mistrial is appropriate. And I'm asking.
I can't figure out what it is. If it's disingenuous, if it is that, I mean, I don't want to malign the prosecutor standing in front of me right now. So I'm not going to say the possible things that it could be, but it is baffling to me that somebody with the number of years of experience that you have, time after time after time, continues to seemingly purposefully hide the ball to the extent you possibly can for as long as you possibly can. And I really don't want to believe that it is purposeful. But honestly, after a certain number of times, you start to wonder how it could be anything but that, unless it is just that you are so unorganized that you are throwing this case together as you try it. And I am sorry to say that, but this case is being made much more difficult for everybody because of the haphazard way in which it is being presented. I'm going to take a recess for a few minutes. I'll have a ruling when I get back. All right, I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. It's not as if the state couldn't have gotten the testimony in an appropriate way anyway. It's not like the testimony itself is that big of a deal. But I am going to, I'm going to exclude that statement and just tell the jury to disregard the statement and any testimony that had anything to do with the statement. So let's get Mr. Sprinkle back. Did you want to put anything on the record, or are you just getting ready for the jury?
I'd like to put just a matter
Go
before
ahead.
the record for the court.
All right.
Your Honor, this is from United States versus Roberts, Roberts. It's 640F second 255. It's the Ninth Circuit, 1981. It's been cited many times. It specifically says that continued prosecutorial misconduct may show a course of conduct establishing the intent to provoke a mistrial and bring into play double jeopardy considerations. You have not been here the whole time, and we thank you for being here. But starting with opening statement, and I know you got my motion.
I know, and I know what your argument is. Here's the thing is that, and I understand what that law says as well. Ms. Love does not appear to be trying to get a mistrial so that she can try this case over again, which I know if that were what she was doing, she wouldn't be able to try the case over again anyway. So that's just not applicable here. Now, is there continued prosecutorial misconduct merits a mistrial anyway, based on that? Yes, potentially we get to that point at some point. But there is not, from what the court's vantage point is, an indication that the state is trying to goad anybody into moving for a mistrial so that they can retry the case because they think they're losing the case. I think they think they're winning the case.
I don't know. I don't know what they think, but I will say this. This is not becoming in the state of Georgia of a trial. And it is all the time. It's all the time. At some point, it's got to end. Because this is not fair to Mr. Williams, and I assume the other people on trial will agree. It is this constant hiding balls, citing law that does not stand for what it stands for, not giving over information, not answering the court, arguing the court. And I think that it does rise to a level now, but I understand what you rule. But I think that we're well beyond it. And the reason I said for all these things is it's literally.
Oh, I saw that. I know. I mean, I think my frustration was apparent a few minutes ago. But I truly am struggling with whether all of this is purposeful or this is just really poor lawyering on the part of members of the state's team. Either way, it's really unfortunate. If it's something other than poor lawyering, then it is more than unfortunate. But at this point, and we're going to just move on with that exhibit being excluded. I don't know if I can stress any more than I already have how much the state's lawyers need to make an effort to be upfront and forthright in the trial of this case. So let's get the witness back in.
Your Honor, would you allow me to either renew my motion for mistrial or consider that my motion is renewed before the asking of the next question, please?
It's renewed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, upon further discussion, that last exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 528Y, is excluded from evidence. And so that means that y'all need to disregard it entirely in your thoughts and in your deliberation in this case. And as well, you need to disregard any testimony that might have been given about that particular exhibit.
DDA Sprinkle, you were asked on cross-examination about whether you attempted to determine whether Kenneth Copeland, in the words of Mr. Adams, lied when talking to the police. Do you recall that question?
Yes, generally, he asked me something about whether I endeavored to detect that or figure it out.
Did you make any steps to determine or to corroborate the information you gained from Kenneth Copeland?
I did.
Would you tell the jury what steps you took to corroborate information that you gained from Kenneth Copeland?
Well, there was a number of things that I did. I, in particular, looked at all the cell phone records. Like, for example, so I looked at the call detail records, the times that people were called or made calls, the parties to those calls, and also the towers that the handsets utilized by those calls. And as I've testified previously, you can tell somebody's general location based on the tower and the sector of the tower, the antenna of the tower that their handset utilizes to facilitate the call. And also you can, in knowing who somebody is communicating with at a given time, that can tell you a little something as well. And so when I compared Mr. Copeland's statements to my analysis of the cell phone records, I tried to the best of my ability to corroborate as much of his statement as I could by analyzing all of that.
You were also asked on cross-examination, DDA Sprinkle, did you utilize statements from other witnesses to corroborate information you obtained from Kenneth Copeland's interview?
I did.
Citation clause.
Not just from that. So overruled.
You were asked on cross-examination whether you obtained a wiretap for Defendant Williams' phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. As it relates to the Donovan Thomas murder, would it be something you would expect to be able to get a wiretap for a year and a half later?
I'm going to check on the grounds of speculation.
Overruled.
As it relates to the Donovan Thomas murder.
So wiretaps are for evidence of things that are going to be talked about in the future. I'm trying to think. I don't believe I've ever obtained a wiretap to investigate a crime that happened in the past, solely to investigate a crime that happened in the past. That's not to say you couldn't. I have heard of such things, but I've not personally done it, and I did not do it in this case.
You were also asked on cross-examination about the photographs that depicted, or the social media postings that depicted defendant Stillwell. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you testify that you obtained information about the photograph from a person you spoke to?
Yes. Yes. Apart from what was just available and in the public internet form, that being the website from which I obtained them. Yes, I did. I spoke with someone about the photograph.
Okay. Mr. Adams asked you about Detective Thorpe consulting with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you have any knowledge of whether Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis were consulted with before warrants were taken out by Detective Thorpe? In other words, did he seek their permission to take out the warrants?
No.
You have
No.
any knowledge about that?
No, I don't believe he did. No.
You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Adams about the dismissals and the NPGJ for certain people that warrants were initially taken out for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were the dismissals of those warrants in any way based on the additional investigation that you did with your investigator, David White, into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Well, no, not the one with Sledge. That was the Mr. Antonio Sledge. That was the preliminary hearing judge that threw that one out.
Mm-hmm.
So,
did you?
Hang on. All right, I don't know if your mic's on at all, but
I'm sorry, it was non-responsive and it was testimony about other court proceedings, which I believe is inappropriate and hearsay.
overruled.
Did your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas lead you to present MPGJs for people who had been arrested for his murder?
well, yes, for the people for which we didn't, the people that we didn't prosecute for the murder, yes.
Mr. Adams asked you specifically about corroborating the information you gained from Kenneth Copeland's interview. And specifically, he asked you about phone calls with Demikia and Garlington. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you able to tell the jury what information Kenneth Copeland provided you that you were able to corroborate?
Well,
Okay, I think your mic's still out, but sustained.
You were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Shart whether Kenneth Copeland said he was the Green store at the time of the murder. Do you recall that?
I do.
When you are looking at cellular location information for cell phones, do you look at a static point in time to determine what a person's handset is doing? In other words, do you only look at the time of the incident in question, or is the time leading up to it and the time after it also relevant?
Well, yes, the times before, during, and after the homicide, it can absolutely be relevant.
Was there any point during your investigation where Kenneth Copeland said, I was at the Green store at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't remember that. I don't have every single thing that he said during his, particularly the 9-hour statement, committed to memory, but I don't recall him saying that, being even cognizant as to saying that he knew exactly where he was at the time that Donovan Thomas suffered his fatal gunshot wounds.
As it relates to what Kenneth Copeland did tell you about his whereabouts on the day of Donovan Thomas's murder, were you able to get information as it relates to any significant others in Kenneth Copeland's life about where he was on the day of the murder?
So to be clear, I never spoke with Kenneth Copeland, but from the statements that he provided, yes, I believe so. I definitely, because he would reference people that he knew, I sought to identify, for example, phone numbers for those people, because again, that would go to my corroborating his statement based on, among other things, his phone logs.
Okay. When you testified on cross-examination that you were looking at big things for inconsistencies, what did you mean by that?
Well, so, a big inconsistency would be, as I cited, if somebody were to say, for example, I witnessed a murder and there's a video of the vantage point that the person cited that they stood, and then I look at the video and there's nobody there, that would be a big inconsistency that I would seek to clear up. And indeed, I did that here. That's what I meant by that. Something that's glaring, something that you're not able to, something for which there's not a reasonable explanation that can clear this up for you.
You were also asked on cross-examination about who was in possession of the Infiniti that was at the Texaco prior to the Donovan Thomas murder. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did you say, do you mean, or if you mean actual possession? Do you recall responding?
Yes.
Regarding actual possession? Why did you say that?
Well, the person that was actually like at the helm of the vehicle and had actual control of the vehicle, not the person that had some sort of legal right to the vehicle through a lease agreement or otherwise.
Did you see anyone else's name on the rental records for the vehicle, the Infiniti that was at the gas station up the street from where Donovan Thomas was gunned down?
I don't know. I don't think so. Just Mr. Williams.
Mr. Adams also asked you about phone calls between Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Demikion Garlington. In your review of Kenneth Copeland's interviews, do you recall him ever giving a specific time that he was in the car, as in 1 a.m., 4 a.m., a specific time that he was in the car with Demise McMullen and Demekion Garlington?
Well, it was afterward. But no, I don't recall the specific time or if he cited a specific time. Yeah, from what I remember, he would cite generally, he'd say, oh, I think it was around 10:30 or something. That's not a quote at all, what I just said. But no, I don't recall him having like a regimented timeline, like at 1927 hours, we went to this location or anything like that.
Okay. You were also asked about
who was that actually rented the vehicle, just that it was in the name of Jeffrey Williams. Isn't that right?
It was in the name of Jeffrey Williams, his driver's license number and a signature. There's a signature as well.
Now, tell me the date that vehicle was rented.
From what I remember, January 7th, 2015.
All right, so that would have been 3 days before January 10th of 2015, correct?
That's right.
Of 2015.
I'm over here talking and y'all can't even hear me. Of course, I'm putting on the Love and Sprinkle. Court's not back yet. I'm watching it on a different monitor. It's not back yet. So I'm going to put on Love and Sprinkle. People are saying that they're sending messages. This is simultaneously, just two different angles, okay? So this is happening at the exact same time.
His driver's license number and a signature. There's a signature as well.
Now, tell me the date that vehicle was rented.
From what I remember, January 7th, 2015.
All right, so that would have been 3 days before January 10th of 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now,
what do y'all think? What do y'all think? What do y'all think?
Tell me if
Why
you can.
is he doing that? I was thinking if this is sending messages, he's not gonna literally take off his glasses and just look hard into.
Who had possession of that vehicle on January the 8th of 2010?
2015.
2010? 2015, yes.
Yes, I don't know.
You don't know who had possession of that vehicle on January the 9th of 2015?
I do not know.
And you certainly don't know who had possession of the vehicle, no personal knowledge of who had possession of that vehicle on January the 10th, 2015.
If we're talking about actual possession, the
Actual
person,
possession.
then no, I do not know.
Okay.
So what do y'all think? I'm gonna put it on one more time. One more brief time so y'all can see. Is this a message being sent or what? See if I can get it.
There's a signature as well.
Now, tell me the date that vehicle was rented.
From what I remember, January 7th, 2015.
All right, so that would have been 3 days before January 10th of 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, tell me
what is going on here, y'all?
Who had possession of
what
that
the heck
vehicle?
is going on? How is he allowed to look at the computer? Popter collects. You didn't see it. People are saying that Love sent him a message right here, that he might even have typed something back. Take a look.
There's a signature as well.
Now, tell me the date that vehicle was rented.
From what I remember, January 7th, 2015.
All right, so that would have been 3 days before January 10th of 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, tell me if you can, who had possession of that vehicle on January the 8th of 2010?
2015.
2010? 2015, yes.
Yes, I don't know.
You don't know who had possession of that vehicle on January the 9th of 2015?
I do not know.
And you certainly don't know who had possession of the vehicle, no personal knowledge of who had possession of that vehicle on January the 10th, 2015.
If we're talking about actual possession,
exactly,
actual possession,
then no, I do not know.
Okay.
So let's get a debate going. What do y'all think? I'm going to bring court back so that we're ready to go when they come back. What do y'all think? Was that a message being sent, or was that just some coincidence, or what? Hot boy. Yeah. Am I saying that right? I'm just going to say hot. Yeah, when it was Love who went ballistic when QZ touched it. And then they even brought the bailiff over to literally manually move the computer. But Pastor, hey, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a while. Pastor, why they stopped the other witness from? Yeah, he was literally not just touching it, but he looks like he was actually typing something on it. Yeah. So she's shady, so it's possible. It did look a little suspicious. Agree. This is something I'm bringing up that other people have been bringing up. So I believe they are messaging each other. Yeah, I don't know, but it certainly. So there's something in legal ethics that is called avoid the appearance of impropriety. That means even when you're not doing something wrong, you're supposed to avoid looking like you're doing something wrong. They should have that computer closed unless the witness needs to use it for something in particular, to view something. They should close the computer and then open it, or even like put a cloth over it or something over it, right? Until it's time for the witness to use it, right? And then they should open it. That's what I think. I would love to do a poll. I just don't know how to. I don't know how to do a poll, y'all. Let me see. Can I do a poll if I log in? Maybe if I log in on YouTube, I can do a poll. That would be cool. So y'all were able to see where Whitaker went off on Love yesterday. That played over the break. And you were also able to see how Whitaker, she called this recess. I didn't leave the amount of time that they were out. Okay, we're back.
To the
We're back.
APD to see if the gang unit had any kind of I think they called it a black book or any kind of written thing like that. Were you able to find anything out?
So, Your Honor, my conversation with APD gang unit in my memory was, any YSL specific related, like roll up central investigation or larger report. Oh, that's fair. You're welcome, Mr. Weinstein. So when I talked with APD gang unit, the 5 gang experts that the state, I believe we had Dahlberg hearings on all of them, or almost all of them, Underwood, Belknap, Gaither, Dennis, and Viverito. Those are the 5 that any centralized, anything outstanding besides one specific case, and that they don't have any additional roll up. I think an important thing too is, of course, the DA's office brought the RICO indictment. So there is in discovery this case supplemental report from a DA office investigator. And so they investigated these crimes individually. So other than what is connected with the individual APD case number for the overt or counts, there is not some larger, the closest I've seen is this case supplemental. And there's, I think, like a 10 or 12 page. It has the peanut icon on it from Gaither and Dennis, and Sprinkle's report, which is specifically about Donovan Thomas's murder. Those are the 3 most extensive, other than just a report pertaining to a homicide or an armed robbery.
Okay, so is there any written gang unit kind of, here are our policies on how we determine who's in a gang or anything like that?
I have not specifically asked that question. They certainly have the the Georgia gang criteria that they follow. So I can
Okay,
speak with them about that. And I'm sure, well, not sure, but from speaking with them, I'm quite positive it's going to be aligned with the first witness, Detective Belknap.
right.
That slideshow was built around how he was trained
Yeah.
to.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just asking, and was there anything else beyond like what their policies are, policy manual, any kind of gang manual they might have?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or any methodologies or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
What did Ms. Mackey say?
Any methodologies, any of their processes,
Any
things of that
kind of
nature.
manual, any kind of written anything they've got about how they go about things?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And can you get back to us fairly quickly on that?
I will, I'll leave court and make some phone calls, Your Honor, and try to get anything I can find on that topic.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, what I'd like is, I'm making all this as an example. Detective Gaither speaks with Kenneth Copeland. It's the 10th day of June 2015. In an interrogation room, it's video audio. And Mr. Copeland states that John Doe is a member of this gang. Well, then the gang investigators, they say, well, we have from a confidential, reliable source that John Doe is this gang member. So now it's a confirmed, documented gang member. And now we wind up on the witness stand with Detective Gaither saying this person's in this gang. I want to go behind who said that? Where is that documentation? Because it's not
And there
just.
may or may not be any documentation. So can you inquire into that as well?
Actually, Judge, Mr. Steele has been given and there has been provided, in this case, that actually was addressed earlier
Okay.
In this trial. When there is documentation that a person is a gang member, the whole issue of where is it documented came up way before Your Honor began presiding over this case. The expert who is on the stand talking is allowed to tell, that is the reason that we have the questions that we have about what they base their, how they determine that someone is a gang member. We've talked about the standard operating procedures. I believe that's even been given to the defense, APD's standard operating procedures, which have the 6 criteria that they use.
Yeah, they're aware of that.
So this idea that where it's documented, we've even given them the gang profiles of each of the defendants in this case and of people who are rival gang members. We've literally turned all of that over.
Yeah, I mean, what they're looking for, it sounds like, is, is there something where they say, okay, John Doe said that Joe Blow is if gang.
Those types of things, partly like in the gang profile encounters that they have that document what it is they're basing, in part, what it is they're basing these classifications on. They're listed. They're literally listed in the gang profile. And then on top of that, you have encounters with family members, interviews, things that aren't going to be all in the profile, but things upon which they can base their
Sure, and if they have written it down, then it needs to be produced. And anything that is more general than that, as we already described, needs to be produced.
Yes, Your Honor. And I think
and as I think I mentioned when we were discussing this before, obviously any of the defense attorneys are free at any time to ask those questions of any of these, gang unit members or any other law enforcement officer. Y'all can get together with them at any time and, see if they want to talk to you. So y'all can always do that too. All right, so anything else before we get the witness back in and the jury back in?
I am looking at the next timestamp, and I just wanted to make sure that I started the right place. So if the judge.
All right, well, you can be doing that while we have everybody get back in their places. So can somebody let Sergeant Gaither know to come back in? And I'll make sure to avert the cameras till she's in place, please.
Y'all, I wanted to give a shout out to our newest member, Miss Carmela Allen Bennett. Appreciate you joining up with us. And on top of that, $5 super chat. DA office is the biggest gang in Fulton County. Many people have said that. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to pick back up at 2:57:08. Actually. $257.08. But before that, I'm going to ask a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did he talk to you about what he understood Kelvin Treadwell's role or relationship to Jeffrey Williams as it pertained to his artistry was concerned?
Yes.
That's evidence rule. Objection. On the recording.
Sustained.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Steele about his objection? Specifically about, may I approach?
Okay.
What happened, y'all? We on break again already? I look down at my phone for 1 second and I come back and we're on break. So, oh, sidebar already? Okay. Let's take a look at some of the comments then. We have a sidebar. Good. Oh, okay. So, this is an interesting question. Do you think Miss Love goes home and pretends that she hasn't been wasting the money on the longest trial ever? Okay, so during the break, y'all saw, for many of you, it was the second, third time, whatever, fourth time. You saw the interaction between Love and Paige Whitaker, Judge Whitaker, yesterday. And for all of you who stuck by and watched it, I know it was on many of your computers or phones. Did you notice how Judge Whitaker just seemed to somehow gather herself? And when she came back, it was almost like she had an angel on her shoulder saying, "Now, Paige, calm down." It's just, I haven't seen many situations where somebody has been able to gather it and get it together so quickly, and that person is in a position to mete out a punishment, and they don't even, there's no punishment. So I think the reason I say this, Matt, hysteric, is because I think on some level this is above the pay grade of the people who are actors, and I shouldn't say actors, who are players in this courtroom. I really feel like this is above people's pay grade. That's all I'm going to say. And I would like for you to catch my drift and see my inference. I am not one of these people who will often question somebody's motives, and but again, I've said this publicly before, and I'll say it again, and I'm very comfortable saying it. I think Judge Whitaker has decided that this trial should go to the jury. I think most of us would agree with that mostly. I don't think most of us want to see it end, particularly in a mistrial without prejudice. I know many people have said that they can't try Thug again because of a speedy trial and so on and so forth. Listen, I think there's a little bit of conjecture there. Not saying that's not a fact, but I think right now the defense feels like they're winning. I think we can put ourselves in the place of the jurors, and we feel like, man, if I was on that jury, I'm not convicting anybody based on this evidence. So I think Judge Whitaker wants to get this to a jury verdict, and I think that would be the best case scenario for everybody. It would give a true verdict. It would give a true decision. And she has had to, for lack of a better term, she's had to suck it up a lot. Judge Whitaker, she's just had to hold it down, a lot. And we can see that as a respectable respectable decision. We can see it as not respectable, but I think most people would agree that this would be best to go into the jury. Ms. Lely, thank you. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. And I agree, everybody hit the thumbs up, hit the thumbs up. Ms. Lely says that we get to 500 and something, 568, she's going to give out some memberships. Hit the thumbs up.
Sergeant Gaither, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that he knew Kelvin Treadwell as Thug's road manager?
Yes.
And is that the same Kelvin Treadwell that you saw on scene in the surveillance footage with the Browns Mill Road video at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Quindarius Zachary whether Mr. Treadwell still drives that white Nitro?
Yes.
And when you asked him that question, was the white Nitro the Dodge Nitro that is seen in the surveillance footage at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And did Quindarius Zachary tell you, no, he let Nard fuck that up?
Yes.
Did you understand that to mean Nard had wrecked the Nitro?
Yes, I believe you stated that.
And the Nard we're talking about, is that the same Nard that you identified in 503 Yankee?
That Quindarius identified?
Yes. Quindarius identified.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to now advance. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you talk about the shooting of a Frida Reed's home?
Yes.
Is that Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci's mother?
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary indicate where he was at the time of the shooting?
He did, but I can't recall exactly where.
Okay. If I show you a portion of the transcript of your interview with him, will that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. Just one second.
Did we go on another approach, y'all? Another bench conference? Miss Lely asked, does anyone see this trial going into the spring of 2025? 100 more witnesses? Then the answer I would say is yes. Because won't the defense also have 40 witnesses of their own? 100 more witnesses from let's say 90 witnesses from the prosecution. Say they take an average of 1 day. If they take an average of 1 day per witness, that would mean 90 days. That would put us, that's 90 working days. Take out all the upcoming holidays, take out all the upcoming non-jury days. That would put us into early 2025 because there's about 20 to 22.
50.
I don't know what's going on. So let me see. So this year we have probably about 60 to 65 working days left. 60 to 65 working days left. Take out your non-jury days. Let's say we have optimistically 55 jury days left this year, optimistically. And they need 90 to get through their witnesses. Yeah. We're definitely looking at going spring 2025 at this rate for sure. I don't know about summer, but I definitely think we're looking at going into the spring. Carmela, you asked why haven't they given him bail? Because they say he's a dangerous criminal. I mean, at the end of the day, there's only a few reasons. There's three main reasons they wouldn't give you bail. You're a danger to the community. You're a flight risk, and you might try to tamper with the trial. Those are the main three reasons. Might he try to contact potential witnesses? Might he be dangerous to people out on the street? And might he run away and not come back? Those are three reasons. So any of those three or any combination of those three would be why he doesn't get bail. Can he sue for wrongdoing? He could sue potentially for malicious prosecution. He would need plenty of evidence about that. I don't know. I don't have enough information about whether or not he would have a case, given the facts that we've seen thus far.
We're starting at 255.
What about Nard? Like, what's his demeanor like? Like, what's his personality like? Nard just one nigga. He like move to him, like I don't go with. Ain't gonna really talk to him. Everybody know move to him don't go. Everybody know Nard don't go. It's just like they the old. Okay, so it's like they know they valid, but yeah, ain't nobody too much fuck with them. Yeah, ain't nobody really gonna mail move to him. Right. If he went to hang with Wood, right? Ain't nobody gonna mail Nard because they know. What about Dewey? Fit into this because he at home. So him and Yak are close. Yeah. Do you know Dewey? No, I just know him like I don't know. I didn't know his name Dewey. If you like that, so I was.
And Your Honor, we're stopping at 256:40. As we advance to, I just did. Let me ask you this, Sergeant Gaither. As far as you know, Nard and Moontoon, their ages, are they older than, significantly younger than Mr. Zachary? What did you or what did Mr. Zachary and you mean when you're talking about Nard and Muntu being old heads?
I knew at this time that Mr. Sledge Muntunk, he was at least maybe 15 years older than Quindarius. And I knew Nard maybe roughly 10 years older than Quindarius.
Okay.
At this time in this interview.
And when talking about Duop, do you know or remember what name Duop, what his given name is?
I do.
What is it?
Justin Cobb.
Justin Cobb?
COBB.
Thank you. During the interview with Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary describe OG Bentley's house for you all or his spot for you all?
He did.
And did he describe it saying it was a brick house with the fence around it?
Yes.
All right. Page 8. Zachary tell you whether or not he knew any relationship between OG Bentley and Donovan Thomas's sister?
Mr. Zachary stated that Donovan Thomas's sister had a child with Kelvin Treadwell.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to restart at 2:58:18.
I don't know her name. Y'all don't know her name? Everybody know her?
I know a nickname.
What her nickname?
I'm sure.
She got two or something.
What's the house look like on Oak Street?
I think it's a brick house.
Any cars in the front? Broke down cars?
No, they ain't got that spot no more. Somebody shot it up. They said it was ill.
Is that when
This is a corner little house. It looks like a studio or something. No, I don't see no corner. You know what y'all talking about? I think it's yellow. They got a little studio in it. This right how they sit next to the park. It's on the back side. I think narcotics just hit the house like maybe a few months ago. Nah, that was Walden spot. You know what y'all talking about, right? They said top of the hill on the corner. Yeah, like right in the corner. Yeah. Okay. That Walden spot.
describe it a little more. Fence, brick house.
That's it.
What else? Like got a driveway?
They got a driveway.
What color is it?
The driveway?
The house.
The house brick. Like
red brick, brown brick.
Brown brick, a little brown brick. What end of Oak Drive, like what is it closest to? You know, you make right at McDonald's. Mm-hmm. You go all the way up to the red light. Mm-hmm. Make that right, it's probably like the fourth or fifth house on the left. Fourth or fifth house on the left. What else? The candelator right here, they spot right here. It's next door to the candelator? Yeah. Okay. Why did you end up going down to Florida with them if you know that they did this and you had nothing to do with it? Go down for the show, just go down there. I didn't think they taking us down there for that, so, you know what I mean? They like, do a half show down there. So y'all just went for the show. Yeah. See, I told when they tell them to stay down there for a few days, we came back. But Monty was already up there. Monty ain't go. Monty like, big, I ain't going nowhere.
Answer this question. So what was the mood like when y'all was down there? You said it was boring, but what was the conversation like? Like what was y'all, ain't nobody bring it up at all or what?
I'm scared.
You even speak on.
So we was just on the sofa. I was on some mom here.
What do you thought they was gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he was normal.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her he like, why did they kill Nut? He like, but then down like they told him that Nut said it's a goal. They really would be holding back stuff. Why? I don't know, like he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us.
I'm pausing at 3:01:02. When Mr. Zachary said that, when he told you they were scared, when Dennis asked what was the mood like, did he mention anybody besides Woody being afraid and just laying on the sofa?
That's evidence, Your Honor. Also cumulative.
Well, sustained is to best evidence.
Okay. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary met when he said, while Woody was laying on the sofa, all of us are going to the mall and everything? Who is the all of us? Did you understand him to mean?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your Honor,
Sustained unless there's a basis.
I asked who?
Yeah, I heard what you asked.
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
At any point ever, after telling you that Thug asked, why did they kill Nut? Did Quindarius Zachary give you any other reason besides Nut saying whoop?
It's all on the video audio. I object.
Your Honor, I would ask to approach as to the answer that I have so that I don't.
Is it basically the same thing we talked about just a minute ago or something different?
It's something different.
All right.
Hit the like, y'all. Once we get to 600 likes, our moderator, Miss Lily 710, is going to give out some free memberships. So hit the like button. It's a little off topic, y'all. I don't know if anybody's keeping up on what's happening in the world right now, but pretty large attack on Israel that just happened by Iran while we were on break. Y'all might not be aware of that, but something to keep an eye on. There were apparently hundreds of rockets, missiles sent from Iran to Israel Looks like some of them may have landed. I don't have a lot more information about that, but just an FYI. Just an FYI to keep y'all informed. Something that you might want to keep your radar open about, because things are getting kind of serious out there in the world. Just in time for November the what? What day is election day? November 5th? Yeah, just in time for November 5th. So, looks like a panda with braids. Who are we talking about? Let's rewind. Oh. Are you referring to this lady over here?
During the interview with Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary describe
Referring to her. She's the only
OG
person with
Bentley's
those
house
panda
for you all,
colors.
or his spot for you all?
That also has.
He did.
And did he describe it
Other prosecutor?
saying it was a brick house
Let's see.
with the fence around it? As to the answer that
If you're referring to her, she's not a prosecutor. She's actually a defense counsel.
We talked about just a minute ago.
She's a defense. Y'all want to know something interesting? Hold up. Let me look this up real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something interesting. Hold up. Let me find this, y'all. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. You're gonna really find this interesting. Hold up, real quick. Let me show you. Watch this. Watch this.
Of the reported members of the YSL gang in Fulton County.
Court-appointed lawyers for some of the 13 defendants now officially complaining that they are not being paid enough for this time-consuming job. Our investigative reporter Andy Parati is live now at the Fulton County Courthouse downtown. And Andy, these lawyers have been in the courtroom on this case since January. Jury selection is just taking forever.
Yeah, it certainly is. There was a lot of anticipation in court today because an attorney representing the state agency head tried to get the judge recused. That did not happen. What did happen is that it gave more attention to attorneys who say they are being grossly underpaid. Attorney Angela DeWilliams is one of multiple attorneys contracted by the Georgia Public Defender Council to represent defendants in the YSL trial. The council is a taxpayer-funded state agency.
We're back. Spoiler alert, she said there she might have to do OnlyFans to support herself.
Just now, did you hear Mr. Zachary say, Woody just on the sofa, all of us going to the mall and everything?
Yes.
And if there's something you heard differently and remember differently, will you please correct me?
Sure.
Was there anything, you sort of paused a little bit, was there anything that you wanted to correct or change in what?
I was just replaying it in my head, what he said.
Thank you.
What do you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
And just now, did Detective Dennis ask Mr. Zachary what was Thug like at 30040?
I just say objection. I'm 403 is going to take.
So if there's something that is actually really hard to understand, then I don't mind if you try to get confirmation or whatever about what was actually said. But
thank you. That is.
Make sure we don't do it with every.
We are not. Thank you. Is that what? Detective Dennis was asking what Thug was like.
Yes.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her, he why did they kill Nuts? But then, that I guess they told him that Nut said, just
And in the portion we just played up to 30055, after Detective Dennis said he didn't give a fuck, did you hear or did Quindarius Zachary say during the interview, I mean, he cared, but like, why did they kill, but like, he asked, why did they kill Nut? And then that's when they told him that Nut said, whoop. And it's a go.
That they were on go, yes.
That what now?
That they were on go, yes.
Okay. And after that, did Mr. Zachary say, would he really be holding back? And later on explain.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up at 30055.
I don't know, like, he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us. Like, he was like, it'll be they said something about you. Like, he told me, I said something about me. Like, to rev him up? Huh? You mean like to just rev somebody else to be down to do some shit? Yeah. Like, it'll really be at him, but he'll try to push it off on me. Like,
It's like you saying about me and I bring her into it, so I got somebody behind my back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, why initially did it come out that basically they were trying to kill Woody and shooting up all his spots? Like, I'm just trying to grasp what Woody did. I mean, but why would they think Woody has Woody done something to them previously? They say Woody had shot up Gucci Studio on Metropolitan. Metropolitan where? In studio with Thug Studio at. Mm-hmm. Well, they ain't really Thug Studio, but where he be at? The studio is. I don't know what studio it is. I think it's Technic Studio. I don't know his name. Trying to be over there though. I was out there about 2 times. So supposedly Rudy shot up Lucci Studio. Yeah. Which side of the got studio? Them folks doing stuff being out now. I don't know if it's the same studio or not. I mean, but do you know what is it on the same side as the vault? That's the vault. What's the vault? The vault is the studio with Thug. Nah, it's on this side. Like what TIG is? TIG, that's studio. Oh, okay, well, you got say TIG. We don't know. So they shot up TIG studio. Yeah, Rich Holmes was out there. Right. And then when they shot it killed, when they first shot it killed, when I told you him and Moon, right. That was all beat, like that one really escalated. Mm-hmm. That one just guns up for both sides. So who shot Kel? Who shot him? Tay. Trevante? No, and who else? That's all I know. Tay said him and his little partner seen him. It was either in February or something. They found him. Then they found him from the West End. He was an ugly girl or something. Mm-hmm.
Who was with you about that?
His partner, he said his name.
Who was Hot Sauce?
Hot Sauce.
You know anybody by the name of Hot Sauce? Go by Hot Sauce? So the fight in Crucial, did that happen where Woody got jumped on?
Yeah, they had him before like that. That was like right before, like a few days before, right?
That Monday.
Another got killed on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say about 5 or 6 days.
So that Monday he gets jumped on by Kel now. Did they shoot up any other spots? Did they shoot at him downtown?
Downtown?
Did Thug Girl event get shot up at a hotel?
Thug Girl.
So after this, so what happened after Woody get jumped on? So he get jumped on?
Thug stayed in the club. Mm-hmm. And then, me and Thug stayed in the club, all went outside. So, what you call it? But D,
what you call it?
What?
You said they went outside with what you call it?
Get guns.
Uh-huh.
No, they did get guns. I want Thug walking out there and yeah, so he money too.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And then, what you call it?
Did they jump on Bloody J?
Yeah, they jumped on. I just didn't say that.
I'm sorry.
They jumped on Bloody J. Shannon Swamp. They pulled up. Killed him already gone. So we ran up the street. Went to their car and beat Thug and they. I went to go get Drake Thug in Corvette by itself. Then the food I lined up on South Street by the church. Went on Bloody J on the ride back. Like right back, they started shooting up.
So it started that night, basically.
The shooting, all this like kill, they tried to kill all of them. They been at it.
So Nut's murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
Cause shit was already going on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Gotcha. So now, while y'all in Miami, Woody's family house is getting shot up.
He not scared, tripping.
As he should be. Wouldn't you be scared if I shot up Summer house, Kelly house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house? Wouldn't you be scared?
But if somebody shoot towards my mom, that's when I'm going to jail.
What about Summer? Because clearly you just said they shot at Summer. You got up out of bed to go deal with that.
Somebody shoot at Summer, my mom, I'm going to jail.
What about your sister?
Fuck her. I'm gonna be mad at her now. Nah, yeah. My mom and Summer, they always up. Mom and Summer.
What about grandma?
I want grandma.
Exactly. So one of the point I'm making is that
Stopping at 3:06:09. Sergeant, I'm going to take you back and ask you about certain portions of the video that were just played.
Kelly house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house. Wouldn't you be scared?
The food I lined up on South Street by the church. Went on Bloody J by itself. Then the food I lined up on South Street by the church.
Okay.
Drake Thug and named Big Drake.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness a question to establish for the record why it is and what it is that I'm replaying?
You can try, sure.
Sergeant Gaither, during the portion of the interview that was just played, were portions of what Mr. Zachary said, and specifically after he was asked about what started the beef between YSL and If Gang, and why it was that they were trying to shoot at Woody. Were you able to hear here today on this screen what it was that Mr. Zachary said Woody had done as it related to the Metropolitan, the studio on Metropolitan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And in that video, did Mr. Zachary say?
Objecting, Your Honor. I mean, this is just repeating what we've already heard. If the jurors can't hear it, the jurors know to ask the court if they can rehear it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court's instructions and I'd ask to be allowed to do what the court said that it would allow me to do.
The court didn't say anything.
Your
We're
Honor.
listening to a recording, then we're listening again with Ms. Love repeating what the recording allegedly says. I'm not conceding she's saying it right. And asking the witness whether she heard it. She says, yes, I'm objecting.
Your Honor, I believe that this is the same mode of interrogation Mr. Steele used with one of the previous witnesses while listening to Mr. Kenneth Copeland's video. The state objected, it was overruled, and I asked to be allowed to ask this witness about certain portions of this interview. I have not done this
I
consistently.
don't actually recall the state objecting on this basis and that being overruled.
I objected that he was not asking questions. He was reading portions of the transcript, and the court said, I think he's going to ask him, is that what he said?
Okay, well, that is not the objection that has now been made. And based on that objection, I have to sustain it.
Okay. And Your Honor, the objection being cumulative or what? What is being sustained so that I don't?
What was the last thing y'all said? I mean, I know you've said best evidence previously, and did you just say cumulative?
It's also cumulative, Your Honor.
Because we just heard it.
We've heard it twice, and now
Your Honor,
Ms. Love is trying to
when
rehash it.
Detective Gaither is off, or when Sergeant Gaither is off the stand, if there is a portion of this interview that the jurors are unable to decipher, and they're not able to ask the person sitting there in the room, it's too late to have her come back and answer the questions. So unless the court or unless the defense is okay with the court inquiring whether the jury understands what's being said at a certain point, I'd ask to be allowed to ask her what she heard in the room at the time that the interview was held.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speaking objection, but if we're going to have speaking objections, I have one I'd like to say as well. That I believe is on behalf of the jury, as Ms. Love seems to be claiming she is speaking on behalf of. This is a waste of time hearing the same thing 3 times.
Well, it's not a waste of time if it can't be deciphered, but
A, if it can't be deciphered, then I don't think we need to hear it 3 times. It's indecipherable. But B, Ms. Love just asked Investigator Gaither, and she said she understood it. It was clear. So I don't know why we're rehashing it.
it's not really whether Miss Sergeant
Gaither
can understand it or not. I mean, the evidence is being presented so that the jury can absorb it. And I don't know whether the jury can understand what's being said on it or not. Can y'all understand what's being said? Some of them can, some of them can't. Go ahead, Miss Love.
Yo, did she just ask the jury that question? Can she do that? Whoa, that is wild. Yo, good, beautiful.
At the timestamp that I stopped at, 3:04:45, did Mr. Zachary say, I'm in the car with Dre, Thug is in the Corvette?
Yes, he said Thug is in the gray Corvette.
In the gray Corvette?
Yes.
And was this still talking about January 6th?
Yes, at Club Crucial.
All right.
And Wood on minus on side of the street by the church. Went on bloody day on the ride back. Like right back, he started shooting up.
And did he just say, and that's when Woody and them all lined up on the side of the street by the church, waiting on Bloody J. And when Bloody J rode past, that's when they started shooting.
Yes.
Is there a church near Club Crucial?
It is.
Continue.
It started that night, basically.
The shooting, all this like kill, they try to kill, they've been at it.
So Nuts murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
Cause shit was already going on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It didn't like just happen. It was stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Okay. Advancing now to 306-32.
He tried to kill me, he didn't do it. So they just kept pushing it up for that Wood deal, so he wanted Wood.
That's the wrong right.
Yeah, Wood and Kill just alike. Both of them, they gonna try to put it off on somebody. They gonna try to put it off on somebody. They're like, I don't like you. Mm-hmm. But I know we had altercation and we shooting at each other. Right. And then somebody on my side get shot, but she didn't do it. I didn't think that it was them just to get more people again. Yeah. Right. Well, what's Montauk and Kale's beef? Who Montauk?
Antonio. Who shot?
All right. Did you understand, Mr. Zachary, at any point to say, my side gets shooting, their side get to shooting? Start talking about that.
I don't think I understood a lot of what this little portion was.
Okay.
It's a little distorted.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Zachary say, after asking what Montun and Kel's beef were, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Trivia?
Trivia, yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you look into a shooting at an Intrivia Smith's house?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to the next time. I'm going to start at 307-46. And I'm going to go to 309.
What kind of court you told me? Montauk.
Nah, he ain't had that in politics. What kind of car did he drive? He had a running truck. When was this incident? Nah, Montun had that car. Who car is that? I don't know who car that is.
Who got a great
Montun J got that problem. He came back out too.
Who got a great problem?
I don't know. His girl on Drive World with the great mountain? Hey, girl. Nah, his girl Boulevard. His girl got a gun. She used to have a man who used to buy. No, she didn't. Not that I know of. Not anymore. This was like recent. Like, he had a rental Malibu. It was a rental? Yeah, a Malibu, but not like. When did he have a rental? Shoot, before we went on tour. When did y'all go? I don't know when y'all go on tour. I think we went on tour back in April or something. Like in April.
Yeah. So let's get to this. Who shot up Lucci?
Sergeant Gaither, did Detective Dennis just ask Mr. Zachary did you all discuss during the interview and at this point the shooting of Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
All right. And is Lucci the Rayshawn Bennett that you spoke about earlier?
Yes.
What address did Miss Reed live at? Or just the street name, not the full address?
Hill Street, Southeast.
Did you all investigate a shooting at that location?
We investigated a couple of them.
Do you remember the dates of those shootings?
Not off the top of my head, no. It was during this time.
Do you remember whether
maybe
one occurred in
February.
January?
Correct.
Were they both after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm picking up at 30906.
Thug the nephew. The police in jail right now. Quentin Pittman. So, how did, cause that was the gun that you had, that you got caught with. No, that's some gun. So, how did Woody end up with that gun that day? We was at Boot Mama house, big Boot Mama house. And we was like, hey, fucking shit, they're right. Okay. Then when they came back, they ain't even tell us what they did. What kind of car were they in? They were in what? It was in that white Charger, I think. Woody Charger? Okay. And then the boy, Mushu, who he be with Lucci, Mushu, yeah. He called Boo, like, when Woody got back, he called Boo, like, Boo, we got in. Boo, like, what? He like, somebody just shot up Lucci mama house, and mama got shot. And Boo, like, don't tell me y'all just did that. Cause they come back and they say that. Don't tell me how I did that thing. That when Woody got scared again. Cause Mushu, I got 10,000 and who else did it?
Who had the monotone gun?
Woody. So they actually came back and said they did it, or y'all just assumed they did it? No, they said they did it. He finally said it when Woody, like I told you, Woody got scared when they said he got 10,000. Like, man, we just shot up Lucci on my house. So because Lucci was close with Nut, they just... Lucci was hanging with Kel. Right. I told you all about Lucci and Kel. Like, Nut didn't both get killed. I don't know what made him do that. Did you know Nut? Yeah. He's even $20 and stuff, so you know, I pull up on use some gas money, phone bills, and stuff like that.
So he was like the big homie.
Yeah, he cool with the whole city. That's what everybody said.
So everybody speak highly of him, but he still was a street nigga. So he had dirt on his hands too.
Yeah, he was trying to, but he, like, every time I see him, so I feel like I'm gas in the car, so I give him 20 or 40.
So they look at you like the little like,
yeah, I ain't no harm.
Basically. So,
Your Honor,
Yes.
out of an abundance of caution, I'd ask to approach Mr. Sharp.
All right.
By the way, y'all, that's the stream. That's not me. It just went dark. Just totally went dark. But as you can see, maybe they had a problem. So do y'all think that this trial is going to make it to jury verdict or what? Or is it going to be a mistrial, basically? I think that's the only other thing that could reasonably happen. Let's see what happened there, y'all. Let's rewind because it just went dark all of a sudden. Let me see. Here. Got the volume up.
Your Honor,
Yes.
out of an abundance of caution, I'd ask to approach Mr. Sharp.
No, it's an approach.
All right.
It's an approach. And for some reason, the cameraman just turned off, just went faded to black on us instead of doing the normal thing. I think with an approach, does the witness come off the stand? I think so. All right, so let's see. Pastor says they won't mistrial before the election. Anybody in Atlanta? Anybody have any idea if did Fani already win? Is she up for election in November? How does this work, y'all? Patron Gold says seems like they're gonna force it. I think you're saying they're gonna force it to a jury verdict. Is that what you're saying? Marty says, I think Love has some more time to foul up. Y'all, this is a thing. Who remembers Dennis Rodman? Who remembers how Dennis Rodman would play in the NFL? Who remembers how Ron Artest, before he changed his name to Meta World Peace, how he would play in, I said NFL, NBA, excuse me. Dennis Rodman in the NBA. Ron Artest in the NBA. Draymond Green in the NBA. These are people who have a way that they play. They can get technical fouls. They can get thrown out the game. They can get fined. They play how they play. So Love plays how she plays. We're going to keep seeing more of the same. We're going to keep seeing more of the same because this is her style. This is not an accident. This is not just her being overwhelmed by work or disorganized. This is her style. You can see it. Just like Dennis Rodman.
And Your Honor, I can play that portion. We're at it if the court will allow me to play it for the court so that you can hear it while you're reading it, if that will lend any assistance.
No, I mean, what I have in my notes is that this bracketed part 112.17 through 113.12 was in. What I've got written next to it is okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shart, I think what you're raising now is, does this sort of undo the not including Shannon's name in this whole conversation? Is that right?
Correct, because it is, to me anyways, difficult to discern whether Quindarius Zachary is speaking out of what he observed versus what Mr. Copeland may have said when he spilled the beans. And that's my concern because, earlier today we argued that certain things would come out to protect the hearsay issues.
So let me ask, on page 113, lines 11 and 12, at least on my copy, when he's talking about, I don't know how they went unintelligible, got in the car, I just know gun unintelligible. What does that actually say?
Your Honor, if the court will permit me just
All
to
right.
advance to that part.
All right, let's just listen to it now. And we may have listened, I'm sure we probably listened to it before, but I didn't jot it down.
Did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had AK. And another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was posted on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
So he had the AK and the
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns go by house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court.
That very last part again.
Okay.
Answer this question. So when we were in court.
No, before
And you found this question.
hang on, stop it. Okay.
Another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was posted on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
So he had the AK and the 223.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns go by house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court.
Your Honor,
And you found out.
I believe that he said, I don't know how they got it in the car. I just know the guns they had afterwards.
Can you play just that part again? Not, and I know it may be hard to get to that, but.
So I'm going to rewind it 5 seconds and let's see if we can capture just that part.
So when we were in court and you found out that gun.
I'm going to 3:11. Ms. Bronco?
Yeah, the AK and the 223.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns go by house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court.
I don't know what he's saying, and I don't expect you to ask, did he say such and such? If you want to ask, what did he say? That's one thing, but anyway, I mean, that's in.
I don't disagree that you're listened to this and reported back and said it was in.
Yeah.
I'm not the one asked to approach, so I don't agree with the ruling, but
Understood.
I'm agreeing with what was
Yeah.
ruled upon.
So why were we encroaching?
Yeah. Just out of an abundance of caution, Judge. I mean, I don't have, I just wanted
To make sure what the ruling was?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, we know now, so. Is the jury by chance ready? Not yet? Okay, anybody who needs to use the bathroom, please do it quickly.
Bathroom break. So, racketeering for Miss Lily. I looked up the word racket. Racketeering comes from the word racket. Racket was associated with the early 1900s, where people would have an illegal business or an illegal scheme for profit. So racketeering was associated with alcohol sales. Back when alcohol was made illegal, back in the early 1900s, racketeering was associated with the mob and selling alcohol. So basically, when you have let's say an organized structure that commits crimes for profit, that could be considered racketeering. So one thing we haven't seen in this case is that there was a profit motive. And my understanding, and I'm definitely not an expert on this part, but my understanding is that the Georgia racketeering or RICO statute does not have the profit motive. It's not delineated in the same way as it is with the federal statute. So my understanding is you could bring a racketeering case, as this one seems to be, without necessarily a profit motive in Georgia. Because as we can see, there has not been any concrete evidence or very little evidence given that this whole YSL thing, the street gang, so-called, was involved in making money for the gang or for Thug or for anybody. So it's really kind of hard to put your mind around how racketeering starts.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the
As a
Young Thug
concept.
trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily
All right, y'all. So
essentials
y'all
like
saw
gas
the
and groceries.
Upside app, right? So if y'all want Upside, scan that. So it's really hard to see how Georgia took the profit motive out of RICO, but apparently they have. Right, Miss Lely. So this is a Georgia case. So this is not related to the profit motive like it would have to be in a federal case. But now they just hit Diddy with a federal racketeering case. And you do have to wonder, like, how are they going to say that his freak offs and all of those activities were tied into some kind of profit motive? I don't know. I do not know about that. So yes, Jeffrey was already wealthy. Oh yeah, I wanted to show y'all this. Let me put this on now. About the
Rising turn tonight in the
lady
high-profile trial of the reported
right
members of the YSL gang in Fulton County.
Court-appointed lawyers for some of the 13 defendants now officially complaining that they are not being paid enough for this time-consuming job. Our investigative reporter Andy Parati is live now at the Fulton County Courthouse downtown. And Andy, these lawyers have been in the courtroom on this case since January. Jury selection is just taking forever.
Yeah, it certainly is. There was a lot of anticipation in court today because an attorney representing the state agency head tried to get the judge recused. That did not happen. What did happen is that it gave more attention to attorneys who say they are being grossly underpaid. Attorney Angela DeWilliams is one of multiple attorneys contracted by the Georgia Public Defender Council to represent defendants in the YSL trial. The council is a taxpayer-funded state agency obligated to provide attorneys to people charged with crimes who cannot afford one. DeWilliams believes the council's pay is not enough due to the complexity of the case and how long it's expected to last. To put in perspective, the state has only agreed to pay attorneys $15,000 for a murder case that could require them to attend court nearly every day for a year. That's less than what some fast food workers make.
Y'all see that? They agreed, and I looked into this, and on information and belief, they originally offered them $7,500 for the case. And then the lawyers, I believe he said her name is Angela, she was like, no, I can't take $7,500 for this case that might last a whole year. So then they doubled it to $15,000. So imagine being on this case. Now, I told this to some people and they're like, well, couldn't she just, take multiple cases? No, she's got to be here every day. If she only had to work on this case once a week, 15,000 might not be bad for 8 hours a week. But she's got to be in court every day, plus whatever other work she has to do outside of court in order to prepare, etc. So this is more than, I would imagine, more than a 40-hour week. We're watching this for practically 40 hours a week. So she's in court and traveling, if you include traveling to court, traveling home, and lunch, she's in court or doing court associated activities for 40 hours a week, more than. How's she going to take on another client? But watch what she says.
DeWilliams says she's repeatedly asked to meet with the director of the Defender Council, Amatei Ali, to learn what the agency's doing to address the pay. When Director Ali declined, the attorney subpoenaed the director, trying to force her to answer questions about the pay in open court.
Initial burden of showing the
It is frustrating, but we were under the impression that GPDC was advocating for us. And once they put those walls up, I'm thinking maybe I need to start an OnlyFans. I'm very serious, yes. I might have to do an OnlyFans because at least I can still support my client and support me and my family.
Y'all see that? That's the lady we were just looking at in court. She's there today. This came, this was from May 2023. This was well over a year ago, y'all. So they were offering her $15,000 one-time payment. One-time payment. So this wasn't $15,000 a week. This wasn't $15,000 a month. This wasn't $15,000 a year. This was, hey, do this case for $15,000. And this was May 2023 we're talking about. Now, I don't know what the result has been. She is there in court. She's been there every day that I've seen. And so, is she Lil Rod's attorney? Probably. Lil Rod looks like, yeah, that's her right there. Hold up. This is her right here with Lil Rod. So yes, y'all, we're talking about $15,000. But remember, this was $7,500 at first. Then after she fought the $7,500, she got it moved to $15,000, which is double. But that's for the whole case. Yeah, maybe she started only now. Now, I won't be in Patron Gold. I won't be investigating that on YouTube, but it would be interesting to find out whether she did or how she's making her ends meet. You know, you don't want to be in her business, but they did certainly, she did bring it up, right? She brought it up as a topic. So I think it's fair game to talk about. But yeah, y'all. So look at that. Your public defender. Okay. First of all, can we give her props though? She's there today. What we just looked at came out, going on a year and a half ago. So imagine somebody gives you $15,000 for a year and a half worth of 40-hour weeks. I mean, that doesn't even pay for her college loan. No, because we're talking about well over 12. Let's say it's 12 months. 15,000 on 12 months is approximately what? 1,250 a month, something like that. 1,200, 1,250 a month. So, that's not even minimum wage on a 40-hour week. That's not even a $7.25 minimum wage, y'all. So you're definitely talking about a very unfortunate situation. I would literally unravel. Yeah, I think a lot of people, but then, do you want to leave your client high and dry? You know what I mean? Do you want to say, well, I can't do this and then just fall back, and then all of a sudden you have somebody who essentially needs you, who's there, who does not have the representation. So let's see what happened. Let's see what the result of this was.
Now, if you are not familiar with OnlyFans, it's an adult website where people go to sell pictures and video of themselves. That same attorney that you just saw has now agreed to give the defender counsel 1 more week to meet with her to discuss the pay issue. The defender counsel agreed. A hearing to learn the outcome of that meeting is currently scheduled for May 17th. Outside the Fulton County Courthouse, Andy Parati, Atlanta News First.
Andy, keep us posted, please. Court
What's her
appointed
name? Let's take a
officially
look.
enough for this time-consuming job.
OnlyFans.
Our reporter Andy Parati, Fulton County Court.
Let's take a look and see
In
if
the courtroom
they have
on
any
since
updates.
January, jury selection is just taking for.
Yeah, it certainly is. There was a lot of anticipation in court today because an attorney representing the state agency had tried to get the judge recused. That did not happen. What did happen is that it
What is
gave
her
more
name?
attention to attorneys who were acted by the Georgia Public Defender. DeWilliams is underpaid. Attorney Angela DeWilliams is one of most.
Is it DeWilliams? Angela DeWilliams. Yeah, Miss Lely, I said, okay. Diddy's lawyer said that. Let me see. Let's see if we can find this. Diddy's lawyer said he's not going to talk. Diddy's lawyer says he's not going to talk, but I don't know which is the exact clip. But Diddy's lawyer said he's not going to talk, but I'm going to tell y'all my take on this. Diddy's lawyer saying that he's not going to talk. I think, again, this is something I haven't heard anybody else say, but this is what I thought. And this is what I think. Diddy's lawyer, if Diddy were going to talk, there's no good reason for them to telegraph that and tell people that he's going to talk. He has every reason to say now that he's not going to talk, as opposed to saying now that he is going to talk. We have all heard, I imagine everybody's heard by now, the reports that Diddy did not want to eat because he's afraid somebody might try to poison him. So you would want to get the heat off of you, right? If you think somebody is after you or multiple people may be after you, you don't know who it might be. Could be this person, could be that person. You say, well, I'm not going to eat because they might try to poison me. Well, what would you, when the topic of whether or not you're going to talk and whether you're going to spill the beans, so to speak, comes up, what should you say? You should say, of course, I'm not going to talk. Because if you give an indication that you are going to talk and you're already in a situation where you feel your life is in danger, you're essentially raising the risk on your own self by indicating that you will talk. So when Diddy's lawyer says he's not going to say anything, he's not going to talk, I don't think we can, as the public, I don't think we can believe that at all. I think that that's the only reasonable thing to say when you think that there are people out there who might want to come get you so that you won't talk. You just put the word out, say, no, I'm not going to talk. So I don't think so a lot of people took that as, oh, so Diddy's going to hold it down. Nah, I mean, I don't know what he's going to do. But my point is the only reasonable word to put out there is to say, I'm not going to talk. Does that make sense? So you certainly, if you're going to make a comment about it, the only reasonable comment is I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to fight this because I'm innocent. The moment you say I'm going to talk, it makes you sound guilty. Think about that. It makes you sound guilty. Oh, well, if I'm going down, other people are going down with me. That's one. It makes people's ears perk up who might think you can implicate them if you indicate you're going to talk. And if you're really scared somebody might try to do something to you, well, now you're putting them on notice. Hey, if you don't get to me first, I'm taking you down. So there's no good reason that Diddy would indicate he is going to talk And there's all kinds of good reasons for him to indicate he's not going to talk, even if he does plan to talk. Right? So I do not think there's any there's no necessary truth. There's not necessarily any truth to the fact he's not going to talk, but that's something you would want to get out there if you're in his position, so that one, you sound like you're innocent. No, I'm not going to talk. There's nothing to talk about. I'm totally innocent and I'm going to fight these charges. That sounds like what an innocent person would say. A guilty person would say, you know what, I want to make a deal. Oh, so you did do some stuff and now you have information on other people. So you sound guilty. And also too, by an innocent person would, again, not have anything to say and hopefully would not have to fear somebody trying to do something to that person to shut them up. But a guilty person obviously does have something to fear if they were doing stuff with other people. So we don't know if Diddy really, we know he has information like that is almost certain, but we don't know if he plans to talk or not. I would, if I had to put money on it, I would 100% put money on Diddy talking. 100%. Basil Zinc, thank you. From New Zealand, is that? Appreciate it. What time is it in New Zealand right now? Must be like, aren't y'all about 12 hours ahead of us? Must be like early morning hours there. Appreciate it. With Diddy case, I'd assume Rico is from the recordings of freak-offs gaining Diddy favor through money or business dealings. That's a very good point. That would be racketeering. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. But I think racketeering involves more than one person. So again, I have a question about whether the federal racketeering statute can even be effectuated with the arrest of just one person. Because it seems to me that if racketeering involves at least two people in agreement, seems like you should have to arrest at least two people on the same racketeering. Was Epstein talking before he was no more? I do not know. I don't know. The Epstein thing is very, that's one of those things that's very difficult to understand. Has a lot of moving parts. Not sure if he was talking. I want to know who on the tapes. I'm a conspiracy theorist and I'm convinced the raids was for the tapes. I got to protect the powers that be. Yeah, a lot of people have said that the raids were to get the tapes, not so much to get, but of course the raids were to get the tapes. I mean, the tapes would be evidence of the crimes. So I don't think it's a conspiracy theory that the powers that be were raiding Diddy to get the tapes. That's what everybody assumed, right? That's what you would think they were trying to do, because the tapes would be the best evidence of the crime. So I don't see that as a conspiracy theory. Now, the conspiracy is that when the raids were happening, there was a plane that flew out. I think it was Diddy's plane that flew out and went to a Caribbean island, I think, but Diddy apparently was not on the plane. So the conspiracy theory says maybe Diddy sent evidence on that plane to a place where it would be difficult to find on a Caribbean island. Is freaking inside of your home a criminal act? That in and of itself is not, but if the person that you're involved with wants to leave and you don't let them, or if you record that person and then tell them, because I have this recording, you have to do the things I want you to do, or if you provide illegal drugs to that person to make them more susceptible to the things you want them to do. I mean, there's a lot of different kind of insinuated allegations out there about Diddy. So I wouldn't say just the freak offs, but yes, if you include everything else, then yes. Do I agree it should be proof of evidence? I don't know what you mean by that, Ray Johnson. Do I agree that it? Well, I don't know what you mean by it right there, but rephrase the question. I'll be happy to answer. Just some cool info. Hell's Angels were first to be brought up on RICO, and they were acquitted. Is that right? Yeah, RICO. I mean, as we can see, this is definitely not the best RICO that we've seen. Well, how many of us have sat through a RICO? This is not the best case that we've seen put together, but you can see how trying to prove that many different people did many different things over a span of 10 years, it's tough. It's tough. Apparently, Attorney DeWilliams tried to get off the case. She lost. Her office says it's a financial hardship. Do you have any source for what the situation is with Attorney DeWilliams now? We saw back in May, it would be a financial hardship for anybody just getting $15,000 to do this kind of case. Drugging people, correct. Underage, correct. Correct. RICO was established in 1970. So yeah, y'all talking about, I've had 2 videos where I've talked about the D man, and they both got demonetized. So I don't want to talk too much about the D man, because I'm starting to feel like just saying his name might be enough to. They weren't demonetized; they were limited monetization, I should say. So I feel like YouTube is maybe targeting videos that talk about the D guy for demonetization. It kind of sucks, but that is what I've noticed. I do see that apparently there are over 100 people. Wow, hold up. Academic. Whoa. Check this out.
You're a minor, but I need to talk to you away from your parents.
Hopefully, Act won't strike.
They were in a private area. Allegedly, Mr. Combs made.
All right, I'm gonna try to just show a little of this.
We could go back because the details says a 9.
Available to these victims.
Oh, they got a hotline, y'all.
My
the D man has his own hotline. Can y'all believe that? Oh no. Oh man, y'all, it's over for him. I'm trying to see what this actually says, though. Does it say his name? Y'all, 120 people apparently. According to academics, 120 victims. Y'all, this is wild. But it doesn't, I don't think this necessarily says his name. See what she said.
The essence of human dignity and safety. It shatters lives, it destroys confidence, and all too often, it leaves survivors feeling like they are voiceless.
Okay. All right, we back.
So, what gun did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had 8K. And another 223. The 223 and the 8K. I know they had that big 8K. That was posted on.
The 8K was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the 8K.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court and you found out that gun came back to Lucci Mama, what happened since then? Because clearly I know you didn't.
Someone told me, man, someone like, you need to start, I need to go and tell them for who gun it was. I was going to tell, but I didn't. So, where are they getting all these damn guns from? Because I know you only purchased a couple of them. Where are all these 223s and these, where are these guns at and where they getting them from? I already had guns. You think already got them? I mean, I know. They really bringing them out. The night look like you, right? We was at Thor house. Thor's already gone. We see Kill them pull up in the driveway. His house, his apartment. Yeah, come on ticket. We see. I was not one. I like they kill. I see Gucci had the red Camaro. I like that. All they parked up. They go park this summer car. I got summer car. They go park this summer car with a few men and pull back out. And then when we went out of town, well, I know some car at Thor house. She came and got my dad drop off. Cause I ain't getting that car. They just bought their tools. Right. I don't know if they stood around or not. Right. So that's what I said. When y'all went out of town, they shot at Kill shot at Summer at Cruz. That was with your sister, right? With my sister. Wasn't it?
It was
Trion.
Yeah, Trini and Summer cousin, and they met at the Christmas and Kill and Herbie had work.
They take Kill thought I was in the car. That way he was pushing it. But you wasn't in the car. Right, but you wasn't in the car. You was. I was in Miami. Right, you was gone. So now you got these two for somebody else's beef because they shooting at your girl and you really ain't got shit to do with it. You just hanging with the wrong people at this point. That night when you guys talk, that's the first time like they ever let me ride. Like when they go through something.
So it's like now they popping your chair.
Cause when everybody else, he's locked up or something. Oh boy. What do you remember what day you got arrested for that gun? Like it was May 7th. May 7th. Like
where are your guns at?
I don't know. Woody told me that he lost. I had bought one when I came back. I bought the 762, the Draco. Yes. I had that for a minute. Then I had owed somebody some money. I had owed one of Woody's friends some money. So I left it. I told him to tell him hold that, so I paid him. So I see Thug this money from him. So. He like, who was this? Because we need that gun. Who? You're the gun you bought. No. You had. I'm getting confused. Woody had his gun. You had mine.
Answer this question. When you bought that Draco that you talking about for Woody.
No, I bought it for me.
Huh?
I bought when they shot Summer Cole.
So you bought it for yourself?
Yeah, put it in Summer Cole right with it.
So how Woody end up with it?
I owed somebody some money.
So you sold it to him?
No, I just like holding guns until I get money.
Right.
And Woody like, I hold it in my house.
So was you ever gonna buy it back? Did you ever attempt to buy it?
I had to see Thug ain't coming around because he got too much going on. He going out for some bullshit.
Right.
So he stopped coming around, and then that when I had bought an a few days later.
Right.
The 223. And who did you buy that for? Because I know it wasn't for you. I bought it for Woody. How much did you pay for it? $1,000.
So you bought it directly for him?
He just like, he said, what, he gonna leave me in this house with his baby kid?
What's the investigator do?
The one that stands in the house with Tom? Yeah, pop him on, man. Yeah, what's up? Cool, come on, give me some long gloves, man. Where are you from? Yeah, what you feel about this thing?
I'm stopping at 3:16:06 and I'm going to 3:16:21.
Yeah, think about it. One
And I'm stopping at 3:16:36. And I'm going to 3:16:42. If there are no objections. Starting up at 3:16.
Hang on, Mr. Sharp.
I asked it to be played the way that the court ordered it to be played.
I haven't ordered it to be played anyway.
Court, I don't know why that's being skipped.
Okay, I don't know what's being skipped, but
If Mr. Steele lets me know which portion he wants, tell me the timestamp, I'll play it.
do we need to approach again?
If we just refer to the document, they can help.
I'm referring to it.
What's going on, because obviously we can't play the video real time to know what the state's talking about. So we could just refer to the document.
If he,
Okay, well, I mean, she needs to give the timestamps for purposes of the record, but are you able to do both the document?
given that I don't know what portion Mr. Steele is asking to come in, I can't tell.
So
I can simply say we are attempting to do number 25. So
I mean, that would work in terms of letting them know what it is. Does that help if she just refers to the number?
And I do want to do the time for the record, but
Yeah, I mean, you need to, but will that help y'all? If she refers to the number of what it was we all were referencing when we were going over the evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, I just got to look at that.
I need you to use the mic.
I understand what the state's saying about 25. I think that there is a portion in between 24 and 25, which is found on the top of page 123.
Can y'all come up here for just a second? And you can just stay where you are. You won't understand what it is that we're saying anyway.
Y'all, I'm gonna run that back a little bit. I stepped away. I want to see what happens, so I'll run it back a few minutes.
if there are no objections.
All right.
How much did you pay for it?
So you bought it directly for him?
He just like, he said, what, you gonna leave me in the house with his baby kid?
Who's the investigator for?
The one that's handling the house. Yeah, that's pop on, man. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Cool, come on, give me some long gloves, man.
What do you do?
Yeah, what you feel about the tape?
I'm stopping at 3:16:42.
1606, and I'm going to 3/16/21.
You gotta think about it. Wayne get money. Birdman going.
So what? Why they need to approach is my question. I stepped away because my mother-in-law just made some good Dominican food, y'all. She made some habichuela con dulce. Anybody know about that? Got any Dominican people?
All right. Well, we can fast forward on that.
Do you think that
And stopping at 3/16/36. And I'm going to 3/16/42. If there are no objections. Starting up at 3.
Hang on, Mr. Sharp.
I cannot tell why they wanted to approach. Yeah, this habichuela con dulce is like, anybody here ever had a bean pie? You ever had a bean pie? Anybody here in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you ever had a bean pie, like the one that the brothers sell, the Nation of Islam people. Habichuela con dulce is like, it's almost like if you made a bean pie, but it's like I don't want to say it's soup because it's kind of more like a soup. It's kind of more like soupy. So it's a dessert type of thing though, but the consistency is kind of like soup, like a thick soup, like a stew type of consistency, but it's a bean pie flavor. So, Patron, you never had a bean pie? Oh, you gotta have a bean pie. I love bean pies. One of my favorite things to eat. Y'all probably notice I'm snacking over here all day, every day. I'm a huge snacker. I'm always consuming something. So, anybody have any idea why they just did that approach? Got some coffee too, y'all, with my Paralegal Institute mug. What do y'all think about that? The paralegal. Y'all, I've been thinking about some merch, right? I've been thinking about some merch, but obviously I don't want to do merch with any of the people from the trial or anything. But I was thinking about some merch, and I was thinking about maybe like Eyes on Justice or something like that. You know what I mean? Eyes on the law, eyes on justice. Something like what we've all decided to do as a collective 50,000 people who tune into these lives every day, 50 to 100,000 people, and probably another 100,000 who watch the playbacks. We've decided that we want to watch and oversee that justice is served in this situation. So I was thinking, what could be a slogan for the merch, right? Merch as in people who might want to say, yeah, you know what? I'm paying attention to this stuff. I'm watching this stuff. I'm interested in this stuff. So I was thinking eyes on justice. I don't know. Eyes on justice. Any ideas, if y'all want to throw them out there, put them in the chat, send me an email. Some merch, some mugs, sweatshirts, t-shirts, the regular stuff. Coasters for your table. You want me to say soup one more time? Soup. Soup, soup, soup. Truth Official, soup. It's not soup, but let me see if I can find an image. I'll show you the consistency. I'm going to show y'all what it looks like. This is what it looks like, y'all. Okay. All right, we're back.
I have to excuse y'all again. I hope it will not take more than 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, they're excusing the jury. So we can look at this. They're just excusing the jury right now. See, this is what it looks like. But it's sweet like bean pie, and it's made out of beans. Okay? And it's made out of beans. So, good stuff.
All right, Mr. Sharp, do you want to just come over to council table and y'all try to work with Miss Hilton or Miss Knight on what needs to get played? Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not a bad start.
And that way y'all can listen to it and get the timestamps and sort it out.
And to be clear, Your Honor, let me also put on the record, the part that I stopped at was 3:16:34. At 3:16:34, and honestly, I have on my own transcript like a hard line, take out. If this is not something that everyone on the other side wants excluded, I'll happily play it. But the part that I stopped at, it says, answer this question. Did Birdman know anything about that murder?
All right, let's just listen to the tape. And the tape is what it is, and figure out what the timestamps are. Because I think we all agree what's in and what's out. We just don't seem to agree on what the timestamps are.
I'm starting where I'm going to go back to 3:16:20. All right, to 3:16:20. All right, so 3:16:20, I'm going to play.
Good. You gotta think about it. One ain't get money. Birdman ain't going to jail for nobody.
All right. Well, we can fast forward on that.
Do you think that Thug ordered that on murder against nothing? I told they were just trying to give him names.
Okay.
So there's like no sanctions.
There it is, right there. The court's ruling, as I understand it, and I have documented, is that the part that the state just played, which is on 122, the bottom of 122, going to page 123, the transcript, where it says, do you think that Thug ordered that on Nut, murder against Nut? And he says, nah. That was all coming in.
Right.
Okay? And then,
correct.
And then when Zachary says, nah, I told they just trying to get a name.
That's out.
That's
the
out.
law is in, and the rest of it is out.
Correct.
Yes. And then it picks back up with the question. Right?
So there's no sanctions and all that's in.
Right, right.
So, no. So, am I clear that there's a 1 second part that's out? Because,
yes.
Judge, I'd ask to be allowed to play that because I am not. A second, it's going to take less than a second to say that. To stop it.
It doesn't matter. That part's out.
I know, but what I'm saying, Your Honor, is I do not believe that
Can you turn the volume down for that part? Because that would be fine if you just gnaw and turn the volume down.
I can, yep. Because we had 316.34 to 316.41 out.
And that's what was agreed
I
on.
don't
And that
know
was what they agreed to.
timestamps are, but I know that line 7, murder against Nut, Zachary's answer, nah, is supposed to be in, and the rest of it is out. And then it's Gaither's question again.
So the nah stays in,
Correct.
but the rest of the sentence is out. And then it picks up after 5-6 words.
Yes.
It says not, it says space bar.
Evidence review doesn't work like that. But I'll, Your Honor, if the court would just give me a moment to just practice.
Okay. That works.
316.
What the heck is going on? What the heck is, even Whitaker look like she doesn't know. Look, she's over there like, what is going on here? I don't know what's going on. Mommy of 4 kids. We have a member in the house. How you doing, Mommy? Mommy says, I hate when she says we. Who is we? She means herself. All right. Mommy also said, all right. Says look like they're 2 witches thinking up something evil. You talking about these 2? You talking about Love and Hilton? I don't think we mentioned earlier today, Mommy. It looks like Hilton and Love, they're working together, but they don't seem to have the same chemistry that they had previously. Some point in the previous weeks, several weeks, it seems like their chemistry broke down a little bit. When is Birdman testifying? I don't think he's on the witness list as of right now. Y'all think Birdman has something to do with all this? Do y'all think Birdman has something to do with all of this? With Donovan Thomas in particular? Truth Official, she's trying to be slick. It is kind of weird that they have to just leave 1 second out. But she said, nah. Like, hey, that's your job. Get it done. If you don't know how to do it, get a audio video person who knows how to do it. Slick Willie Love. This is the understatement of the year. This whole thing is mind-boggling. I don't think any one human outside of DA Love maybe really even knows what's going on. And she might not even know what's going on. I don't think there is a human on planet Earth that fully understands this trial. I don't think the judge fully understands this trial. I don't think any prosecutor fully understands this trial.
That's not the critical part because that doesn't say anything. So I don't know why we can't just.
Or if it, in the interest of time, if she just instructs, or the court instructs rather, Detective Gaither to refresh her memory on it. Don't say the second part and just ask a question. Did you ask Mr. Zachary if Mr. Williams ordered the killing? And her answer would be no.
Your Honor, I don't think that the court would ever allow the state to interrupt cross-examination and instruct the defense on how to ask a question or examine a witness. So,
He's just trying to.
Your Honor, he can get that out on cross. I'm not trying to hide anything. I would gladly play it all. I don't.
Look at Whitaker.
So I'm
going
to do
head.
as the court instructs. I'm going to play it. I can pause it. I can hit mute. Either option is fine with me. But again, I do not want to be accused of running afoul unintentionally or intentionally of anything that the court ordered. So I'm going to do as the court directed.
Oh, this is just something grating.
Sorry. Ready? ready to get the witness back in?
Yes.
I'm
Can you?
going to caution you, though, that if more than, like, if that whole, I'm not going to be happy. So make sure you don't do that.
I'm going to make every effort. I want it on the record. I'm making every effort to comply with the court's instructions.
All right. Well, you've been able to do it twice in practice without getting any critical part heard. So I expect you to be able to do it with the jury too.
Counsel can play it, but they can play it themselves.
She needs somebody. I'm kind of surprised she's doing this herself too. Like, they need an expert. They need an expert. Marty Keys. It's not clear. There's a rumor out there. It's also not clear that if that were true, how that would affect this case, because I'm not sure if that would be a conflict of interest. It seems like it could be, but I'm not sure about that. What I do think is confirmed is that Fonnie Willis was the attorney for a YSL member who is not on this indictment. That I believe is confirmed. I believe Fonnie Willis was a defense attorney before becoming DA. She was a defense attorney for a YSL member from like an early founder, and he is not on this indictment. So take that for what it's worth. Let love accidentally play too much right now. Let her accidentally play too much of this audio coming up. I, for one, am hoping she does not, honestly. I'm hoping she doesn't go over. I don't want to see the train wreck. I just rather this thing continue to run relatively smoothly today. I would probably call somebody else up to do it for me, honestly, if I was that unsure of myself. Still trying to get every little detail. That's her style. She's Dennis Rodman. She's Dennis Rodman. She's not going to play. She's not going to change her playing style. She can't change her playing style.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Anna. I'm starting at 3:16:27.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Do you think that Thug ordered that on murder against nothing? I told him that.
I'm stopping. I stopped at 3:16:41, and I'm going to pick.
Yes. The judge could remove Love. There have been motions for that. The judge has declined those motions. But yes, she could remove Love or Hilton. Or any of the prosecutors for that matter.
And I'm starting back up at 3:16:43.
from Chicago, so, you know, I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without quote unquote permission from the higher ups, it ain't no kind of who said so the higher. I mean,
Pausing at 3:17:00. And resuming at 3:17:04.
he wouldn't even right when he started YSL.
Who started it?
My brother and Slug. Tay Slug. Yeah.
What about DJ?
They did it, because they were around Slug. I'm telling you who started it. Tay Slug and some, like 3 more of their friends. That these people that already grew up together who started. Mm-hmm. All of them started. And then they Slug, he loved Thug, so he put him, he told Thug what's going on. And Thug just ran with it. So now it's almost, I guess because Thug initially was with Red Cartel, right? No. Well, he was rapping with Block and all that. I didn't know what he was Rock Crew. Oh, Rock Crew. Rock Crew, y'all confuse me. Rock Crew and YSL the same thing. Right. But I told you, when everybody had fell out with Boo, I ain't saying like that, but they had fell out with Boo, because they say Boo snitching on Mo. Mm-hmm. And then that's when they started YSL. Just to kind of disassociate themselves. But then they started back messing with Boo, and then that's why I came to YSL.
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a club. Like, correct?
Stopping at 3:18:18. Picking up at
Y'all believe YSL is a gang? Like, seriously, honestly, deep down inside, do you believe YSL is a gang, or what is it? If not a gang, then what is it? Got some no's. Not a gang. A record label.
during your interview with Mr. Zachary, do you all confirm that he knows Detective Thorpe from Crawford Long? Do you remember asking, you know Investigator Thorpe, I'm certain you went to Crawford Long.
Correct.
Okay. And does Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that he does know Detective Thorpe?
Yes, he acknowledges it, gives him a hug.
Did what now?
Gives him a hug.
Okay.
Dapped up.
And I'm going to advance, Your Honor, to 3:19:10.
That's a tough question, Jonathan. I would say it's a group. I might be splitting hairs a bit, but where I grow
And
up,
picking back up at 31911.
I'll finish after this.
I'll show you some pictures. And you can say if you know them, you don't know them. Tell me how long you know them, and if they had anything to do with Nuts murder. Who was doing what, who said what. Okay? Cool with that? Yeah. Okay. Open that up and tell me exactly what you see.
Do what?
Okay. You mind signing this picture? Tell me that's do what?
I'll spell the name. Yeah, I'll spell do what for you. D-U-W-O-P. D-U-W-O-P. How long you been knowing him? I ain't knowing that long. Okay. You say your name. Say your name anywhere in there. Say my name? Mm-hmm. I thought you wanted to know.
Right. I'm just making sure that they say, how do you know that he said that's doo-wop? That's your signature. Okay? And you put today's date on there.
What is that?
August 5th, 8/5/2015.
8/5/2015.
Doo-wop was one of the guys in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Who is that?
No.
Okay. Right here, where it's white, you can see it. Right Nard. How long you been on Nard?
About 12.
Say, who's his dad? You say you know his dad?
No, I don't know his dad.
I mean,
He knew your dad.
he knew your dad.
You know his, Quindari's dad. Same name right here too? Yeah, same thing.
Is he still locked up as far as you know?
Yeah, I think he got 2 years or something.
What about Doo-wop? You heard anything about him lately?
No.
You know if he out? Well, yeah.
They say he locked up.
Today's date again. They took $500 in jail. Okay. Who's that?
Yeah.
Somewhere up in here. Right, Yak or whatever. Your YK.
Probably a little darker.
Mom, you can see it. Oh, it's killing me.
That's the 5th. I think it's
Group 10, yeah, they're going to 8/5/2015. Who's that? Shannon. How long you know Shannon?
I'm a year now.
About a year. You put in this t-shirt.
You got a nickname?
SB.
What that mean?
SB.
I mean, what does it stand for something?
Shannon Badass, I think.
Shannon Bedard.
That ain't last name. So would you put SB or something?
Whatever you know,
Shannon. Or whatever you
Shannon or Shannon.
Is it SHANON?
Yeah. And sign your name if you want. I know you told them, but Tell me, who told you what was going on?
Shannon and Yak.
Okay. Shannon and Yak told you what happened. Tell me exactly what they told you.
Shannon right there, they caught me. They gonna wait for, they gonna wait for me bullshit. Yak girlfriend. They did me, matter of fact, she know. Bullshit know? Yeah, she know. And, then they seen, look, Shannon told me that they seen Shannon like, calm down bad.
Calm down bad.
Calm down bad.
Okay. What else?
And then they killed me.
And did they say who was firing what gun?
Now I know, Shannon had a 4.5.
Shannon had a 4.5. Okay.
And I know some shit, they had a little Draco with a shoulder strap on.
Draco?
Yeah.
Okay, who had the Draco?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Where'd you see it? Where I seen Draco at? None had, brought Thug House Med or really the day before.
The day before? Yeah. Before the murder or?
The day before the murder.
Before the murder? No, I had it.
But I think Nard was driving.
Nard was driving?
Yeah.
Okay.
You said it was at Infinity? Yeah.
You remember the model?
G35?
G35. Was it any one of their cars or was it somebody else's car?
Now they had, Thug manager had rented.
Thug manager?
Had rented.
You know his manager's name?
Amina.
You know her last name?
No.
You know where she rented from?
No.
So, after the shooting, do you know what happened to the car and the guns?
Yeah, they dropped off at OG Vintage car.
Do you know the guns still around or they got rid of them?
More likely they got rid of them. I just when they dropped off at Vintage spot, he pulled that got rid of them.
How do they normally get rid of guns?
I don't know. That ain't the first time they usually keep them.
Yeah. Okay. So, did anybody give word to shoot nothing, or this was just an opportunity?
They just wanted the name.
They just wanted the name.
Cause it used to be one and more going out soon. They just wanted the name.
So did Woody slow down with all his bullshit, or once Nut got killed, did Woody slow down with his stuff, or was he still?
Nah, when he seen that he had a lot of folks that ran with him, then we hung back up.
Moody.
Yeah. But see, everybody really knows Shannon like that. Yeah, he just, right, like Thug wasn't really messing with him. He was around with water from him.
Right.
Stopping at 326.50. Advancing to 326.56. And starting back up at 326.57.
Stuff me some Shannon.
So he puts Woody to the side and Shannon back to the Woody spot.
Yeah. So like Woody took Slug spot.
So Shannon and Yak told you, and he said that Nard was in the car also, and Nard was driving.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else you remember what they told you?
No. That's it. No, that's it. You know what they told me.
And where did they tell you this at?
They Thug House. Well, Shannon told me Thug House. Nard told me they Thug House too, but Thug was already gone.
Okay. His house was condo or condo? Condo. Can you remember what Shannon had on that night?
Nah, I don't know. So long.
What boat she say? Where she stay?
What she say? Mm-hmm. I don't know what she say yet. I just know her.
So just look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Who that is?
That's the condo.
That's the condo? And who's that standing in the window?
That's Shane.
Was that before or after the murder?
That was the day before.
Day before?
Yeah, all of that went to the mom that one. So that one was closed, so that was the day before.
Okay. Alright. And what else do you know? What else do you know?
Probably.
Something else?
I told y'all everything.
That's all they told you?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened afterwards? I mean, when y'all went to the thug house and they told you, what was Nard and Doo-Wop there?
No, what Doo-Wop was it?
Okay.
Where did he go? I don't know. So, or how did you link up with them after the murder? Cause I told you, we called. Someone called me out. They say like somebody killed Nut. People were scared and we were together because so much possible. Who got shot at? Mm-hmm. We met him up there, and then Wood had pulled out. He pulled out a doctor. No doctor who he shot. Mm-hmm. So we me and Moonson followed me because I ain't got no license. To Thug's house. So y'all met up at the gambling house and then drove to Thug's house. Me and Moonson, and we met Wood had pulled out.
Who was with Woody? Was Lil D with him?
Nah, he was at Thug's house.
But when you got to Thug's house, Lil D was there.
Yeah, he was at Thug's. He had been out the whole day. Out of these four, who you the closest with? Shannon. Why is that? Cause like, told you, he always like they treat him like little brother and stuff. Mm-hmm. But you older than Shannon, ain't you? Y'all about the same age? I'm 21, since I'm 22. But I didn't know mom though, but he went cold like that. Right. We just close up. He used to hang on who I just call my brother.
Stopping at 329.53. Advancing to 330.06. Let me see the words. 44.99. Here. Okay. And then 44.19. Going from 330.06 to 330.10. 330.09. 330.09. Your Honor, what we'll do is actually go to the next portion unless there is an objection, because it's just a 3-second. So we'll go to 331.36.
And as we're looking on the, at this point, are you, or is Detective Thorpe asking Quindarius Zachary about participants in the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And the picture or the photograph that Detective Thorpe is showing him now, is that Demise McMullen?
That Thorpe has?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that that was the Nard that he was talking about?
Yes.
Starting at 3:31:06. 3:31:36.
Who that DK look like? I can't see him. This is him right there. I don't know him.
How often did Noah have Bentley Nitro?
Every day.
So he had access to it.
You asked me like who he was on. No. You said, in your opinion, this look like Nard? Yeah.
Still,
Crazy.
how much percentage wise you think? 100%, 80%, 70%?
100%. That's what I know.
You sure?
Shit, they got me now. I don't know about DK. No, this is just to correct like that you said this looks like Nard. Like we still working this case. DK don't look like sign on the white car. Sign with my name?
Name, date, and putting who you think in that picture is Noah.
Is Nard skinny? Yeah.
So they just got sticks on that. No. Where they getting them from? Thug got the check, so there's not. Thug put the date on 85.
I told Thug it's like Miss World. He Thug ain't never really like buying guns for no crime. You didn't go.
Stopping at 3:33:12, and as we advance to the next slide, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as 503 Yankee, and ask you if 503 Yankee is what Quindarius Zachary was looking at in the clip of the video that we just saw, where he signed his name.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever in any way attempt to suggest in any report or anything else that Quindarius Zachary knew something about this particular crime?
No.
All right. And is this the Nard that he said he had known since he was 12?
Yes.
Starting back up at 3/33/21.
I'm asking. I mean, I ain't checked back up on you. You ain't had no thing pre-trial. I ain't gave you no violations or none of that. The pre-trial officer, he was mad. I was getting locked up. Officer Ray. Yeah.
Everybody doing it like you.
Okay, he know, like, he don't even own me no trouble. But why you be around folks that be in trouble?
Dude.
If your brother Tay trying to tell you to stay out of trouble, stay away from these folks, why can't you just stay away from these folks? They live hanging out stores and a lot of girls. But you knew Thug before Woody and all this started hanging out with him. Like, Thug don't even be around them like that. I don't Thug my whole life. Right, that's what I'm saying. He don't even be around them like that. I know what, like, that's just how it was going. We mess with it, it's like, Thug cut you off. One day, and then back cool to the next day. So why people choose to come back around him? Why, because he got money, he can take folks everywhere? He taking care of folks and stuff. When's the last time you seen him? I ain't seen him, man. I mean, like, you ain't hung out with him or been to the club and I'm with him? I ain't been no club, I ain't seen him in a minute. Like, when I came back on tour, I went in the hospital. You know, I've been in hospital. Like, right. In the hospital, I ain't really seen him. Right. What's up to think about all this? She told me to come talk to y'all. She said, if it can help me get out of this situation with me, come talk to y'all. Absolutely. She don't care. She hates.
Pausing at 3:35:05 and starting at 3:35:11.
3 years. Damn. Y'all got no kids together? No.
You want to break or you want to keep going?
Keep going about what?
We still got the book. Let go.
Want to bring some chips or anything? Yeah, I'm over here. What kind of chips you want? I don't know.
What can you eat? You said you're on a liquid diet.
Get that. I don't want you to get sick now.
Don't get sick on our watch.
I'll be alright. No. Maybe I don't want to eat a lot. You use some crackers? Oh, yeah, it's chill. Straight Doritos. Let's
talk about the bus. Now,
I'll be back out. Y'all want to get y'all killed?
Bro, we can't make you no promises, but you're doing a great job. Like, you don't even know.
I can't even express to you. I'm saying, no, I don't want to be seen in no jail.
You don't want to.
When I say I can't even express to you what you're doing right now and just the magnitude of it. And like I said, we don't vouch for too many people. We just don't. Because people say one thing and then they get out and they start doing some more fuck shit. I promise God, I ain't gonna. This right here cost me so much. They find out I ain't gonna be able to. I'm in Cleveland now. I'm just saying. You don't want to hang on Cleveland. I don't want to hang on Cleveland now. Man, something move. You don't want to be nowhere on Cleveland. If God has a plan for you to help you out this situation, man, some move in Clark County. I'm not going around.
What I say to you, these next couple of hours gonna determine the rest of your life, and that's just being real because.
Can y'all get my new probably with the court then? I don't know if it's gonna work that fast. Like I'm saying, can y'all just tell them this my house or something?
All we can do is ask.
What we're gonna do is, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna speak for myself. When we drop you back off to jail, I'm hopping on the phone with DA's office like ASAP. And you already know investigating authority, he's stand up kind of, he's gonna do the same thing because we've been working this shit since January. We hopped on the phone ASAP. There's still some stuff we gotta verify what you said, but you like it's shit to you. I want to say like even if y'all don't y'all can just release me out of my house arrest so y'all move forward with the case. I can't release you, but I'm telling you, you're gonna have my word that I'm gonna tell these folks the great shit you didn't tell us today.
It feel like weight off your shoulders now.
I just want to get out of here. I know.
I'm just saying though, but just to hold all that in.
I don't have a problem with my health. I want to spend time with my family. I want to spend time with my family. I understand. But once again, what you have to understand, listen to what you have to understand. If you're let out and you're given a bond or house arrest, whatever the court decides to do with you, you gotta stay the fuck out. Listen to me. You have to stay the fuck out the way. I promise God. Everybody say I promise God. Yes, you can.
Pausing at 3:38:41. And advancing to 3:39:05.
The way concert, I mean, at the compound.
Where you was at?
Yeah, he called King out there.
So what happened that night? Y'all was at the studio or what? What happened?
No, we did like we were who I with. I was Schwab and Chill. Well, we two in the car.
What kind of car you was in?
For me, I was in Benz. What color? White. Okay. Where we all at before? Where we all at before y'all went to compound? LaCour. So y'all at LaCour first. Those sisters wanted to go to compound because everybody was deep and all that. Right. She didn't want to go there and be seen.
What kind of car she was in?
Her truck.
What kind of truck?
Explorer.
2-door?
Yeah. Who was with her? DK they had full out the car. DK they had full out the car.
DK was in her car?
DK, another young nigga named Book. Book? Yeah. You know about the rapper Book? No. This little nigga be with DK though. Okay. And they little partner named Kel. Was in the little sister truck. And Shannon.
Shannon was in that car. He wasn't in that car.
He got in that car. I told him he put it out the car.
So when they went to hit the bus,
yeah,
he got in that car, and then they put the little sister out. Where she staying?
I don't know where she staying. I ain't know. Which sister is this? Max. That's why, yeah. Alexis. Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you saw them, so you had quiet.
That's why I'm right. That's why I'm like, nah, he wasn't in that car originally. Originally, he was in the car with Lil D and T.
Yeah.
Okay. Who gun did I recover?
DK gun. You probably snatched. I met the truck.
Yeah.
DK gun. Were you out there for that? Nah. For the actual bus shooting? They don't even know that.
So,
They under the truth.
Let's break it. Let's start off. So, y'all go to the court. Everybody turn. Did y'all go back to the studio at any time?
No, we went to studio late on that night.
But before y'all went to compound.
I went to Magic City and before.
And then y'all went straight to compound. So y'all met them open there.
Who met
Was y'all with everybody else at the
met them at Magic?
And then y'all.
Yeah.
But at some point, all of y'all went together. Before y'all got to compound.
Before now. Like me, Max, all this, DK, everybody until Pee-wee on. We met Pee-wee on at Magic on you.
Okay. And then y'all left Magic to
compound.
Okay. How many cars was with y'all?
Like 10. And you in what? You said white Mercedes? Yeah. Who was driving that? Chill Will.
Dark skin guy?
No. Light skin, Dread.
Light skin Dread?
Yeah.
Where was Pee-wee?
He from Maryland. Who was with him? I don't know who's in the car, you know?
So y'all leave from Magic, go to the compound.
Yeah.
Once y'all get there, go from there.
Yeah, I ain't gonna go inside, so we got a lot of niggas go inside. And then, what was the reason they were trying to get in there? Just going good. I get in and white still shirts on stuff. No. So y'all didn't have an issue with Wayne? Like, what's the issue with Wayne? Well, what was everybody else's issue with Wayne? Pee-wee, like I said, everybody want to make a name for themselves. Pee-wee don't want to go in us and just get into it with Wayne.
So the intention was to go start some shit.
Yeah.
Didn't matter what it was. They ain't know
They
that.
want to get seen. I don't know if it's start shit or just to get seen. They want to get seen.
Right.
Let them know they were there and all that. And then them people grabbed from the boys. I tried to run from the back and you grabbed.
I did. Officer Booker did.
Somebody grabbed.
What happened then?
We stand right there where you grabbed the gun at.
And I pulled out on y'all.
Yeah. When they were pulled down that side street right there. They like, they put Max in the other car. They put Max in the car with T.
So Max and Shannon switched spots.
Yeah. Told everybody that they were from what you call.
Based on what?
Me and Max studio. Say we're gonna go shoot up the two boys.
So they said it.
Yeah. I don't know what they mean if they shoot up the two boys.
Who said it?
Who said it? Pee-wee said it. Shannon said it. Who was the most hyped about it? Who was more hyped? Yeah. Shannon. So where did you go? Once you left compound? I went to the house at first, and then they woke me up. Well, my partner chill, we woke me up. The D said, hey, studio, I'm gonna pull up down there. Yeah, we pull up down there. And then they tell me what happened from the last time I seen you. So everybody met back up at the studio, y'all was chilling there. How long was y'all at the studio? About an hour. Hey, I get it, I thought gonna come back, but Thug went to the phone with me that night. Cause Thug was in New Orleans, right, performing. Like, with my intention, I don't think Thug knew about it. And so I right.
Pee-wee was in the car by himself?
No, he didn't call somebody, but I don't know.
So somebody was in the car with him?
Was Rico with them? Who Rico? Rico
Rich. You got no hands and you ain't coming.
We left him at Magic. So he ain't go to compound? Yeah, sure at Magic. I didn't know y'all hung with him. Well, he hung with Thug. I didn't know him. They said that's Thug artist or something. Bobby Thug artist. That's what they say. Yeah.
So after they shot at the bus, what happened? After they shot at the bus, what happened?
We met up at studio.
So they came back to Metropolitan?
Yeah.
I am pausing it at 3:45, 57. And advancing to (3:46:19). And as we advance, I have just a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, when Quindarius Zachary talked about YSL and Rock Crew. Was that information that you had before he told you, or was that the first time you had heard that YSL resulted from a break after people believed that Big Boo snitched?
I had heard that before.
All right, resuming at 3:46:20.
How does Pee Wee fit in all this? What's your name? He cool with Wayne. Like, yeah, I thought he was cool with Wayne, then he cool with this person, then I thought he was a Crip, then he thought he was a Blood. Well, he a Crip.
Brady Street or Rolling City.
I don't know. Oh my bad.
But since Thug got that Birdman and got that check for him, he whatever.
Is he an actual rapper? Pee Wee? Yeah, he rap. I don't do no shows, man, but he really hype, man, like, for Thug. Kind of like a Flavor Flav. Yeah. So he gonna do basically whatever Thug say as far as, you know, I need you to.
Yeah.
All right, I have a question for y'all. What goes into a summary video for today? What do we actually see today? What happened today, y'all? I'm having a little bit of trouble knowing what actually has happened today so far. Like, it almost feels like nothing has happened all day. Can anybody give me some kind of idea what the heck actually happened so far today? Because maybe I'm just tripping a little bit, but it kind of feels like nothing's happened so far. Does anybody else have that feeling that this has been a whole day of like, really nothing has happened so far? Yeah, y'all, if y'all are in here, if you haven't hit do y'all think there's like a like boycott out there? Like, sometimes I forget to hit the like, right? Sometimes I'm just spaced out in my own world. Usually if I'm watching, somebody says, hit the like, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll hit the like. Why not? It only takes 0% of my effort. Y'all think there's a like boycott out there? So hit the like, please. If you aren't subscribed, subscribe to us. We're a new YouTube community. We are growing by leaps and bounds thanks to all of you watching. Totally appreciate everybody. Y'all are helping right now. You're going to help. I'm hoping you're going to help me know what important happened today. That is the question. What happened today that was at all important? Because I'm trying to figure that out. And as far as I can tell, The answer kind of feels like nothing. The answer kind of feels like nothing important has happened today. So, anybody have an idea? Does anything stick out in your mind? Like, oh yeah, that happened. That thing. Thank you, Miss Patron Gold. Always like to hit the mic. Like, may forget every blue moon. Y'all know I never used to hit the like button because I literally never thought about it. And my daughters, who probably were like 5 and 6 at the time, they watch a lot of YouTube. And one of my daughters like, hit the like. And I was like, huh? She was like, hit the like. And I was like, okay, I might as well. And so she kind of taught me to get into that habit. You know, so kids have been programmed to hit the like button. All right, Andre. The highlights are Gaither's interview, testified, didn't want to go on camera. Correct. That was at the beginning. Miss Love does Miss Love things and defense tries to stop her. So basically everything that actually happened as it relates to the testimony of Gaither is kind of like, is really kind of inconsequential, right? Like we really don't need to worry at all about anything that Gaither has. Gaither said anything of importance today at all? Can anybody point to one thing that Gaither said today that you can point out that seemed to be even somewhat important to this trial? Yesterday was awesome. I believe I saw, I guess, steam coming off of the judge's head. Wonder if she went out to smoke. That would explain it, right? She went out and had like a cool smoke or two and just let herself calm down. Yesterday was easy, y'all. You just load it up. Everything's there for you. But today I'm trying to figure out like what has actually happened. What are you going to look back on from today and say, okay, yeah, that mattered. That thing right there. That was a thing. Because I'm kind of feeling like there is nothing from today. Not one thing. Just Miss Love playing the interrogation to make the jury feel like prosecution is right. But I mean, Andre, you seem to be the most up to date with the point that Love is trying to make. I don't even know what point she's trying to make. Like, I really don't know what point Love was trying to make today.
Continuing.
Do you think that?
There you go. Bean soup. Oh my God.
Shannon and all them knew before Wayne Bus got shot up that Thug got food in New Orleans? No. You don't think he knew that?
You don't think he was in contact with Thug?
He FaceTimed the Thug now. What about Birdman? I don't think he FaceTimed. I don't reckon he FaceTimed. I reckon he FaceTimed Thug now. It was at gas station on Northside Drive. Thug now.
He talked to him afterwards, though.
No, that's what. If I talk to him after the shoot, yeah, after the shoot.
So, the question that everybody wants to know, did Pee Wee get that order from somebody else to do that?
No.
Or did he freelance and did it?
Told it, like, Pee Wee felt like because he had Shannon on with him, Shannon DK on with him, he want to go ahead, he going to do it, he going to get some money.
About to that.
He thought he was going to get some money from doing it, but Thug didn't get on that. So why would Thug give him money?
For doing it if he didn't order.
Just to do it. You know, they just wanted the name. No, that don't make sense. Like, why wouldn't he, if anything, the dispute was between Birdman and Wayne, right? About the contract and all this millions of dollars. So why would Shannon and Pee Wee, or Pee Wee think that if I do this, Thug's gonna give me some money? Because, you know, they say Thug and Wayne was beefing, but they was beefing, but like about what? Thug really look up to Wayne. I was like, he do. I know him. I trust him. He look up to Wayne. So what was the beef about between Thug and Wayne? But they say something like Wayne be acting antisocial. Like when they all he don't care to kick it. Yeah. He don't get knowledgeable and shit. Yeah, he don't knowledgeable and like he ain't even on my level. Right? Yeah. I guess Thug felt some type of way. Right. But for like I ain't never heard like Thug say shoot up the budget. I ain't heard that. On that I heard like they will get this budget to give us some money.
But Pee Wee on y'all way from Magic City to Compound.
They ain't say that about it.
At what point did it get to y'all was there to start some shit or be making names for yourself?
Shoot. Thug sisters, like we can go home and get like be seen.
So if Thug's sister,
yeah.
So if she was with it, how she with it and Thug was with it?
I'm telling you, I don't know if Thug with it.
But for what you know,
I was on the phone for a few years. Like he was FaceTime at the gas station.
So basically everybody got high and then was turned, like, let's go get it.
They be high all day. You smoke, you drink? No.
What's up with Duke?
Pausing at 3:50:02 and advancing to 3:50:42. And that's number picking back up at 3:50:42.
Nah, he just started hanging with Thug.
Because he rapped it up.
Yeah.
You ain't never heard that playing people off and shit?
I don't know how he started hanging with Thug. I told Thug, like, he hang with people who never went home with him when he was broke.
That what?
That never went home with him when he was broke. He hang.
Somebody else said that. Man, new friends bring the house down though. But he got that check, so everybody want a piece up.
Stopping at 3:51:17, advancing to 3:52:08.
Dolly White say.
I don't know, he gonna be hard. So who else stay with Thug up 7th Street? I don't know, I ain't never been in the house here. You ain't never been in the house?
Why you ain't never been in?
I'm a house here.
And Your Honor, by our records, that should, I'm going to continue until the end of this particular interview.
All right.
So you just left that house?
Yeah, just moved
You
in.
ain't left that house.
see pre-trial.
No, you did that before.
Mine?
Yeah.
Have I done mine?
Be real.
Yeah, when I go see pre-trial,
No.
I get an excuse for
No, like on some real. Have you ever left it on some just brand?
I'm finna go to the store.
Let me go to the store. Okay, you
I mean,
real. It ain't like I'm finna.
But I call them to them know.
Right. You gotta step out.
You ask them that, or my location, I bet it don't be no lot of places like with them. I don't ask them permission for. Yeah. So you ain't had no violations or nothing with it? No.
What would he tell you happened to that gun that the stick you bought for him?
I bought him. He say, first he tell me that his brother had got it. His brother had, cause multiple men told him like, get that gun back. You should never did that. Right. And then I was trying to get back to him. Their brother got his brother out of town and all that. Your brother was saying, call him home. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what did you get? Because the gun cost like $1,000, right? Yeah. Did he pay you anything to get it? No. You just did out the kindness of your heart? You knew all the shit he was wrapped up in. Like, he tell me like, it's just for their house. Like, he got kids in their house. They know he's dead and all that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then they don't move to him. He tricked me. Get that gun back. And then, most of like this, be same gun, you know, trick you out of.
Well, where are your other guns?
My other gun? I told you, like, I had older somebody.
So you gave him guns and said?
No, I told him, like, put it in funds. I'm gonna pay out and I get my gun back. Who is this person? Who is this person? Come on, be honest. I heard you kind of. Who? Your brother. Who brother? Who's brother? The big dude? I guess. The one that said call home? Yeah. He fat? Yeah. I mean, I ain't seen him in a minute.
Is this the gun? There you go. That's the gun you bought?
Yeah, but me and someone, we went to report the store, they wouldn't let me do it.
Who won't let you do it?
On Bankhead.
That ain't the police station.
No, he told me that he was down there.
Who gun that?
How you get so fascinated with guns? Like, you ruining your own name. I bought the gun. I told him I bought the gun. They shot it from the car. That was your first time buying a gun?
Why are you always on the scene, though?
Cause I've been moving. Yeah, that ain't being that video.
Who ain't being in that?
I say that ain't being that video.
That ain't me. That's you in the back seat. Who else in the car? Who else in the back seat?
One Shannon's friend. That ain't you though.
Who said it was me? It's you. It's Shannon.
No, my other person.
Who will do that other person?
Nah, my favorite, they like, Celery D, 30D, and all. Shannon. You need to stay away from him. Period. I know that.
You just always in the video with the gun.
It was a girl like, they grabbed the gun.
You doing too much. I got 4 good videos with guns involving you.
I know.
Come on, man. You can't play like that. It did good. Somebody else want to talk to you. I'm going to step out. Oh, man. Tell you what it is. Just be honest with them, too.
Yep.
All right.
These folks you really need to be. Whatever questions this man got, don't hold it. They federal agents because he's done. Like these, they don't have no sympathy. Like me, I got sympathy because I know you ain't about that life. But
I'm sorry, man. Yeah, you back on that one? You ready for that?
Yeah. Just be honest. When you start doing shit with guns and all that shit, that's when I'm No, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to, so be honest. It's basically the same question we asked you about the gun with Rudy and stuff like that. He got himself wrapped up in some other shit. So, whatever questions this man have of you, please don't stop, Bill. No BS. Because that's one system you don't want to get caught up. What I told you, I'm go fit. No. Your criminal history is not bad. That's what's saving you. Because you ain't been in a lot of shit before. I think.
Sir. Right here. Excuse me.
What's going on?
Your Honor, I was speaking to them about the.
Now's not the time for that.
Okay.
Misdemeanor gun charge before. That's not bad. That gun I had caught with for been misdemeanor. No, what? Oh, is it legal for that gun here? It's modified. I ain't know that. Yeah. Hey, come on. Hey, what's up, y'all? All right, you come out. This is good if you want to stay, it don't matter. I need a mental break. Yeah.
Sergeant Gaither, does this end your portion of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
Do you continue at any point, or do you go back and watch this where he's talking to the federal agents, or?
No, I had no reason.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 510 Yankee and ask you, take a look at it. Have you seen 510 Yankee before that photograph?
Yes.
Was that the photograph? Was Quindarius Zachary ever asked about this particular photograph during the interview that we just saw?
Yes, this is the picture that Investigator Thorpe showed him. And asked him when did it occur.
And asked him when it occurred?
When was the photo taken?
All right. Could we display 510 Yankee? Oh, I need to stop shooting. When you spoke with Quindarius Zachary about where he was the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, is what I'm holding in 510 Yankee the place that he described as the condo, Thug's condo?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this apartment complex or condominium complex?
Sky House.
And who is displayed to your knowledge in 510 Yankee?
Shannon Jackson.
All right. And is that the photo that he said, or Mr. Zachary said he took either in December or January of 2015?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who's shown in 477 Yankee?
Yes.
Could you please display 477 Yankee on the screen? Do you see Mr. Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Is he the person with the red hat on?
Yes.
Who else is he in the photograph with, to your knowledge?
With the black hoodie, Mr. Sledge, Muntunk, and Mr. Williams with the gray hoodie.
All right. And showing you State's 482 Yankee. Do you recognize the persons shown in 482 Yankee?
Yes.
Who do you see in 482 Yankee?
Mr. Zachary up front with the gray hoodie. Shannon Jackson with the black hoodie with white words. And Mr. Kendricks with the long black jacket with a white t-shirt underneath.
Thank you.
I need for y'all to stick around. Don't let them leave.
I'm now going to show you what we have marked, and Your Honor, we shared, and I'm not going to display, but I'm going to show Sergeant Gaither pages 204, 195, 181, 175, 170, 153, 152, 143, 142, 131, 129, 128, 127, 126, 122, 119, 117, 81, 79, and 12 of states 526 Yankee, which has not been admitted.
Okay.
But I'm showing Sergeant Gaither these exhibits, and I've labeled them as 526 Yankee Alpha through 526 Yankee.
Okay.
Showing you 526 Yankee Alpha. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, a few of them.
All right. Is Quindarius Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
Did you ever get the opportunity to review Quindarius Zachary's IG, Twitter, social media, or anything like that?
His Instagram page I have.
Okay, his Instagram page. All right. And I'm going to show you, because this is a little bit bigger, State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Beta, and ask you if you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta.
Yes.
And do you recognize the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of the persons, images of the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta and the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee Beta as evidence.
Any objection? All right, it's admitted.
All right. Showing you 526 Yankee Charlie. Do you recognize the persons shown in?
I'm sorry, Judge, I objected to the
Oh, I'm
last
sorry. I thought
exhibit.
you said no objection. You gotta use your mic. Not admitted.
Okay.
We'll have to take that up. And yeah, I know we haven't gone over any of this yet, so it may be.
That's correct.
It may be that we need to break and deal with.
I don't have to tender it now, no, so that we can not break.
All right, then just don't tender him yet.
Okay. Without publishing and without admitting, is the court allowed, I mean,
you can show her whatever you want.
Okay.
If you need, if you're just saying what are you asking her? What are you planning to ask?
the next question will be who's depicted in this and the location.
I mean, we probably don't need to get into the substance of what's shown before we know whether they're going to be admissible.
Okay. But then the next question will be, were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed in the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Okay, that's fine.
Were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed during your interview with Mr. Zachary?
Objection for the same reason.
All right, let's just deal with it outside the presence of the jury. So why don't we break for the day? Y'all get to go home a few minutes early. Remind y'all, don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts, no matter where they might show up about this trial or anybody involved in it. And we'll see you at 9 in the morning. Thank you.
All right, so jury.
No weapon. We got a new member. Thank you for joining up with the crew. Y'all, we should come up with it. We got to come up with a name for our crew. We got to come up with a name for our crew, y'all. Like, seriously, we need a good crew name. We need to make sure we are not a gang, though. We are not a gang. We can be a crew. Oh, by the way, earlier someone asked me, do I think YSL was a gang? I don't know the legal name for a gang.
All of their cameras away and let the witness leave.
I don't know the legal definition of a gang, but here in my area.
Okay,
You want the camera? You want that camera on?
Huh?
You want the camera on?
Whose?
This one here.
Doesn't matter. Fine, that's fine. Okay. We have a problem, and I don't know if it was any of you, but we need to get to the bottom of it, or I'm going to have to excuse everybody from utilizing cameras anymore, because there is an instruction that this witness not be in any way filmed or documented, no visual images of this witness, and some person who I have no idea who is from Adam has just emailed that they and shown a picture that is now documented all over the internet of this witness today, clearly sitting in the witness box being examined by Miss Love, and it is a full-on image of the witness. And
we go to
so
X to
we need
find this. Have y'all
to the
seen it?
bottom of who took it and sent it to somebody else. And it was posted by somebody named Empress Fox.
Oh
Protect
my gosh.
the Flag America, I guess, 2028. With the disclaimer, this was sent to me. I didn't take the photo or own it. So, one by one.
I don't take stills.
Your Honor, just want to say I'm not allowed to have cameras still.
I can't, you know what? Everybody come up individually to a microphone somewhere so that I can hear you, identify yourself, and say what you need to say.
Y'all, I'm on X right now. I follow Empress, and I'm just trying to see if I can find this.
Does that mic work? Good afternoon.
So I just, I'm not the leader. I just wanted to be the first one to say that I'm not allowed cell phones or cameras. It's on no order. I definitely did not take the picture. The picture did come to my attention. I got here a little bit late today, but there was a camera and device. Someone was definitely taking pictures today. And I know one of the people who was taking pictures was Miss L.J. Hall, PhD.
Dang.
Not for sure if she took the picture, but she definitely had a camera.
Okay. All right. And remind me your name. I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Nicole Borden.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
think it's.
No, this is a, hold on, let me show y'all this.
To say Peggy gave her hers.
And she was.
When she
Miss
wasn't.
Sylvia.
Y'all, let me show y'all this real quick. This is an overhead angle, y'all. This is an overhead angle. This is not a courtroom photo.
That's it. I didn't take any pictures.
Ma'am.
I live stream. I didn't take any pictures.
Okay. I mean, you've got a couple, 2 or 3 different devices going over there at once at some points in time. And it looks like sometimes you do take photos. Are you taking photos?
Yeah, I only take photos of the defendant. That's
All
it.
right.
Or you.
You are
Oh, I take pictures of you.
representing to the court that you did not take any pictures, any images of this witness. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know anything at all about anyone who did and or how this got out there?
Unless they're talking about another image, but this one that we just saw is, this image is from up. Let
All
me
right.
put on my
And
phone.
ma'am, I don't even know who you are back there, but.
No, she's not even allowed to have.
Okay. No. All right. Sorry to have, okay. All right. Thank you. I will do a show cause order to Ms. Hall and we'll find out from her.
This image, y'all, is from up high.
Okay.
I don't know if this
That's
is the one
it for
she's
this
talking
part of the
about.
proceedings. All right. So if Ms. Love, you're going to want to deal with the rest of, hang on. And tell her to bring all of her equipment. If you are going to want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're going to have to hash out the admissibility of them. So I had thought you were going to introduce them with Mr. Sprinkle, but.
I was, and I took out ones that specifically were pertinent to the interview that Sergeant Gaither had, because there was.
No way the judge can't tell.
She had knowledge and could testify about people that were pertinent to what she and Mr. Zachary discussed in the interview. In other words, for instance, during the interview, you hear them talking about the dugout. There are pictures in the exhibits that I showed her of Mr. Zachary and Quentin Porter at the dugout. You hear Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red. There, 526 Yankee Charlie is a picture of Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red.
Okay.
You hear.
So I guess what I need to know is, do you want/need to have these admitted with this witness?
Yes, the ones that I selected, not the whole 526 Yankee.
Okay. So I guess that means we're going to need to sort out the admissibility of them now, which is what we're going to have to do. So can you tell me in number, not reverse number order, what they are?
Yes.
Or just hand them to me and I'll write them down?
Yes,
That might
either
be
way.
faster.
Sure. And we can also email the PowerPoint to the court.
Oh, I think y'all already, I didn't, PowerPoint, just the exhibit list. Yeah, you already did. I just need to know which ones we need to litigate right now. So where are the page numbers? Miss Love, where are the page numbers?
Your Honor, I have the page numbers and I can show the court the actual images. Let me just.
You know what, let's just go, let's just start in numerical order and not reverse numerical order, just because it'll make my brain less crazed. And go see if there's objection to them. So if everybody wants to pull up their scanned document that was sent over the other day, so that we can all be looking at them. I'll have to find it. Your scan. All right. I think your first one was either 12 or 16.
It is. And, Your Honor, I know what the court said. We're just going to try and make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
And we're sending to the court the way it's going to be displayed in electronic form so that the court can look at it and it's not terribly confusing.
Okay, so it is going to be displayed differently than what it is on the scan that you sent yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, yes.
Well, can you just send it to everybody?
Yes, everyone else has it. The court.
Oh, only the court doesn't have it. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, send it on. So this is different than what you sent Ms. Persifield yesterday?
It's select ones from what I sent Ms. Percival yesterday.
Okay, but do they look the same as what you sent? Because I don't mind just looking on there. I think
Okay,
it just
so
arrived,
it's
so
a
that's cool. I am opening it up now. Okay, got it.
Okay. So,
and if A is whatever the last one is to the first one, that's fine. As long as we're all looking at the same thing. All right. So is everybody on the 526Y A through whatever it's going to be? All right. Any objection to A?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, then what is that?
I don't believe it was tendered yet, but
Well,
the witness.
I don't know if it has been or not, but
I
the
don't-
assumption is all of these are going to get tendered with Detective Gaither, so.
Detective Gaither stated, I recognize some of the individuals depicted. So I'm objecting to the entire photograph going in.
we have no problem with not tendering that one through
All right.
Sergeant Gaither.
Okay. B.
I just don't know the purpose of.
Well, that's not a good objection. I mean, it might ultimately be a relevance objection. Okay.
Relevance and its admission against Mr. Nichols. It's not an inconsistent statement in any way. It doesn't involve Mr. Nichols in any way. It's not a co-conspirator statement. Why is it coming in?
So, relevance objection.
Your Honor, the photographs, so backing up, one of the, I believe the defense is going to make every effort to, one, discredit what was said during the interview of Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
What these photographs show are, and the jury has already heard, we did not get them admitted, but I think it was admitted that 526 Yankee it's the Twitter record pulled by DDA Sprinkle.
Right.
That belonged to Quindaria Zachary.
Yes.
So, as much as that is before the jury, and these photographs that Sergeant Gaither recognizes as depicting pertinent portions of her conversation with Mr. Zachary, pertinent portions of Mr. Zachary's interactions with defendants in this case, I would ask that, or I'd submit that the relevance threshold has been greatly exceeded. For instance, Mr. Zachary is talking about at some point during the interview how Rock Crew started, why he has an association with someone from MDC. He's from Capitol Homes, me and Moot Toot from Capitol Homes. He knows Big Boo. 526 Yankee Alpha is Big Boo. It is not only Big Boo, it is Big Boo and Mr. Zachary in the dugout.
Okay. All right. Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that the entire group was admitted yesterday. I thought.
Oh, it wasn't. None of it was. It was just, with Mr. Sprinkle, he identified the whole group
Yes,
as
that's right.
the
That's
Twitter
correct.
feed. None of it has been admitted, and we said, we'll have to take this up. So now some of it she wants admitted, specifically these things that are in this exhibit, composite exhibit. So we're litigating their admissibility.
Right, but maybe I missed it. I still don't see how this comes in against Mr. Nichols.
Judge.
Well, it's a RICO case, and it may or may not have anything to do. I mean, I doubt I don't know how the jury is going to interpret this.
It's neither a prior consistent or a prior inconsistent
It's
statement.
just evidence.
It is nothing. It's nothing. That's
It's
what I mean.
a picture showing that the two of these people were related, and they are at least at some point in their lives at the, what is it called? Dugout.
Oh, all right. I'm
So-
going to have the same objection to every single one of these photographs insofar as it is being admitted against Mr. Nichols. It is not anything that's relevant to a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement. It may be admitted insofar as it's admitted against the witness, but not against Mr. Nichols. You can't just keep saying, oh, this is a RICO case, so everything comes in. So I'm objecting. Thank you for a continuing objection. I'll not whine with regard to each photograph. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, not every bit of evidence in a trial is a prior consistent or inconsistent statement. There's, and relevance is a very low threshold.
I know.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I whine just briefly?
Sure.
Yes. So this photo, and I think it's going to be for a lot of these, I could see if Mr. Zachary said, oh, I don't know who Big Boo is. I've never met a Big Boo. He's testified to all.
Okay, I mean, I understand, but it's, it's got some probative value, and it has little to no prejudicial impact. So it's in.
Your Honor,
Yes,
just for the record, I believe that it was referred to by the prosecutor as 526YA, but YA is not, it's withdrawn, and this is
Yeah.
YB.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, moving on to C.
Will Your Honor
And
allow
you
me
can
to keep
just,
my seat?
Mr. Harvey, have a continuing objection to all of these, and my ruling will probably be the same.
May I stay seated?
I
while-
suppose.
I'll stay.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's fine. I can probably hear you better if you're seated anyway. All right.
So
C,
526
hang on. Any objection to C other than the general relevance one that we already discussed?
I don't know if a foundation can be laid, so I don't want to waive that, Your Honor.
So what I asked the witness is whether she recognizes the persons in the photograph that Mr. Zachary posted on October 20th, 2014 on his Twitter feed. She will be able to say yes, she's seen them. The female in the picture is the person Mr. Zachary refers to as Gucci Red, and Mr. Zachary is in the photograph. This witness knows who Gucci Red is. The jury has now heard Mr. Zachary's comments about a Gucci Red. So I believe, given that the jury knows that this came from Mr. Zachary's Twitter account, that this witness can identify the people in it, that a foundation can be laid or has been laid.
Okay, and your purpose for showing this would just be to show that the two of them do in fact know each other and hang out, I guess,
not
or
hang out,
whatever. I don't know what.
Not hang out. Well, okay. I mean that they
Associate with one
yes,
another.
Yes.
Okay. And foundationally speaking, do you have a further objection or
I'll to where it's written at the very top, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Gucci red begging. I don't really understand why that's coming in.
Okay.
This,
Can you,
so it was, Mr. Zachary's posts, given that he is an unindicted co-conspirator in this case, his posts and the words he makes, unless there are other people, generally when we have social media pictures being admitted, we take out other people's comments that are not either a witness or a defendant, but the comments, the captions of the persons that are co-conspirators in this case, they are left. This is one where he says, this is Gucci red begging. So we're not, I don't think she's begging. I don't know what she's doing. All I know is that he posted a photo of himself and the person he calls Gucci red, who he has a protracted conversation with detectives Gaither and Dennis about during this interview. So I would ask that the words, the photograph, and the date, and the social media handle, and the picture of the person who is the owner of the account all be shown to the jury.
The rule is that it has to further the conspiracy or further the interests of the gang. And I don't see any purpose. And to say that it's an admission by a unindicted co-conspirator, I don't know what that's admitting. An admission means it's admitting some sort of guilt. That's the definition of it. Your Honor, I cite to Alexander, Alexander versus State, 371 Georgia Appeal, 532. It's in Division 2. It's 2024 case. And it just gives, it's the gang case, Your Honor.
mhm.
And all they say, it's well written actually, but what the Court of Appeal says is that you need to show, not you, the state needs to show it's not just evidence of a gang member.
Mhm.
You have to show that somehow it furthered some interest.
Right.
So I just don't understand. I'm objecting. You're going to ask me what's the prejudice, so I'm going to tell you I don't know if there is prejudice.
We'll take it out,
So-
Your Honor, the words.
They'll take it out.
Yep.
Okay. Any objection to D?
The printout, I'm looking at the printout, so if I'm wrong, it's not intentional, because it's kind of small. I don't see people that I recognize in this photo, so I don't know what the relevance would be.
Ms. Love?
Mr. Zachary is in this photograph. Mr. Stevens is in this photograph, and Sergeant Gaither can tell the rest of the people who are in this photograph if, yeah, I believe that this is the inside of the dugout, and the caption, "Ball up them slimes, they going 7:30," and this is taken, or posted rather, October 25th, 2014.
Okay, well, I assume that the what was written is coming out.
No, no, that one.
Well, okay, I'm going to argue to the court that this does not fall under 801 D2E. So the words would be redacted. So not statements by a co-conspirator that are furthering anything. And quite frankly, I don't know what the relevance of a picture of, I don't know, a dozen young men. One of them, I'm being told, is Trontavious Stevens. and one being Quindarius Zachary. I don't know what the relevance really is, but
The relevance, Your Honor, is ball up them slimes. I think later on at other points in other portions of this, these photographs, we'll see other instances where Mr. Zachary replaces C's with B's. It shows his association with another YSL member. It shows and proves there is an us, there is an enterprise, there is the existence of the enterprise, which is an element of count 1. And it goes, this is a post made October 25th, 2014. So I believe that the relevance threshold has been met, and the assertion, the caption to the photo is Mr. Zachary promoting the enterprise through his words.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. E? Any objection? Any evidentiary objection beyond just, we rather not have this in?
No, it's just.
because Your Honor, we previously litigated another group of social media posts that involved, my recollection, Quindarius Zachary.
Right.
And if you recall, we were arguing, okay, well, one photo is enough to show
Right.
an association between someone and someone else,
Right.
and the rest were cumulative.
Right.
And I just don't have in front of me right now those other ones. So to the
Right.
extent that this is cumulative of showing Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington shooting the bird, then I would object that it's cumulative.
All right. Any response?
Yes, this is not 12 photos shown on the same day. This is another instance of Mr. Zachary on this particular date in this photograph with Demekion Garlington using B's instead of C's, calling Mr. Garlington his slime at 30D. We can.
Do we already have something similar, a photograph of the two of them together used in any kind of alleged gang language? I feel like we do.
And Your Honor, so in as much as with this particular one, I can withdraw this particular one, but there is a different one, 526 Yankee. I don't know what G is, but G.
Okay. G,
That-
I don't know what G
Golf.
is either.
Golf. That's what they
Golf,
tell me.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, let's move on to F.
Okay.
So that's withdrawn.
Actually, and I'm withdrawing F as well.
Withdrawn, okay. So on to golf.
Yeah. Now, golf has Mr. Zachary posting the 3 snakes, a heart, YSL, 30 deep.
All right, I don't think we have that yet. Any objection beyond relevance or cumulative? Well, nobody voiced any objections, but I assume that's what they would be.
Cumulative, and I don't recall if the other group of photos involving Mr. Zachary have been admitted at this point. I would just ask that if they haven't been admitted, the state just needs to pick which ones they really think are important and not just have a bunch of pictures of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. So if they haven't been admitted and this is the one they want, then it wouldn't be cumulative, but another one that they said they wanted last time we did this would be cumulative.
I believe that the proper evaluation of whether any evidence should be excluded based on a cumulative argument is whether it is so cumulative as to amount to a waste of time and or undue prejudice against the defendant. And I don't believe that this falls anywhere near
Actually,
that.
those are all different things. Those are all different reasons things could be kept out under 403, but I don't find this so cumulative that I'm going to keep it out. So that one is in. H.
Not choosing.
Yes, yes. Any objection to H?
Okay. Okay. What is the, I have a relevance objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
And happy birthday, Diamante.
Relevance?
It shows his association with a person that he told police killed Donovan Thomas. It shows his association with a person who is on trial. It shows him,
Let me know who that is.
Diamante Kendrick. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That appears to be Mr. Kendrick, Your Honor.
Monty, yes. It is bullying with my N on his B day at Monty Rebel 100. And then there's a green snake emoji. And this was posted November 20th, 2014.
Okay. And do we have other photos of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Kendrick together with just the two of them?
Not that I can think of.
I can't think of any either.
I don't recall seeing one. If any others come in the future, we'll obviously object at that point.
All right.
I don't think we have any others,
Okay,
especially on
so
November
this
20th.
is
They clearly don't hang out much together.
overruled. I. Any objection to I?
Your Honor, I think we're going to withdraw I.
Okay.
Okay.
J? Objection to J.
And just for the record, this is.
Okay, so no objection from anybody to J. All right.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Objection to J on behalf of Mr.
Okay.
Stillwell, but
All
I
right.
don't speak for
Doesn't sound like there's one from anybody else, so that would, we'll move on to JK.
I'll object to K, Your Honor.
All right,
I
basis.
don't know the reason that it coming in, it would be a gentleman named Fat and Mr. Zachary.
So relevance.
This is a person that Mr. Murphy told police was a participant in the Dexter Montgomery incident. This is Mr. Kuykendall. And what we see is Mr. Zachary posting himself
with and tagging this person at Young Fat 4 with a green snake emoji, a red heart, a red square with a white B, and a 100 on December 1st, 2014. So it's associations with yet another person we believe is associated with the group.
My memory is that none of the people on trial confronted Mr. Murphy about FAT, and I believe the state's witness said that they did not believe that FAT was involved. And even if some of that's wrong, which I'm not saying any of it's wrong, I don't know what this picture does. So I'm objecting to we have a tremendous record. I mean, I don't know how many photographs, but this has to be 1,000 plus.
Okay.
So I'm objecting.
All right, I don't think that there's a photo of these two people together, and it would be probative of his ability to know what it is he at least said in the interview, considering they associate. So I'm going to admit that over objection.
Your Honor, the next
You
one is a
say
duplicate.
that they speak about in the interview, it's two different people. The interview was Mr. Walter Murphy, you didn't see. This is Mr. Zachary, who we just testified last week. So it's not the same people associating.
Who is the other person in this picture besides Mr. Zachary?
Mr. Kuykendall.
And you're saying what about him?
That I believe he's another associate. This is the person that Mr. Murphy, Mr. Steele is correct. It was during our presentation of the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting, told police that Mr. Kuykendall was a part of the shooting itself. He was never charged. He is just an associate. It shows his association with yet another associate of YSL. It just shows more of the association of persons within the enterprise. And I won't fight hard over it. I can not have that one.
I did misunderstand that one.
think
So yeah, well,
Yeah.
you can either withdraw that or I'll.
Yes, we'll withdraw it.
Okay.
And the next one is the same as 526 Yankee.
L.
Actually, so.
Oh, so that's a duplicate.
It's
So
a
you'll-
different date, but it's a duplicate photo, so we'll.
Okay, withdrawn.
Yes.
M as in Mike. Isn't that the same thing we saw before, just with a different
Person, yeah. We can take this
withdrawn.
one out, yes.
Okay. N. Bless you. Any objection to N November?
I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's Mr. Copeland, if you remember, in the hat. That's Mr. Williams, I recognize. And we have a series, I don't know how many, but a series of the same photos of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams that you permitted into evidence. So I'll object.
And Your Honor, this is not to show that Mr. Copeland associates with Mr. Williams. This is Mr. Zachary, also an associate, but an unindicted co-conspirator, posting 9 days before one of the acts and counts in this indictment, a picture of two YSL associates, as the state alleges, and the caption "ain't going back and forth," with Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. So we believe that his posting of the photograph on his Twitter page and the arguments I'm certain that will be made regarding Mr. Zachary's affiliation or affinity towards certain people, I believe that it's very relevant. So it passes that threshold, and
there's nothing, we don't believe it's cumulative.
All right, overruled.
Can I just make a statement for the record?
Sure.
I believe that this should have been put upon Mr. Zachary then. It's his out-of-court statement. I have no idea why this is some sort of 9 days before, like there was a plan of killing, that there's no evidence that this was a planned killing that we've heard yet. And there's other exhibits that have been admitted over objection from Mr. Garlington's, who's not a witness, his social media posts saying we ain't going back and forth on a table with Mr. Williams and Mr. Garlington, and there's money on the table. So that's my objection. I understand your ruling. That's my objection.
Okay. All right, and I actually don't understand the state's position to be that it was a planned killing. I think this is, as I understood her to be saying, just very close in time. They are associated closely enough that he's able to have this picture and post it. Okay. Oscar.
This,
is there any objection?
Yes. This has been litigated before in a different group of photos, so I believe it's in evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's correct. This picture is in evidence. The January 2nd and posting by Quindarius Zachary is not. And I don't think that the date is in. It might be, but the posting by Mr. Zachary is not. And if I'm wrong, I withdraw it. I don't believe that this is in. I will check.
You mean the date?
Yes, yes. We'll withdraw it because it's the date. Wait, let's see. All right. 480 Yankee is in.
And is there a date on it?
My apologies. We are confirming that it's
Okay.
in.
Is the, oh, I'm sorry.
Dang, they going overtime today, huh, y'all? What time are they going until?
So it wasn't admitted. So what? About 480 Yankee was not admitted. So this is not.
All right, so it's not cumulative. So apparently that whatever other one was not admitted. So I'll admit this one over a cumulative objection.
And Your Honor, given what 480 Yankee is, if since they are the same, we would ask to introduce 480 Yankee instead of 524 Yankee Oscar. 526 Yankee Oscar.
And what's the difference between the two?
The 480 Yankee is posted on Mr. Zachary's Instagram page, and it's the same date, but he tags the people who are in the photo.
Can I see it, Your Honor?
Sure. Can y'all?
Definitely.
We can share.
You sent it out. Did you send it to him? We're sharing now on the screen. Here it is on the screen in front of me.
What do you think, my brother? They wanted it because it's. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's up to y'all which one y'all want to use.
480 Yankee, Your
Okay.
Honor. Thank you.
All right, we are now at 526YP
Papa.
as in Papa. Any objection? Nope.
Well, I don't understand.
We have a picture of these four gentlemen in elevator, it appears, or some sort of structure in 526 Yankee O, whatever O is.
Yeah.
And then we got in the same elevator, Shannon eating potato chips next to Mr. Zachary. I just don't see what we're doing.
On a different
Relevance.
On a different day, Mr. Zachary is posting another photo of him alongside the defendant. He tells the police, killed Donovan Thomas Jr. and was at the Little Wayne bus shooting and had guns. And he is posting a picture of him, not in a threatening way, not saying I hate him or I'm trying to get him in trouble, but he is posting a picture of him to show we perceive it as his affinity towards him. They are friends, they are associates, they are close, and it is relevant, we believe, for the jury to be able to infer their relationship.
All right, I'll admit it.
Well, I'll point out that one is January 2nd, one's January 3rd. They're wearing the same clothes. It's probably something that was taken just before midnight and then just after midnight. So I don't really see, but I don't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't be posting multiple pictures of somebody that I hate.
All right, I've made my ruling. Q, Quebec. It's in. Your objection is overruled. Objection to Q.
Judge, this one is-
Hang on, can I interrupt for a minute? And so I'm getting a question from a judge in another court about our need for Special Agent Bernie tomorrow because that person's supposed to be testifying in a case that they have ongoing right now. Can you take Bernie sometime other than, were you planning to take Bernie
Yes.
tomorrow?
Yes, we were planning to take him today if we got through Sergeant Gaither today, or yesterday if we got through.
Okay, do
Sergeant
you know what time Like, we still have to get through Detective Gaither. How much longer do we have with Detective Gaither?
I just probably have another hour maybe.
Okay, all right. Okay, then they plan to, it would work then for them to take Bernie in Cobb County at 9. They think he should be out of there by 10, which would put him here at 10:30.
Under great circumstances. If the, I just,
No, not, yeah, I mean, I would think that'll be on me if we don't have, if we have to waste some time, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, back to Q. Is there objection to Q?
I think we're withdrawing Q.
Oh, okay. R. Are we going to Y or YY?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay, good. Then we're almost done. Any objection to R?
Didn't I show him this picture?
I object. Your Honor, there's already a picture of that gentleman that was just put in by Detective Gaither.
Okay. And what's the response on the
That-
relevance?
That is twofold. One, the picture put in of Demise McMullen by Detective Gaither is surveillance footage that doesn't show his face. This is Demise McMullen in a photograph posted on Mr. Zachary's Twitter page 2 days after the murder of Donovan Thomas, during the time that Mr. Zachary said they all went down to Miami. It appears Mr. McMullen is on a bus of some sort, probably a Sprinter bus, and he has tagged or labeled it Hard Nard.
All right,
Mr.
I'm gonna permit that one over objection. Give me just a second. Okay, Ms. Hall, we're going to pause from our evidentiary issues for a minute. Thank you for coming in, and I had a question for you that is, and you may already know what the topic is.
Yeah.
And did you take any photographs of the witness?
I did not. And from the area that I sit today, you can tell that I couldn't take that picture.
Okay.
I heard it online, and luckily I wasn't all the way back to Covington. So I don't believe in throwing rocks and hiding my hands.
Okay.
I have a reputation, and I'm going up for DOJ certification for immigration. So I don't need anything that's lack of moral turpitude to affect me. So I wanted to make sure.
Well, I
got
appreciate
back
you
in
coming
here.
straight here. And I think that we have actually figured out what happened anyway.
Okay.
And since we're on it, I'll just go ahead. And it appears that what happened is that, and I hate to say it, and I don't think it was your fault, Mr. Maurice, but I think what happened, it looks like, is that you're showing the screens when video is being played, understandably. But what happens is when the video gets stopped, there was just an instant where, because for us in here in this courtroom with Zoom, we have the witness being shown just to us so that y'all can see it and I can see it, because this courtroom setup is not ideal for everybody to be able to see the witness. And it showed for just a second the witness, because captured the Zoom that got shown that's just interior here, but anybody, of course, can screen grab it. And it looks like that's what happened. So I think that in order to stop that from occurring in the future, we just, when we have a witness who isn't supposed to be filmed, we just won't even be able to use the Zoom, so that we don't have that accidentally happen in the future. And there aren't that many witnesses that aren't going to get shown anyway. And thankfully for this particular witness, it's not the end of the world,
Right.
considering she's apparently been on First 48 before. So anyway, thanks to all of the media people, and y'all are all still good and allowed to
Okay.
come in.
Also,
and-
I don't get that list of who's not to be photographed.
Oh,
If
and-
I had not heard it ahead of time,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known.
Okay.
But
Let's make sure
I
we get
definitely
you
wanted
added.
to make sure my name is
Okay.
good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we added, so bad with the names, but the other lady the same day. So let's make sure she's on that list too. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I
All right.
appreciate it.
Back to, so R is in, R, S, Sierra. Any objection?
Sierra, we withdraw. It's in on
Withdrawn,
a different
okay.
account.
Tango, I know that one.
Yes.
Any objection to T? Thank you. Anybody?
I'll object, Your Honor.
All right, basis.
Nobody's disputing that these two people know each other. I'm assuming the court knows who they are. If not, I could tell you. And then the writing, I'm being told, is just quoting a lyric from a song. So I'm objecting to the writing as well. I don't see how that furthers anything.
I don't know if the lyric from the song takes the C and change it to some other letter, but this is Kelvin Treadwell, whom the witness discussed during the interview. This is January 18th, 2015. We believe it's relevant. There's nothing unduly prejudicial, and we'd ask that the court allow it to be shown.
And where's there a substituted
No.
B?
Oh, BITX.
Oh,
H.
I thought you, okay,
ES.
X, okay. All right, I'm gonna overrule that objection. You.
This is a different time. This is even further into 2015.
We have a picture of these people together already.
We have various pictures of them together, but in this particular picture, Mr. Sledge, who has testified, is throwing up the B for blood. Shannon Stillwell is right in front of him, and Mr. Zachary is immediately to Mr. Sledge's left. We believe that this is a pertinent, and we feel like there is persuasive power in the depth of presentation. And to say that we have one, I'm trying to quote
No,
a
go
case.
ahead. I'm sorry, I just had this ringing in my ear all of a sudden. Go
To
ahead.
say that we have
You're right.
one picture or two pictures of the three of them together
Okay.
already.
All right. Overruled. V.
That was inadvertently added.
Okay. V. W.
This is Mr. Zachary and Mr. Stillwell. This is March 2nd, 2015. He tags Mr. Stillwell and he makes a proclamation. Our argument is that given
count one in the language and description of the conspiracy, it is evidence of Mr. Zachary promoting YSL and promoting Shannon Stillwell and attempting to assert their dominance. He's a gangster. He's not scared of you. This is him tagging him and him posting him.
Your Honor, I'm going to absolutely object to a piece of evidence coming in written by someone not my client, that's not my client apparently, about my client, calling him a gangster. That is prejudicial. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's not my client's words. It's any probative value is outweighed by we're charged essentially with being part of a gang.
Mhm.
And a gentleman who did testify, but who also was off the stand by the time the state announced specific intention to use this photo. Calling my client a gangster? No, I'm objecting.
He would have lied if we asked him about it in any event. He said that everything he said about anybody was false.
Well,
Anybody in this courtroom.
I'm not interested in what he would have done. I don't think any of us know what he would have done. But the bottom line is he was on the stand and off the stand by the time the state announced their intention of using this.
And Your Honor, I think that.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that this was captured in 2016. Mr. Stillwell was tagged. And I think that it's relevant and admissible and not unduly prejudicial.
All right, I'll let you admit it without the I don't know what you call it, tagline or commentary or whatever. I mean, you can leave the at Shannon, but he's a gangster. He's not scared of you. They didn't get a chance to, and I think that you are probably correct in what you surmise would have been the testimony, but they didn't have an opportunity to ask him about it. So you can leave the at part, but
yes. Does Your Honor not consider it an effort on the part of a YSL associate, as the state alleges, Mr. Zachary, to assert the dominance of a member of YSL? Even if it's not taken as true, he's asserting
I
something.
understand the argument. All right. Do you understand the ruling?
Absolutely.
Okay. X. Any objection?
I'll object. To the writing at the top, free DK as well as free slug. I don't know how that is. I just don't understand how that's relevant. If it's showing association, they stick together. There's hundreds of photographs that show that, and the jurors have heard from these witnesses. So I'm objecting to the entirety. But if this honorable court admits any of it, I would object to the writing.
All right. So I think that's a relevance and cumulative.
And 403, yes, prejudicial also.
And prejudicial.
So this is posted rather, July 23rd, 2015. It is Mr. Zachary putting a green snake emoji. I think he called it a bird on the stand when I asked him about a snake earlier. Free DK and free slug. DK being Walter Murphy, slug being Trontavious Stevens, both of which the jury has heard from and in various forms, they've heard from. So we have not shown this photograph, this date, and the assertion to free DK and free Slug. This is something that will be seen throughout social media on various sites like Free Roscoe, Free this, Free that, members of YSL. So we don't believe that it should be excluded.
All right, overruled. Why?
Your Honor, I don't know. I see Mr. Sledge. I don't know who the other individual is. It's not my client, but to the extent that
It's character.
it's character, and it says, I keep a bunch of killers around me when I move.
I object to
So-
character as well.
It's bad character evidence, it's prejudicial, and it's also, again, an out-of-court statement by Mr. Zachary, I'm guessing, as he's the owner of this Instagram account, and we're not going to have an opportunity to cross-examine him about his words here.
Your Honor, it's an assertion. Whether he actually keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves, nobody knows. But the fact that he wants people to think he keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves corroborates information that he gave to the police when he gave this interview.
And who is in this picture?
I believe that may be Mr. Sledge, but I believe that may be Mr. Sledge.
Yep.
And he said that he says in the interview, Mr. Sledge was a shooter. Moulton was a shooter. And prior to, and Copeland took his place. Woody took his place. So him asserting this, we believe furthers the interests of YSL, asserting dominance, instilling fear in social media postings, as count 1 in the indictment alleges. We believe that this is an overt act on the part of an unindicted co-conspirator that should be admitted as evidence.
It would be uncharged. It would be barred by statute of limitations. It's not an overt act in the sense of, the jury can rely on this to further the conspiracy. And I just look at it like, without without giving context from the witness saying, oh yeah, that is the killer who confessed to me and that's why I wrote this. This is like out of order. It should have come in my opinion, with the witness there, and if they're interested in his words. So I will object to that as
All right, well, it's not a defendant on trial here. So in terms of bad character, that's not, bad character of somebody else, if it even is that.
It is a person on trial.
Mr. Sledge?
Mr. Sledge.
That's not Mrs. Sledge. I don't believe that's Mr. Were you told that's Mr. Sledge?
I thought, isn't that what you said?
What I said was I believe that it is. I did not say that I had been told. I think someone earlier said it as well.
The person in the white shirt is not Mr. Sledge. That person, to my belief, is a person in your courtroom.
The only face that's shown is the one that we're talking about next to the television.
Okay.
And
Let me clear
it
this
is,
up,
and
since I'm the one that said it. Mr. Sledge is clearly the person wearing a black shirt.
Right.
We're all on the same page with that. There's also a gentleman wearing a white shirt with his back to the
right.
camera.
Uh-huh.
I believe what Mr. Steele is saying, and I agree that it is one of the people that's sitting here in this courtroom, and it does affect. It is prejudicial towards them, and they won't have the opportunity to cross-examine. It's not Mr. Stillwell. Let me be clear.
Okay, I guess it's going to be a mystery as to who it actually is.
Only face.
I'm not sure who that is, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr.
But
White.
on the off chance
Uh-huh.
that would be my client, and I honestly I cannot tell that that's my client, but people may think it's my client, and on that off chance, then the bad character evidence is an issue.
Okay.
On top of
mhm.
on top of which, Your Honor, they're playing Grand Theft Auto
as far as I can tell. I don't,
Gives y'all a really good argument.
well, but still, it's misleading. It's more prejudicial than it is probative. They're sitting here playing Grand
I'm
Theft
sure
Auto.
it's
Of
more
course, they're
prejudicial
surrounded.
than it is probative.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Your
I
Honor.
said I'm not sure that's actually true.
A bunch of people playing Grand Theft Auto and throwing up Grand Theft Auto language, and then the jury's going to see that and assume they're talking about real life killers versus what the video game they're
I have no
playing.
idea what the jury is going to assume, and it'll be up to all of the different parties to
When you make the decision,
see what
whether
they can do to convince the jury. But I do not believe that this is more prejudicial than probative.
well, when you make that decision, you're making a decision as to what you think the jury's going to believe.
No, I'm not. I have no idea what the jury is going to believe. I am assessing the probative value of the evidence against its danger of substantially undue prejudice and coming to the determination that it is not substantially more prejudicial than it is probative.
And I understand your ruling on the 403 balancing, Your Honor, but I think part of your reasoning, which I get, is that it's our job as attorneys to get the full story to the jurors, and Mr. Weinstein can establish it's Grand Theft Auto. But the fact remains, we really can't, because this gentleman has already testified.
Well, I don't know that.
Right.
In terms of it being Grand Theft Auto, it's obvious to anybody who's ever seen Grand Theft Auto before. So you can probably get somebody else to testify that that's Grand Theft Auto. And I doubt if this witness is going to be able to identify the person in the white shirt anyway. So, in over objection.
And tomorrow, if you hear
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gaither say that Mr. Kendrick was back to us, then would you reconsider striking?
Judge, I will instruct her, even if she can see around his head in this picture and know who it is, do not mention Diamante Kendrick.
All right, thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
In case it does go, if Agent Bernie is late, he's delayed, can we have, is there going to be another gap witness? I understand what you said.
Nope. No.
So, I don't know, like the other three people that you had hoped, how about Mr. Sprinkle? How much longer is he going to take? Can we,
In order for, we asked the court not to require us to put him up a third and a fourth time because there is information that's going to come in that we need from these two people that are ahead of him.
We've had the poor, what's her name, CAD report person here like 4 times since I've been the judge. So, if it's like a 10-minute thing, but if I hear from the judge, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, but it's going to be noon, then we're going to need another, and I will take the blame for it. Unless you'd like to get one of your other possible witnesses, Jenkins, Sanchez, or Lewis. But it seems to me like Mr. Sprinkle would be the easiest since he's in the building anyway.
Okay.
Although, come on, y'all. As slow as everybody is with everything in this case, I would be really surprised if we end up with a gap. But anyway, yeah, we'll do the best we can.
Thank you.
All right. So I have looked at a rough of the August 21st, August 24th, September 6th, and September 13th of, I guess it was 2022 when y'all argued all of those motions, transcripts. 23, okay. And what the court orders, at least as reflected in those transcripts, is the notes that any of the experts would have relied on. And there's no indication that that it's being ordered that they generate notes or reports if those don't already exist. And I read the order itself that way as well, so that just confirms it. So as long as all the notes and reports that do exist have been produced, then that has been abided by. All right. Now, one more thing. I know, Ms. Love, you said you wanted to circle back. There was a relevance objection that I sustained on whether it was relevant. The question was essentially like, was Sergeant Gaither aware that prior to her interview with Mr. Zachary and Munchunk were from Capitol Homes? And so what would be the relevance of whether she knew that before or after the interview?
I think that I dealt with what I was.
Okay, so we don't need to circle
right,
back on.
right,
Okay,
no.
great. All right, if there is nothing else, then let's adjourn for the day and see each other at 8:45 in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, people. Thank y'all. We went late today, but I appreciate everybody watching. I do plan to stream tomorrow. Everybody hit the like before we go. Hit the like. I appreciate everybody. Hit that like, though. I'm going to be putting out a video soon in the next few minutes. So watch that. Hit the like as well on that one. See y'all in the morning. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.